Don't follow the current. Everyone's talking about energy transformation. Clean, renewable, efficient. Everyone's talking about AI, how it transforms our clean energy experience, from production to consumption. Everyone's talking about solar panels, renewable energy resources, distributed energy, smart devices. The list is endless. But is it enough? Is talking enough? Because talking doesn't change the world. Action does. Let's be the ones who create that change. Let's transform the energy-water ecosystem with clean energy and AI. Now, it's time to walk the talk with real-life solutions and successful strategies.
Have we ever imagined living in a time where we question
This is the turning point of our sustainability journey.
from accelerating electrification and disruption in supply and demand
to leading clean energy initiatives
promoting energy water conservation
and advancing sustainable operations and beyond.
We are in the midst of a once-in-a-lifetime transformation across the energy and water industry.
Technology is the driving force steering the industry towards a resilient, sustainable future. With connected platforms, vertical This is the turning point of our sustainability journey.
from accelerating electrification and disruption in supply and demand
to leading clean energy initiatives
promoting energy water conservation
And advancing sustainable operations and beyond.
We are in the midst of a once-in-a-lifetime transformation.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. We're going to ask everyone to join us inside the ballroom. Our program will be starting here in just a little bit. If you'd like to refresh your coffee, you're more than welcome to do so, but kindly join us in the ballroom. Our program will be starting here shortly. Thank you.
don't follow the current. Everyone's talking about energy transformation. Clean, renewable, efficient. Everyone's talking about AI, how it transforms our clean energy experience, from production to consumption. Everyone's talking about solar panels, renewable energy resources, distributed energy, smart devices. The list is endless. But is it enough? Is talking enough? Because talking doesn't change the world. Action does. Let's be the ones who create that change. Let's transform the energy-water ecosystem with clean energy and AI. Now, it's time to walk the talk with real-life solutions and successful strategies.
Yeah, how are you?
You know, a little tired.
Get any supper?
I think the kitchen managed to scrap a few things together for me last night. What about you?
Yeah, the kitchen made me a sandwich. There was apparently some chicken left over from something, so they knocked up a sandwich for me.
Yeah, I had the mac and cheese. It was great. Went straight to bed afterwards.
Yeah. How's your voice? You sound a little bit raspy.
It's not really the voice, it's my feet. They are on fire.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, it was a good day yesterday, wasn't it? Just somebody came up and told me that there was a scout in the room from the Academy of the Oscars Academy, and apparently Jimmy Kimmel's fee is a bit high. So
I know a guy that might be a great fit for that next year.
I heard Mustafa was taking a few videos, so maybe we've got some competition. Anyway, yesterday was great. I'll tell you what I liked yesterday. We heard a huge amount about AI as a solution, as a technology, but it was really powerful how the people element came through yesterday. I really enjoyed hearing about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the people, right? I mean, the technology is sort of a means to an end, and if the people don't understand how the technology can be used, it's not going to be as powerful as we might like. So thinking about how we bring together people plus AI was a really common theme for yesterday, and I think it's a really powerful message as we look to take that back with us as we go home after today.
Yeah, I think today's packed with some elements around the people, and also we heard a lot about AI, but we also heard a lot about data, and I think the ML element might come through a little bit today, which is how machine learning might help us with the data quality, the data integrity, and correct some of the errors so that we can make progress. So hopefully a little bit of that will come out as well today. But talking about people and leadership, we've got a keynote speaker coming up just now.
Yeah, with that, I would like to introduce Michael O'Donnell to come up and say a few words to kick us off for today.
Cheers. Come on up.
Thank you. Good morning. So nothing like seeing a giant picture of your face to start off the day. Funny thing about that photo, that headshot was actually taken at the hotel next door at an event back in 2016 where we brought in a professional headshot person. And so that photo is a little bit dated. That is not the current version of me. I think that guy is definitely doing a little better than I am as far as I'll say aging is concerned, being kind to myself. Although I will say the photo that we had on the LinkedIn post, I don't know if anybody saw it, that photo was even an earlier version of me. I was like, I don't even know who that guy is. But anyway, so good morning, everybody. And first off, I just want to thank everyone for yesterday. It was an amazing energy that everybody brought, and there were so many great conversations, so much good networking. The panels were super interesting. The Innovation Center was hopping, and I just really appreciate everybody bringing the energy and really the focus and the attention to make this such a great event thus far. So thank you for that. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't actually bring up the dinner last night, the awards dinner. It's funny because Richard talks about the Oscars. I actually think it was more of the Golden Globes because people were eating dinner. The thing went super long. And we had our own English guy up on stage. Actually, he didn't tell many jokes, but he certainly had to speak quite a bit. Both of them did, so God bless them and we appreciate what they did last night. But anyway, I want to dive into a few reflections that I had from yesterday. So Deepak kicked us off yesterday talking about kind of the vision that SEW has for AI and how we're infusing AI through all of our platforms to really help our customers evolve and drive their businesses forward. So when I think about that in the context of what I was hearing yesterday on the panels, there was lots of interesting discussion, but there were really a few key recurring themes that came up over and over again as the day went on. And you know, it's interesting to me because there are things that are just very foundational in how we need to think about how we actually adopt this at scale and make sure that we're doing it the right way. And the first one is data. I know Ben Gordon from Semper brought it up and was talking about making sure that you have good, clean, foundational data that you can get access to in order to be able to make sure that whatever it is that you're doing with AI is really, you know, having good, clear results as far as what the outcomes are that you're achieving. The second piece that kept coming up was governance. And so when I think about governance and accountability and all the things that need to be in place, it's such an important part of the puzzle of making sure that you're going to be successful because you have the right accountability structures in place, you have all the right levels of the organization doing the right things throughout the life cycle, whatever it is that you're trying to deploy. And then lastly, and to me most importantly, the biggest thing was people, and people talked a lot about how they're accounting for people and their capacity to be able to be empowered and educated and really be able to do the things that they're going to want to do with AI as they move forward. You know, the funny thing about that is when you think about those three things, they're the exact same three things that have made for successful projects for my entire career, the last 30 years. We've always said you need to have good data, you need to have great governance, you need to make sure that you're educating and empowering your people so you can deploy at scale and have really successful outcomes when you deploy technology. So it's fascinating to me that as we're talking about this future with AI, that could look very different for all of us, it's really still the same fundamental underpinnings, right, that, that are going to make us successful. That being said, there is certainly a lot of nuance, right, that we're going to need to account for with AI and what that looks like. And I think for me, there's unique challenges that we're going to need to address that essentially those three things are going to help us do. So I talked a little bit about my journey yesterday at SAP and kind of what the company looked like when I started to when I finished. And I mentioned that, you know, there were 18,000 people when I started at SAP, and then there were over 100,000 people when I finished. And I always tell people I worked at 4 different companies when I worked at SAP, and there was kind of these different evolutions that took place. I started with a German engineering firm back in the early days, and then there was a point where it really turned into this amazing, organically grown sales and marketing machine, and there was a span of years where we just had this very exciting growth with Bill McDermott, who I'm sure a lot of you might remember him. And then we shifted, and we had something called HANA, and there was a big boom and focus around that, and SAP having its own in-memory database, and it was very exciting. And then the last iteration of SAP that I was at was the transition to cloud, which is what everybody's been experiencing over the last number of years. And so there were all these major evolutions required for that growth to get from 18,000 to 100,000. So this brings me to the question that I've been asked quite a bit this week is why SEW and why now? And so for me, it's a reflection back to kind of all of those things that I did and learned and helped SAP evolve with and through as we grew, and bringing those to bear with a company that I absolutely firmly believe in the mission, right, of what it is that we want to try to accomplish over the next number of years. And to me, that mission is simple, right? We want to go from the billion-plus people that we are engaged with now to really trying to engage with every single person on the planet. And the reason for that is we really want to make sure that they are educated and they are empowered to make great decisions around how they're consuming energy and water and everything else, and making the world a better place to live for future generations. And to me, that is absolutely a worthy cause. And so I couldn't be more excited to help the organization with that as we move forward. So for me, I guess the last thing that I want to talk about is this event itself. And to me, events like WE3, and I've had the opportunity to actually been to a number of these events, and the growth of this and this community of practice has been pretty exponential over the last few years. And Deepak and I have talked about this. He mentioned it yesterday, and he talked about Brian and Paul kind of chairing this customer engagement committee. But I think we're at a point in our evolution as an organization now, and that we have these amazing partners here that are in the room. We have amazing customers that are here in the room, that we really need to think about how we engage differently as a community of practice as we move forward. So I'm going to challenge everyone here as we come out of this event. How do we really continue this energy, this momentum, and what it is that we brought to this event, and take that goodness and really start to move it forward in a way where we're communicating and we're leveraging each other's good best practices as we go through this AI journey together, and really help achieve mutual outcomes that are going to be beneficial for all of us and all the constituents that we serve. And so there'll be more to come on that as far as how we're going to engage and communicate and help facilitate it to some degree. So stay tuned for that. But I couldn't be more excited about that. And thank you again for the time and attention. Let's make today an absolutely amazing day, and let's get to it. I think the first panel is about to come up. Thank you, everyone.
All right, great recap there, Michael. Thank you for that. We're going to start the day with a powerhouse panel that I'm excited to hear more from. I've had the opportunity to hear a couple of these individuals speak at previous conferences, so I think you're all going to love the content here today. We're going to kick it off with a panel with Darren Brady hosting on embedding AI technology into the customer experience. So Darren and team, come on down.
I'll let the panel get organized here. Go ahead, you can sit down. So as Ryan said, it's good morning. I hope everybody had a great time yesterday. As Ryan, George, and Michael said, we had a lot of activities, and hopefully you got a chance to participate in all the sessions, get a chance to network, and get a chance to see some of the things that we're doing in the Innovation Lab, right? I think it connects the dots between the different topics we had going on yesterday, and I think you'll see that as well, as it will connect the dots in the things that we're doing today. So this morning's session, we're going to get a chance to talk about the customer. And for me personally, that's an area of passion I've had throughout my career working in the space. And I think today we're going to get a chance to hear from our panelists around how folks are thinking about building out and executing their customer strategy from a customer engagement standpoint, from a customer experience standpoint, and how they're looking at embedding technology. Obviously, the theme across the last couple days and today as well has been around AI, and we're going to get a chance to learn from them about how they're thinking about AI in their organization from a customer standpoint. And then I think we also heard a lot about partnerships, right? It's something I talk a lot about when I'm working with clients or talking through the user group around how utilities are thinking about and need to think about building out partnerships with customers to help them achieve their goals, both from a business perspective as well as from a customer perspective. So I have a great group of panelists today to get a chance to listen to their insights and share their perspectives on the topic. I have Monica Whiting, who's the Vice President of Customer Experience at Arizona Public Service. Thank you, Monica, for being here. We have Chima Chijoki, who's the Vice President of Customer Services at Georgia Power. And we have Mark Podorsky, who's a practice partner in the utilities practice for Bridgewater Consulting. So thank you guys very much for everybody for being here today.
Thank you.
So I thought the best way to kind of start off the discussion is have a little bit of insight from you guys around what you're thinking strategy-wise and how you're thinking about building and executing that strategy on a customer engagement perspective. And as we said, maybe sharing a little bit about how you're thinking about technology within that strategy and incorporating that into your plans. Monica, again, thanks for being here, and we'll start with you.
Great, happy to share. And I brought a show and tell slide along to kind of address a little bit about how we're thinking of technology and AI in our customer strategy. But I think it's important to first share a little bit about where we've been and then how we're going to go and use this. So for people that may not be aware, APS found themselves from being a historically strong performing customer experience, customer satisfaction organization to about a 4 or 5 year period where they were among the lowest in the nation. And that didn't sit well with our regulators or our board. And we really had to go forward and make a transformation. So when we started that transformation, it was a lot of blocking and tackling. And we've spent the last 4 years doing well again. And so what I had shared with our team is once we recover, we will earn the right to start looking strategically and forward and what the future looks like. And so we're there now. And so we did some strategic work. We looked at the slide that I have here is really a customer experience maturity model to look at and to assess where you fall as an organization. You can see where we started our journey was in that novice and builder stage, very reactive in that regard. I would say now we kind of sit with 1 foot in the strong performer space, 1 foot in the leader space. Our focus is to get and sustain to be in that leader and transformer area. And we believe that the only way we can accomplish that and to get the good things that we're doing now scalable, consistent, is with technology and AI. And so our strategy over the next 5 years, I heard someone on stage yesterday, and I don't remember who it was, but I loved it. They called it segment of one. Well, we call the next generation of our customer experience strategy customer of one. Because our focus is to completely bypass this idea of putting residential customers into these segments and personas, but rather get to personalization. And we can only do that through data analysis and AI. But we want every customer to feel like we know them personally in our communications with them, our product offerings with them, their bill, their tips on how to maximize their rate plan. All of that is done very personal and speaking to them only with their experience, their use patterns. And that is our focus and goal of where we're looking to go, whether it be the outage experience, the rate plan experience, the payment experience, starting, stopping service, all the different programs, their reliability experience, all of that will come together and be very, very personalized. We are looking largely to other industries. We want to learn from other industries and bring that in and adopt that into our industry. So that's at a high level strategy. And as we get to other questions, I can talk about some more specifics. So
Perfect. That sounds great. Chima, what about you at Georgia Power? How are you thinking about strategy there from a customer perspective?
Thanks, Darren. And first and foremost, thanks for having me here. Deepak, it's hard to bring me out to Huntington, California. Expect me to focus on work. It's challenging. But kind of to what Monica said, Southern Company and Georgia Power had it a little different. So we've traditionally performed very well. But that also makes it a lot more difficult. So I tell my team all the time, the challenge is not getting to the top, it's staying at the top, right? So how do you continue to think about ways to reinvent yourself? And when we think about a customer strategy, from our perspective, there are 4 major areas that we kind of focus on. We're looking at the customer-centric approach. We're looking at the personalized services, like Monica said. Of course, reliability and sustainability is huge, especially as it relates to large customers, industrial customers, and then we talked about enhanced communication. I'm going to focus a little bit on personalized services. So to your point, Monica, if you think about it, for the first time in a long time, we have 4 generations of individuals working at the same time in our workforce. Of course, we have the baby boomers, we have the Gen X's, we have the millennials, then we have the Gen Z's, God help us, right? And then you think about how are we managing our services and how are we personalizing it to meet their needs, right? So when you talk about it, it looks like a pie in the sky. But again, to what Monica said, we are not being measured as a utility company again. We are now a service provider. So think about it. Most of our Gen Z folks, they're in colleges, they're graduating, they're working. What do they know? They know Amazon. They know Microsoft. When they make an order on Amazon, they get it right away. Amazon knows what they want. Amazon maps it to what they want. The question to us is, don't tell me your utility. You're providing a service, meet my need exactly the way I want it. That's the challenge. Now, how do we get there? That's where Gen AI comes in, right? So how do we incorporate it? So of course, there's a predictive maintenance, there's a customer service automation, but the same question I asked earlier on, how are you automating? What are you automating, right? And whose expectations are you meeting? So in the past, we've sat down, we've had think tanks, and we were like, oh yes, perfect, we are doing extremely well. By whose standards? How do we measure that? A lot of folks who we service these days, all they've known is computers, Gen AI, that's all they know. So if we do not incorporate it, we're going to be left behind. So to my starting point again, we're doing well, but how do we continue to reinvent ourselves? How do we continue to stay ahead of the game? You know, and how do we skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is, right? So that's the focus for our strategy, and that's how we're trying to go about it.
Well, and I think it ties to what Monica said too, and I remember the days when I was in the customer service space, in those roles that you guys have. I mean, I think looking outside the industry, right? I mean, today especially, even more so, the consumer piece of it crosses over every industry, right? How consumers engage with other parties are the same way they expect to engage with utilities. And I think the technology and using the things that you're doing from an outreach perspective starts to showcase that, and that becomes the outcomes, right? That becomes kind of how you start to think about strategy and engagement in terms of what customers are expecting across the different parties that they interact with, right?
If I can add a piece that I think is important is what customers are expecting. And I think that as an industry, we can be really risk averse. And in, you know, being fair, do customers really want this? Do customers really want us to know this much about them? Do they really want us to proactively send them this information? And I think what we're finding is we at APS have taken some risks in the last couple of years of automatically enrolling customers in certain alerts and notifications. I'll use outage as an example. We automatically enrolled by either text or email our customers for outage notifications. And that was something we were afraid to do. We thought, no, we need customers to opt in. Well, legally we're allowed to. It's, you know, it's about an emergency outage. Let's give it a try. What we're finding now is when we have outages, we are proactively notifying over 80% of the customers who experience an outage. And what they're now telling us is actually almost 70% of customers who experience an outage have a higher satisfaction and perception of APS and our brand because of how we responded to the outage than had the outage never occurred. Think about that for a second.
Oh yeah, I couldn't agree more.
So I just think there's a piece there that customers are expecting more. 5 years ago, 7 years ago, I would have told you, no, you don't want to automatically do that. But I think customers expect us to do that now. They don't want to call us and find out if, you know, let us know that they have an outage before we do something. They want us to proactively. And I think that's an example of the changing expectations.
I couldn't agree more. So Mark, you know, in the role you guys have at Bridgewater, maybe share your thoughts about kind of what are you seeing from clients and the ones you're engaged with as they're looking at building out their strategy and looking for ways to integrate AI as part of that on the customer side.
Yes, absolutely, Darren. I think I want to take a step back first and say, you know, as a consulting firm specifically to the utility industry, you know, we look more at trends and where things are going, and not just in the available technology, but what are customers prepared for and what is the business prepared for, right? Because I want to go back to something Michael said earlier, and I chuckled to Chima when we were at the table because I said, Michael just stole the 3 things I wanted to pinpoint, that it's about the data and that it's about the processes, the education, the governance as well, right? Without those building blocks, it's bound to fail, and you're not going to get the customer buy-in and meet the customer expectations. So again, I think when we talk to our clients about the strategy, there's a couple things. You don't just implement technology because it's cool and we can do all kinds of this cool stuff with it and build it, they will come, right? It's really, you got to go back to the fundamentals of it's people, process, and technology, right? Are the people ready? Do we have the technicians ready? Do we have the employees ready? Do we have the customers ready? And it's really then about the processes that say, now that we can use the technology, how does that change our business process? How does that change our relationship with our customers now as a partner to participate in programs to help us reach carbon reductions, right? And then technology, if those building blocks are in place, technology will follow if you've got the right data, if you've got the right governance, and you've got the right people. Now, something I want to go back to, because I think that was a great kind of a phrase, a segment of one. When we work with our utility clients, a lot of projects and what they want to do will come down to funding, whether it's in a rate case or whether it's a grant or whether it's just a special request for a balancing account. And one of the things we focus on is it's whatever you're trying to build and solve, if you want to get your funding, you got to make sure that it's for everyone and specifically focus on underserved and people that need assistance. So don't just work on reliability where people have EVs and you're worried about transformer overloads. Don't just build a program so people can see, oh, if I put a solar panel on my roof, you know, I could integrate and sell power back and actually make some money. No, you want solutions that empower everyone and treat everybody equally and everybody benefits.
Well, I think that I couldn't agree more, and I think that transitions nicely to kind of to the next question to you guys around partnerships, right? It's something I talk a lot about over the last couple of years, and the importance, I think, of the industry looking for ways to build partnerships across all their different customer segments to help engage them, for those customers to be successful, and to engage them as part of your strategy in a way, right? To help you accomplish the goals you're trying to do from a decarbonization environment and just corporate perspective. So maybe, Monica, I'll start with you. Maybe share some examples of how you're thinking about and or doing that today from a partnership perspective with customers.
Sure. A lot of different thoughts there when you say that. I think I'm going to focus on our partnership with customers around our rate plans, around on-peak usage, demand response, and our work on a virtual power plant. So this might surprise people to know, but APS has, and has for over 40 years, had time of use and, ready for this, demand rates for residential customers. We have about 60%, just under 60% of our residential customers choose to be on a time of use or a demand rate, and about 25% are on the demand rate. We put a lot of focus in our customer education on our different rate plans, how to maximize those rate plans. For those of you, it was new to me when I moved to Arizona, but we do something called pre-cooling, which means we make our home an ice box during the off-peak hours, and then we set our thermostat really, really high during on-peak hours. And most of the time, even in 110 degrees, how you've pre-cooled your home will take you through the on-peak hours, and then when the on-peak hours end, your AC comes back on. But teaching customers how to do that so that they can save on their bill, maximize their rate plan. And that's a big partnership because we save significant megawatts during those on-peak hours, and those are our residential customers. We have over 100,000 residential customers on our demand response, and we've got about 1.2 million residential customers on our demand response program, and really building in that virtual power plant. So we're very focused on the rate plans. We have a rate comparison tool. We tell our customers every month on their bill, on emails that we send them, are they on their most economical plan? What would that take? How to switch it? And then it always comes with education on how to maximize their specific rate plan, and how to use their energy most appropriately to save the most, which of course becomes very important to us in managing our grid, our peak, and our capacity in that regard.
Oh, that's great. Jima, what about you from a Georgia Power perspective?
Yeah, so you know, partnering with the customer is one area where I think we've improved in, right? We've not been traditionally very good at, right? We tend to think we know what our customers need. But coming to the table with the customer and understanding, okay, we have all these amazing tools. Similar to Arizona, we have a lot of rate plans, right? But how quickly are people adopting these plans, right? And then we throw these plans out to our customers, and then we say, hey, we have all these plans. How do we ensure that they are on the right plans, right? So I'm kind of going to play back and forth between what we do and how we leverage AI in this space, right? So recently, we're working on a tool where we look at our customer as when they call in and look at their usage, we look at their house, we look at how big their house is, and then the tool offers the rep who's talking to the customer said, hey, the customer is on this plan, but they should be on this plan. Why don't you offer them this plan and sell this to them as well? Now, this is being offered to our internal representatives who are talking to the customers, but how do we give the customers the opportunity to actually have this at their fingertips as well, right? So we're thinking about that. Then if you look at another segment of small and medium business customers, that is one segment I think as utilities across the board, we have not done the best job, right? They are a very niche segment. How do we figure out what works for them? Because it differs by each customer. They're not the large industrial where it's a one size most likely will fit all. But we're now sitting down with these small and medium business customers to say, hey, we have these tools. How does it work for you in your unique situation, right? But also, it's us talking to them, but how do we give them an opportunity to plug in their specifications and then give them recommendations about what can work best for them. So we're looking at all of this and trying to figure out ways to meet the customer at their point of need, right? A lot of them, the small and medium business customers, they don't have the size and the capacity to hire an energy efficiency manager to say, go deal with the utility, right? But they're asking us to say, make it easy for us to do business with you, right? Give us tools and resources that can help us manage our businesses more efficiently and effectively. And when they come to me, I don't have the resources to provide all small and medium business customers across the state of Georgia with an energy efficiency manager. But that's what Gen AI can help us do, right? And that's how we're going to leverage that to provide them with these tools that they need.
Absolutely. Mark, what are you seeing from a customer perspective in terms of the work you guys are doing in this area?
Yeah, so I go back to, let's call it the early days of smart metering when I was still an Edison executive. And, we pulled in a lot of data off the meter. And boy, we wanted to engage customers immediately. And there was this thing called a home area network that you can connect your thermostat to. And, when you needed some demand response reductions, you can call on a customer or you can automatically adjust their thermostat for them. And it was going to be great, right? And then I got a hard slap in the face from my grandmother when she asked me, I don't know what the heck you're talking about. demand response reductions. I don't even know what a kilowatt hour is, right? So I took that lesson and I said, I go back and people say it, but I think you actually have to live it at least once. Customers, if you want them to trust you, And if you want them to partner with you to achieve goals that are good, not just for the utility, but for them and the environment as well, you really need to have them, and they need to have you as trusted partners. So we start with the same way I approached my grandmother. The first thing is educate, right? Even if you got to start with the basics. And I think with some of the embedded AI tools now in customer portals, the information that's available, a great source for education, but I think they still need to be educated.
Right.
Right? And then the second step that we always talk about is empowering. You've got to show them the data. You've got to show them the programs and opportunities that are available so that it's mutually beneficial and they can almost come to that realization themselves, right? You're not going to shove it down their throat. They have to get there themselves.
Right.
You know, and then I think after you've got the first two steps, then you can get to the engage and say, hey, join this program. You know, either you can control the thermostat, we can control it, you can override it. But at least now they trust you, and now you're engaging them because they understand it. You've shown them different tools or information that's available, programs, services, and they trust you as a partner not to actually engage. So I know it's basic for everybody here, but you got to keep that in mind and really go back to the basics and say, whenever you have a customer strategy, always remember to educate and empower before you try to start engaging.
It's a great point. I mean, you brought up the Trusted Energy Advisor. I've watched that term over the last 20 years kind of go through different iterations within the space, and I think it's come back again. And I think it's come back for a variety of reasons. A, because of the clean energy transition and what folks are trying to do from a sustainability standpoint, which is so critical, but also from a technology perspective. I think we now have more of the tools today than we've had in the past to truly kind of create that energy advisor, trusted advisor role that utilities can play for their customers across what is now a growing array of programs and services that are tied to energy. Which I think brings us to the last question for this panel, is around scale. Michael talked about it. I talk about it a lot just because when we think about what we're trying to accomplish as an industry, as stewards of the environment, to be able to help address these sustainability environmental goals, the scale that we need to have customers participate in that is significantly more than where we are today. And the scale that we need to be able to get there, I think a lot's going to come from technology and hopefully the platforms that we built and put in place to help facilitate that. So I'd be curious, right, when you think about your customer strategy and programs that you have, how are you thinking about leveraging some of the technologies that we've talked about around AI, Gen AI, and others, or things in the future that you think are going to help you really grow and scale the participation of your customers in the programs that you need to? Monica, maybe I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think, going back to the original slide that I shared, I think we're finding a lot of success today in those partnership, in that work, but I'd say that there's a lot of manual intervention, human intervention, sometimes what feels like duct tape and rubber bands to help, keep it all together. But what's exciting is that we're seeing it's working and customers respond to it and customers like it. I think it's technology and AI that's going to make it scalable, that's going to bring more speed and automation, and more precision and consistency, where I'd say now we're doing a lot of trial and error and learning. And I would go back, I think you said something really important, Jima, and that is, a big part of the partnership with customers is the voice of the customer and customer research and testing things and bringing that back and then having that come into our decisions and doing that. And so we have just set up an online panel I mean, we've always done the very, traditional customer advisory board, qualitative focus groups, all of that, but we're even finding this online panel. We've got 1,500 customers who have signed up to do this, and we're sending them multiple items monthly, and the response that they're giving us and what we're learning from that, and then how we can build that in. So I think that's a big part of the scalability, the ability to constantly have that customer feedback, to leverage technology, and to learn. So no two ways about it. Technology, data, and AI is a critical part of the scalability for the future.
Perfect. Chima, what about yourself?
Yeah, so Monica was right on point. When I think about scalability, there are a couple of things that come to mind for me. There are partnerships that have to be built, right? So we can't be working out in a silo without pulling other folks in, right? So I'll give you a perfect example. From an energy efficiency perspective or energy assistance perspective, you have like 5 or 6 different tools out there, right, to try and help the customer pay their bill or give them resources to support them. And I was out in the field once, and I was talking to a senior citizen, and I was like, hey, have you signed up? And she threw her phone to me. She has an iPhone, and she's about 82. She threw it to me, and she said, you figure it out. And I'm like, what's the frustration? She was like, there are like 6 different things I need to do. And I pulled it up, and I looked at it, and there were like 6 different things that needed to be done. Now, if we go back to something that was done, I think in the Midwest, in the Chicago area, it's called categorical eligibility, right? So what that is the utilities, the government agencies, they all came together and said, hey, you know what? If we're going to have a tool that customers can ask assistance for, they can apply with one password and one app. And it applies to every opportunity that's out there. So we kind of have to make it easier for the customer. Again, that goes back to what we were saying earlier on, is we are here coming up with all these amazing tools, but in essence, we're actually confusing the customer, right? So how do we make it easier for them? Then how do we target the programs to meet the actual need of the customer? So there has to be a lot of engagement. There has to be a lot of data, a lot of going back to sit down to justify if what we are doing meets the actual need of the customer, and not look at it from our perspective and say, hey, good job. Good job by who? Right? So we have to think about it from that perspective. And then we also have to have our regulatory support. Ultimately, we are all regulated entities, In the grand scheme of things, we can go out and we can get anything we want, but we have to pay for it, right? So I think when it comes to scalability, we just have to be very, very deliberate and mindful about what we're doing. Who are we doing it for? How is it being accepted? How do we measure efficiency and effectiveness, right? And then make sure that it serves the need for which we are creating it, right? So I think that kind of talks to how we will ensure that we can scale it effectively and make sure it works.
Perfect. Mark, I'll let you give your final thoughts on the topic here.
Yeah, so, I go back to some of the basics, right? And we're going to need everybody to pull together to solve some of the things that we're talking about. And by that, I mean the utilities, the customers, consulting firms like ours that try to help people see the path to go down because we may have done it 10 or 20 times already, right? As well as software platform vendors that can help quicken the pace or ease some of the pain because they've got some of the customer sentiment already. But I would say, going back to, the rules have to be equitable for everyone, but you still go back to it's a segment of one. Every customer is different. And hopefully, whether you still do SurveyMonkey or whether you have a large language model that is actually collecting customer sentiment, and you have good knowledge articles, so when that customer calls, you can be intimate with them and have these intimate conversations because you probably already know what he's calling about, because every summer month there's a high bill and he goes on a payment program. Chances are, if he's calling you again after a real hot month, that's what he's looking for, right? So I do go back to, it still is, you have to know the individual customer. Everybody is different. That said, before rolling out, make sure that whatever you buy, build, or design is scalable and flexible. Because I want to go back to, again, basics. Whatever you do, pilot it first. You know, your in-house IT help desk is a great place to try out some of these new tools. And if the tool is flexible, you can gain a lot of lessons learned just from your internal customers, right? The employees themselves. Then you can be flexible, then you can scale it and start bringing your actual customers on. But again, I caution, bring them on slowly, educate them, empower them. Nobody drives a Formula One race car out of the gate because they turned 16 and got their license, right? You have to learn how to drive first. You have to learn the basic rules of the road before somebody's going to hand you keys to an F1 race car. And that's the way I look at AI. It's a great, great tool. It's gonna advance not just this industry, but I think the world. But you have to be ready for it, and people have to be ready for it and embrace it. So again, pilot, educate, and be flexible, because the more you learn, the more you might have to make changes as you scale up. And again, if you can do internal pilots, that'll help your customers in the long run.
Perfect. Hey, Darren, if I may add to what he made a really good point. And I think I always say this whenever I attend conferences like this. So Monica and I just met in the back, and we were super excited to get to know each other.
I think we had five.
We did 2 high fives.
They did.
And the reason why we did is because we work in a utility industry where we are non-competitive, right? We can leverage each other, we can leverage our best practices, we can talk to each other, we can share our failures, our successes. That is something that we don't do a very good job of, right? So my challenge to each and every one of us that's here today is, you know, I've met guys who are in the Atlanta area that I'm going to partner with, I'm going to work with, I'm going to talk to. I'm going to keep in touch with Monica, because a lot of what we do, to your point, it's similar, you know. And if you look and if you run analysis that Gen AI has helped us run, our customer classes might be different, but they're not that different, right? And so the opportunities and challenges that we face are similar. You know, how do we enhance each other? How do we build off of each other, right? So that would be my challenge to us as executives. How do you continue to build your network, but leverage your network to get those insights that you need? Focus on the basics that have been practiced, that have been tested and proven. You know, and that helps you actually not start from ground zero, but maybe start from 5 against 0.
Fantastic. Well, that's a great way to close this out. I mean, I think it's customers care, right? I mean, I think sometimes our industry thinks sometimes they're not going to get engaged for whatever reason, but they do care. And I think what we have to figure out is how to engage them in a way that works for their life, right, across all the different segments. So I think that's our challenge as an industry. And I think, Chima, to your point, that's our kind of a global team effort, right? Because we're all kind of working towards the same broader goals across the globe. So I just want to thank our panelists. Great job, folks. Thank you so much for your insights.
Well, that was an amazing panel. I really like the concept of the segment of one. We've heard a lot about hyper-personalization, but the segment of one is such a powerful statement. And the point that was made at the end there about we're all trying to solve similar problems, so let's help each other, you know, really big points to make. we've got a really exciting panel coming up now. Again, my privilege to invite my friend and colleague to come up on the stage with his colleagues on the panel. I think we have a schedule change, Sarah, don't we? After this panel, are we having a break? Is that correct? Yep. So after this panel, we're going to introduce a break to the agenda so you can refresh your coffee and everything. But without holding up any more, Harish, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? Good, yeah. Just another beautiful day in Southern California. I hope you're enjoying the weather as well. Well, it's my honor and pleasure to be part of this fireside chat. And I was wondering, we don't have a fireplace, but we have enough fire here on the panel. We don't need a fireplace. I would request both of you to introduce yourselves, and we can get right into it.
Sure. Just want to say thanks, everybody, for allowing Dominion to tell our story here today. My name is Adam Slayton. I've been in the utility industry for about 16 years. I manage the SEW mobile app, the web portals for Dominion Energy. So we've got mass market, enterprise, landlord, and the property manager and agency portal. I'm also leading the software that the call center uses, which is SAP C4C. I'm not IT. I'm more of a liaison between the business and IT, though.
And good morning, everybody. Rory Monahan, longtime utility veteran with Accenture. From a global standpoint, serve overall looking after technology, but importantly from a Dominion Energy standpoint was the overall delivery lead for this very large implementation. So look forward to getting into it.
Thank you. Rory and I were chatting actually backstage, and we've known each other for a long time. I think, Rory, it's important as we talk about, this whole transformation journey with Dominion, take us back to the beginning, where it all started. I still remember we met at Dominion Energy's old building before it was torn down.
That's right.
And we were probably in the 27th floor, and we met in the summer then. So please.
No, that's right. And it started with you and me sitting down.
That's right.
And I think reflecting on it and thinking about what are some of the learnings, what are some of the things that worked really well, helped us to be successful. It started with the beginning and actually that upfront alignment and not just on the timeline and milestones and some of those types of things, but having worked together multiple times in the past, it's about some of the methodology. What are we calling some of the different deliverables? What does that look like? So that upfront alignment, really, really important in terms of, again, driving ultimately the outcome that we were looking for. I think if I were to then highlight, just a couple of other quick items, thinking back to, what ultimately made us successful. The other thing that I think is important is understanding how SEW actually works fundamentally and how we had to sequence some of the different elements, right, in terms of dependencies. And, just like with an SAP, for example, where you got to start with the master data, move on from there, similar type of thing, right? So we packaged up, delivered in a very deliberate way to then, move forward from there. So a couple of elements just to, help drive ultimately the outcomes we were looking for.
Yeah, and we started in 2020. We had a goal to go live in April of 23. We held steadfast to that. We kind of leaned on that 80-20 rule where, we want to get the big things right, keep the scope tight. And I think we were able to meet that goal. We were able to deliver a solid foundation and kind of move on now to where we're utilizing the tools and building on that foundation that was so hard to put down.
No, that's so true. And actually, when I sit in the grandstand and look at that journey, it's kind of appropriate. We are at the WE3 conference, and here this is a great example of WE3, right? We have amazing SI. We have a great utility who has a vision, and we as a platform company, we were actually able to come together. To me, it was really an amazing start to the whole experience, embarking on that transformation journey. With that, Adam, where are we now? Obviously, you've been live for some time now.
Yeah, we've been live for about 18 months now. It is a very exciting place to be, I'll tell you that. For the longest time, we were limited to the technology, right? We had all these grand ideas, but it was just such a big lift when we were relying on our legacy mainframe system. And so now that we've got the tools in place, we've really been able to take that next step. You know, for the longest time after go live, we were focused on the functionality. You know, are we able to deliver these hundreds of thousands of e-bills every month? Are we able to do a start service online? And now we're kind of taking the next step of using the tools that we've got. A big thing that we were able to do recently was we've got Virginia and we've also got South Carolina. And we wanted to align our e-bill. And so we were able to use the tools that we have with SEW to just get in there with a small team. We didn't have to rely on consultants to spin up a big project, to go through a requirements phase. We used the tools we had. We had an HTML expert who was able to do some mock-ups, change the e-bill, and over a couple weeks, you know, we were able to implement a brand new e-bill look and feel. We're doing the same thing for usage alerts early next year, and I'm just really excited that we're no longer being driven for our releases by defects and issues that we've got to fix. We're really focused now on the deliverables that are going to make a big impact on the customers.
Rory, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exactly as you say, right? It's about establishing that foundation for the future, and you know, through some of the platform capability, the easy extensibility of some of that, all of a sudden things that otherwise wouldn't have even been possible, let alone practical, become easy to do, and I think we've seen a number of good examples of that. So I do think it's important, you know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, Deepak yesterday, right, when he had his slide up there, one slide really caught my attention. He had that build versus buy, right? This whole journey. And Adam, when we met in Richmond earlier this year, when you talked about that e-bill story, I think that's a great example where you're able to have an idea and you're able to demonstrate ability to save costs, improve operations. You're able to leverage the platform and just go do it. Right? Versus having to spin up a whole new initiative. To me, it was very profound. For the benefit of the audience, either one of you, if you can share some stats around some of the outcomes from the transformation, right? Because I think it's important for us to understand these are very complex journeys, right? And it's a leap of faith. And when we embark on this journey, usually we face many challenges. There may be thousands of use cases, many applications rationalized. Adam, if you'd be so kind as to share some details.
Sure, yeah. I think in the last panel, the gentleman brought up the F1 analogy, right? It reminds me of like crawl, walk, run. And, when we kicked off the project in 2020, we had a 26-year-old mainframe system. We had to integrate with 80 different other applications. We leaned on around 700 different resources that were committed to the project for the whole tenure. And across 6 different countries. A global pandemic happened right in the middle of the project, so we were fully remote until I believe the test phase, so I met a lot of our partners in person after we'd been staring at each other on a screen for almost a year and a half. So it was just a tremendous effort to get this thing going.
No, and I think building on that, start to go live 27 months, despite the global pandemic. And so as we think about, these big customer transformations and reinvention and what that means, what that looks like, to your point, Harish, the platform ability there and capability is a big part of what allows us to, compress some of that schedule, deliver with predictability and the outcomes that we're looking for, and our ability to commit to those outcomes, right? Because, again, ultimately, it's about the operations and it's about the business, right?
Absolutely.
No, it's amazing. I was actually amazed by the fact that we as an industry, right, and we've traditionally been in-person, on-site model as an industry. But Dominion, you were actually able to empower the entire team, right? Because we had to learn on the fly, because as the pandemic kicked in and we went to remote work, then the call center training, the OCM, I mean, just so many lessons learned, if you will, that everybody can learn from. And how do we pivot? How do we be agile, to your point, Rory, and still be able to drive to a common outcome? Absolutely. And even the go live, I think the whole ceremony of leading to the go live was also pretty impressive as well. Yeah.
Well, it's like we always like to say, we want go lives to be boring.
Exactly.
Incredibly boring, because we've done it multiple times over through rehearsals, through otherwise, and that's where we got to. So no, truly a great story, and I really point to a lot of the people. I think Dominion Energy from the beginning, thoughtful approach, got the right team involved, and then that team then transitioned and is the heart of the operation today, right?
Sure.
So again, just an important foundational element to a big program like this.
Absolutely. The people were the most important part of the whole project, I think.
That's great. So where do we go from here, right? Now that you have built a great foundation, right? What are your immediate near-term priorities and also maybe a peek at the future as well?
Yeah, so when I think about what's next, my colleague Paige Nunn is here, and her team is really focused on gathering as much data they can from every tool possible, right? We're looking at everything we can get out of SAP. We're using Google Analytics, Microsoft Clarity, all sorts of different tools where we can gather data and really understand the customer journey and then build our enhancements from there. I talked about earlier, we've got the functionality built. We can send as many emails as we could possibly want, right? And we know that's working. But now it's like, let's be more considerate of like the customer journey and think through what emails we want to send, what information do our customers need to continue along this path. And that's just a really big focus for us, is that as much data as we can get.
That's great. And also, I know, payments as well tends to be a point of friction as well. And I think one of the nice things that Dominion is looking at is also all of the additional new payment methods as well, right? And anything to reduce friction is also top of mind, and again, leveraging the SCW platform that I think I'm looking forward to that collaboration as well.
Yeah, and when we look out at 2025, we're focused on what we're calling moments that matter. Those are the most important journeys for customers, and we want to get those right. And it starts with start service, our response to outages, make a payment. Those big journeys are the ones where we want to be the best at. So we're doing some similar to that. Crawl, walk, run. We've got some things we're putting in late this year. We're adding Apple Pay and Google Pay. We're going to send some additional emails along the start service journey. And then, we're going to start looking towards the future of maybe how we can implement AI or how we can utilize chat.
That's right.
And I think, the other thing that now becomes possible, if not practical, becomes the ways of working, right? I mean, that's the other thing that we're working on is, how do we move into more agile ways to, again, enable things more quickly and with higher degrees of predictability. So, I think that's an important piece as well. There's the product side, but then also the other benefits that come along with that from a delivery standpoint. So, again, number of new things, and it's exciting times.
It's very exciting, yeah.
No, absolutely. No, just been an amazing journey. Adam, also, if you can just elaborate on any type of business transformation that's occurred as a result of this platform, right? Because the whole way of doing business has essentially changed, right? Be it customer service, be it also deflecting folks to digital channels.
Yeah, right? I think that's a big focus for us now is really a drive to digital and digital containment, and that foundation is there. So now what can we do to really push customers towards digital? We've started doing some very simple things where we're targeting callers. So when customers call to report to generate a service order, they're getting an email that sends them right to self-service so that they can register. We've seen like a 60% success rate of customers that register within 48 hours after receiving that email with a push to go online. We're doing a similar concept with customers who call to report outages. They just are going to get an email that says, thanks for reporting outage, go here to check the status online. Like, there's these little things that we can do now that we've got this foundation built to really drive customers to digital.
Fantastic. Rory, anything from a SI point of view?
From my view, I think, again, reflecting on it, it's important to have a lot of fun along the way and to keep things interesting. I've got my customer core socks.
Oh, man, I didn't wear mine. I should have.
Here going today.
Yeah.
So I think having an identity for the program, making sure that you again, focus on the things that matter, but have some fun along the way. Be deliberate and intentional about that. I think is just an important element. And Adam's a great example of that. A lot of fun. But Harish, again, you and I there the whole way along. Always great to see you. So again, thank you for the opportunity to talk here this morning.
Thank you both. And really, to me, if we just had to summarize this whole journey, right? It's all about, achieving that digital containment that you talked about, driving that deflection of any self-service tasks to digital channels, lowering the cost to serve, and improving customer satisfaction, right? So that you provide a consistent customer-centric experience, right? So really, thank you again, Adam and Rory, for this conversation. Look forward to many more adventures in the future.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thanks, guys, for that. I think have more fun with boring go lives. That's our mantra. So we're going to take a short break now. So the next panel is going to start just after 10 o'clock. So if you want to go and get some refreshments and a coffee, try and be back in the room around 10-ish or just after, if that's okay. Thanks very much.
Well, everybody, we hope you enjoyed your break. We're going to ask you to join us back in the ballroom. Our program will be starting here shortly, so once again, kindly join us in the ballroom as our program will be starting momentarily. Thank you. Once again, everybody, we hope you enjoyed your break, but we are going to be starting our general session and panels here in just a couple of moments. Kindly join us on the ballroom if you will. We're about ready to get started. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, folks, we're ready to get going on the next panel. It's an absolute privilege. We have a really international panel here with some really exciting guests from all over the world. So without further delay, let me introduce the panel onto the stage. So the topic of this panel is a really broad one because we've got a really interesting representation here. So we thought the topic would be useful to explore the idea of how we've leveraged partnerships, how we've created strategic programs, how we've adopted, developed, embraced digital products, and how our strategies have been shaped by the adoption of platform technology, which has been a theme of this. At the opening yesterday, we talked a little bit about the 4Ds. We talked about decarbonization, we talked about decentralization, and we talked about digitalization, of course. And those topics have been covered quite strongly, but with this group as well, we can start to explore a little bit about deregulation and about the progress that can be made when you've got the regulator or the government or the policymakers on your side, or when you've got necessity that is driving progress. So we can talk a little bit about deregulation. I think because I've got Michael on the stage, I might stretch a little bit into water as well. You know, we've been heavily focused on energy, but actually one element of the WE3, the we part, it is about we being together, but actually it's also about the water energy nexus, and it's about how we might drive convergence. So I'm giving Michael a little bit of early warning here. I might ask you a little bit about how you see convergence around energy from waste and circular economy. So, you know, I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. But I think there's a fifth D. I think we've seen the emergence of a fifth D, and I might describe that as democratization, which is one where customers have a choice. Now, in some deregulated markets, retail markets, customers already have a choice. But actually, when we empower customers to make good choices, that's a theme with the engage, educate, empower. So, you know, a big theme of the segment of one and empowerment is we're giving the option for customers to make good choices. Choices about where they get their energy from, choices about how they behave in terms of their usage of energy. So we're just stretching into that 50, which I think is quite an interesting one. So let me maybe start with Michael. I think you've got such a long background in this sector. You've been around energy as well as around water. I'm quite interested in what you see on the horizon. What do you see in this 3 to 5 year horizon? What do you think are the next big set of things that are coming along that will be impacted by AI, impacted by other drivers that we're focused with? And, you know, let's try and breathe in a little bit of water into the discussion too. Yeah, can you switch microphone?
There it is. Yeah, it's really interesting to think about. I want to talk about a few different things here as far as what we're seeing as far as the adoption and the people component of it. But I want to start off by talking a little bit about a meeting I was in earlier this year where we had an AI futurist in the meeting with us. And he was talking about the progression that he was seeing in the marketplace and kind of how things were moving along and how people were actually leveraging AI. And there's the stuff that everybody here has heard over the last couple days talking about how people are actually leveraging it for things like chatbots and really trying to be more intelligent about how we're driving efficiency in their organization. And the interesting thing about what he said in that meeting that I was in was he had made a bunch of predictions 5 years ago about how things were going to progress as the capacity got larger, as the capabilities kind of continued to get further along. And he had put bogeys out there as far as the time frames of when these things would happen. He had some things happening 10 years out, 7 years out, 5 years out. When he was sitting in front of us, he said all of those things have already happened. And he goes, it's only been 3 years. And so the thing that I think of is the acceleration that keeps taking place with the whole construct of what's going to be possible here and how we're going to go through the process of thinking about how we actually receive that. I actually think the biggest inhibitor to AI and the adoption of AI and what's possible is really going to be the actual people that are involved and our capacity to be able to actually receive all this change that's going to take place because of AI. And so while I believe there's a ton of promise and I think there's a lot of great things that can come over the next number of years, especially in our industry, as far as how we leverage it to handle and do work. We were talking a lot before this panel about just the things that are happening in the marketplace and the challenges that we see as far as getting transformers, the right materials to be able to really build out a much more resilient and distributed grid. And when you think about the abilities that AI is going to, and the capabilities that AI is going to allow us to be able to do these things much more efficiently and intelligently, it's fantastic. But, it wants me to hold the mic closer to my mouth. It's telling me that there. But I also think the challenge is going to be getting people to think differently about how they actually get work done. And so for me, I think a lot of the things that we need to work on is just how we actually approach the actual receiving of all this change and how it's going to take place. So there's tons of opportunity. There's tons of challenges, obviously, technically, but I think the biggest challenge and the biggest opportunity is how do we work from a people perspective to set ourselves up to be able to receive all this change and take advantage of these things, but also do it in a very intelligent, ethical, and honest way so we can move forward and actually have it be a benefit to people and to society and not be, this, I was watching something earlier this week where I think it was Elon Musk and Sam Altman were talking about, the AI literally within the span of the next 5 to 7 years is going to have this capability to almost do anything that we can do without our involvement. That doesn't sound like a very promising future to me. I think it's going to be incumbent upon us to think about how we actually make sure that we're setting things up to have it be a really net benefit for people and what it is that we want to do to really derive, meaningful outcomes for our customers, for our employees, and for everybody involved in what it is that comes next. Not sure if I answered your question, but this is what was top of mind for me.
So I'm going to come back to the water thing in a moment, but the thing I really picked up there was this acceleration, this product development, this rate of change. And the futurists saying, you see all these things on the horizon, but actually they're already here. And I'm just before we lose the thread of what you said here, what do you think is really driving that acceleration? Is it customers saying, I want? Is it regulators saying you should? Is it the technologists saying, here's something cool? Or is it necessity around sustainability, the environment, or perhaps it's all of it? I don't know. But I'm interested in what you think is driving that acceleration and whether it's one thing or a mix of things, or what's your sense
Well,
there?
I certainly don't think it's the regulators.
It's what, sorry?
I said I certainly don't think it's the regulators driving that change at speed. I do think it's actually both the technology itself and how quickly it's evolving and that acceleration of that evolution. You think about Moore's Law and you apply that to AI and you can see it happening and the exponential growth and capabilities are just happening faster and faster and faster. But I do think that the other aspect of it is people's want, right? And part of it comes out of necessity, right? Everybody doesn't want to be left behind. And so they're looking at what it is that they can leverage AI for in both their personal lives and in their jobs specifically, but then how that gets industrialized throughout all the work that it is that we do in the business processes, and you look at it more from an enterprise level and how it's going to impact how actual all work gets done. I think it's really those two. I think it's that convergence of people's want and feeling like they need to, and then just how quickly the technology itself is evolving. And for me, like I said, I think it really is, it's incumbent upon all of us here in this room today to make sure that we're being super thoughtful about how we're developing and how we're delivering, and making sure that we just are doing it through a very thoughtful, ethical lens of delivering value that creates goodness for people and doesn't replace people.
No, I like that because you know, it is a kind of mix of things, and I think our expectations as people, you know, they've been set by retailers, they've been set by the finance sector, you know, and our expectations of our utilities are right up there, and you know, to some extent, you think they're playing catch up, but actually, I think, and we're going to hear from Olga in a moment, where we can see what the pace of change is like when you're faced with necessity and adversity, and the barriers are removed, and the way that you bring society along with you. So we'll just hold that for a moment. Thanks, Mike. I still hold you to the water question. I might come back to you in a moment on that one. I'm going to shift to Albert now, if I may. Albert, welcome from Uganda.
Yeah, that's
you've
right.
come a long way to be here, so I'm really grateful. We're all really grateful that you've made that journey. Uganda's going through a lot of regulatory change. The structure of the sector in Uganda, you work for the generating company, but actually you're very integrated to what the government and the policymakers are doing. Could you maybe introduce yourself, introduce your company, and then talk a little bit about what that journey is like for you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, George. Glad to be here in sunny California. It's a long journey here. I mean, it takes me about 18 hours to get here or thereabout, but I always love it being out here. And I'm particularly fascinated by the objectives of these sessions that SCW has started, because back home, our biggest source of energy is water. So we often call it the water to wire story. So, you know, listening to the discussions that have been going around over the past days and the past sessions, I mean, for me, triggers a lot of ideas and, you know, lessons that we can take back home to be able to improve. Our company is a generating entity that was previously unbundled from one big outfit a couple of years back to try and, you know, drive efficiencies such that with the unbundling, we could be able to separate the system operator to run independently from the generating and distribution service operator. And I think over the last couple of years, that has worked out perfectly fine. The point we're at now is more or less a transitional phase when it comes to regulation, because everything starts with generation. You know, if you generate, you need first of all to be able to meet the demand, which is one of the issues that we're struggling with, because the energy demand grows by the day, and we need to stay on top of the curve. So that calls for a lot of planning. And, you know, when you talk about partnerships, products, and all these other things that need to come together to solve this puzzle, digitalization also really comes to the forefront, because to be able to plan appropriately to meet the growing demand for energy is very, very vital. And when you bring in the aspect of deregulation, it then allows us to be able to explore as many opportunities as possible. You know, of course, working alongside certain frameworks, certain national policies. The company I work for, the Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, is a state-owned company. So certainly there is still an element of socio-economic transformation of the citizens in the country. So it's a big responsibility, I must say. And I think, you know, having the right strategies, especially when it comes to adoption of digital technologies, platforms like AI, and how these can help us, you know, fast track the electrification and whole energification agenda. It becomes very, very central.
Thank you, Albert. I think I'm curious about what the expectations of your consumers are in Uganda. Where are they in the journey of expectations with regard to digitalization, with regard to resilience, with regard to how they engage with the various utilities? Just give us a sense of what it's like to be a consumer. So even though you're working for the generating company and you're part of all of that government reform, tell me what it's like to be a consumer and what your expectations are.
Of course, the starting point is always about the costs of the cost of the electricity, the cost of the energy. The consumer is always concerned about how much they're going to pay. Unlike in most of the other areas, you know, where consumers where the prices of energy keep changing, perhaps depending on the time of the day, In Uganda, it's a little different. You have one tariff that applies across. So it's always a pain point for the consumer. And as the generating entity, from a generator's perspective, we then have to be able to apply a number of efficiencies to ensure that our operations are run efficiently such that we can try and manage the tariffs. Of course, beyond that, there's the convenience that the consumer expects to be able to pay for the energy, to be able to report complaints in case of outages, and things of that sort. And one of the good initiatives I've seen back home is, enabling the consumers to pay off their mobile phones, a solution that, we call mobile money, where the money is sat on the phone and the banks have partnered with the telcos to be able to deliver this digital platform that then allows the consumer to, pay for their energy on the go. So it's a model, I think, that has worked quite well, and it has brought convenience to the table of consumers, and especially when the regulation changed to prepayments, because that's the model that we use. You prepay for your energy before you even consume it. So being able to have that convenience to pay for it has been, I think, a game changer for us.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to go to you now, Jeff. You represent Southern Company. It's a huge company across Southeast US. You've got a whole mix of different activities going on through generation, right through the value chain. Perhaps you could share your perspective on what are the major strides that you've been making across that portfolio of companies, and what do you see as being the sort of next big steps here around strategic programs, partnerships, adoption of products and technologies and platforms and those kind of things?
Sure, yeah. And thank you for allowing us to be part of the conversation today. So Southern Company is experiencing unprecedented load growth. And a lot of it is, well, it's almost entirely attributed to AI and electrification. We're looking at, just in Georgia Power, which is the largest of the Southern companies, 6,600 megawatts of growth in the next 5 years. So to put that in perspective, I've heard it phrased two ways, and both make me gasp equally. It's the equivalent of 40 years of load growth in 5 years. And then the other one that's equally as shocking is it's a capacity growth that's equal to the previous 130 years. So, and having to be able to serve that in a time period which it is, Kevin and I were talking before we stepped up here about how hard it is to get transformers and how hard it is to get infrastructure right now. It's really forcing us to look at programs in a different way. Where energy efficiency is still important, it's no longer nearly as important as programs that help control capacity, help shift demand into periods that you have those critical needs. And that's where partnerships become extremely important. It's no longer a thing where you can just pick up a phone and send a pager signal to a bunch of large industrial customers. You have to be able to work with somebody that can meet that need across multiple customer types, commercial, industrial, and residential, and make it, as we've heard from earlier conversations, seamless and not in a manner that customers don't want to receive it. And so as we look at how we move into this next phase of meeting customer expectations, it is a heavy focus on capacity benefits, demand shifting, and being able to do it in a very narrow time frame.
No, that's great. I was interested what you just said, and I was thinking about what Michael said a few moments ago about the acceleration of tools, technologies, digitalization, et cetera, and the way in which things are becoming available much quicker than we anticipated. The rate of growth that you described for Southern Company, driven by all the things that you mentioned, that rate of growth is creating that necessity to scale, to change, to adopt, to change the paradigm or the operating models through which you operate. And I'm really interested in those two things, and it's a bit like a chicken and egg situation. Do you develop the accelerated tools in order to enable growth, or does growth drive the necessity to develop those tools and those capabilities? And I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's a really interesting perspective. What is your sense on what is driving your digitalization? Is it the demand for growth, or is the demand for growth driving a change in the way that you operate? Well, how are you balancing those things?
I think it's both. The worst answer ever, but I think it's both. You know, it is the need for answers, the need for services. Chima, mentioned up here earlier, is customer expectations change either generationally or because of access to more information, their expectations of timing change. And that drives that need for digitization. But at the same time, digitization is what's giving us the ability to meet some of these goals that we never would have known how to do in such a short time frame. I mean, as scary as that speed of load growth is, the comforting part is the speed of services that are being developed help get you there at the same time.
That's fantastic. And very quickly, what role is a regulator playing in this conversation for you?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What role are the regulators playing in, either enabling or disenabling progress here?
So there's 3 electric operating companies within Southern Company, Alabama Power, Mississippi Power, and Georgia Power, and then a variety of gas companies. I'll focus on the Southeast right now. All 3 of those states, even though they all talk to each other, even though their borders all are shared and even all their accents sound like mine, they're all 3 regulated in extremely different manners. Georgia is I will say from their, our interaction with that regulatory body is they're very helpful in understanding of what the needs are, and allowing us to do what we need to do to meet customer needs, but they do stay very focused on the cost to customers that entails. And Mississippi Power has got a brand new commission, so we're still trying to figure out what that relationship is going to be. And Alabama Power has got a commission that's been in place for quite a time, and they have an extremely strong relationship with the utility, and they work really well together too. So the short of it is they understand the need, they understand the importance of it, and they understand the speed that it's coming, but they also stay very focused on cost impacts to customers.
No, thanks for that. Okay, Olga, I'm going to turn to you now, if I may. First of all, can I just say it's a privilege that you're here. It's a 48-hour journey from Kiev, and we're very grateful that you made that journey. We've all got a perception of what life must be like in Kiev. I think you're about to change that perception. We may have a sense of you being a victim of circumstance, but actually you're a pioneer in the digital space, and I want you to share that story, introduce yourself, introduce the progressive nature of digital Ukraine, the support you get from government, and the way your company and your team are responding to those needs. So welcome.
Thank you, George. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here. What you don't know about Ukraine is that Ukraine is a very digital country, and the government policy that we have right now was started on 2019 with a very great project that is called Country in Smartphone, where all interactions of citizens with the government are happening in your smartphone, just in one app. Basically, 72 services are now digitalized, so you don't need to go anywhere to get any service of government that you need. Interesting fact that in October, we won an award for innovative service from Time magazine as the best inventions of the year for online marriage. Basically, you can make a proposal in your smartphone to your partner, and if a partner says yes, you are married in 30 minutes, just 30 minutes. You cannot get a divorce for now, but I guess they will make this happen in the future. So what government is doing is basically thinking about business as well, because together with the government, all the business spheres are digitalizing with a space speed. We have even all finance sector is almost completely digitalized. We have banks that don't have even offline stores. They don't need it. So sitting on your couch together with a government service and banking service, you can open your legal entity, open your credit line. You don't need to have a plastic card. You can everything in your smartphone. Together with that, all the documents, personal documents and legal entity documents are digitalized, and legally they are as legal as your paper documents, so you don't need them anymore. So this all started just before the 2022. As you know, on the February 24th, the war started. Basically, the level of digitalization that we had for now were very useful for us, because a lot of people lost their homes, a lot of people lost their documents, but still they have all of them in their smartphone. You know, we are talking about decentralization, digitalization, deregulation, but these terms gains their meaning when your system goes through the real life crash test. Because when you understand that your centralized energy system depends on one each other and the enemy target to destroy it, the most thing that you need to do is decentralize that. The war against all odds became the great stimulator for digitalization for all spheres in our life. This is a huge demand from our society to have all services be digital. If you don't have your digital app, your digital service, you don't have customers, because they don't want to go anywhere. They used to sit in their phones and receive all service you need. This all also makes us as a utility to go together with that. We are an energy retailer, and we understand that we need to meet the society needs to be digital. So, and with the help of the government, that also developed like a government ID service with the open APIs and banks ID services. Again, with open APIs, you can integrate this to identify your customer. So basically, a customer can go, for example, to postal service, and postal service, by scanning your app, can identify your personality and give you your parcel. This like integrated in all spheres of our business. Because of that, we managed to make some innovative platforms, and we were the first in Ukraine who made an onboarding platform for small and medium business. That is, before that, our business customers, poor customers, need to gather 60 documents, different documents, and go to our offline store to gain the energy retailer contract. Our platform, with the integration of government services, allows our customer to gain energy contract just in 5 minutes and several clicks. We are going to develop this platform and make our customers gain our services as well as government services that they receive from our government app. And one more thing that we are meeting the challenges that our environment gives us is that our IT team reacting immediately to all situations that we face. For example, when on October 10th, the first targeted missile shelling in our energy system started, everyone goes to blackout. We are, as an energy retailer that communicated with customer, needs to gain the social responsibility of informing our customers of the situation of there is going. So our IT team developed like a great notification center when we, together with the government and government distribution system, we are informed our customers of what is going here, what is going on, why do I have or don't have electricity, and it goes like I'm entering my address to our app and I see what is happening around in the perspective of outrages. This notification center now is used for good things to inform customers about everything we want, but it works so agile and we are working so fast. So we are going to fully digital in the recent years, I guess, not just with a utility. Of course, we have customers, not most of them, but still they like to go to our offline stores. They go to offline stores 2 times per month just to give us their meter readings, to pay their invoices. And this category of customers, we call this like invoice parties or meter reading parties, when friends meet once a month. And we faced that problem during COVID, where they just sitting near our doors, waiting to their friends, just wanting to meet them. But still, we are working on the digitalization, and this is like, we have no right to be not aligned with all services around the person. And utilities go digital, as well as all the spheres in Ukraine that still can be digitalized, and I guess all of them. You can just go from the metro station, see the woman that sells flowers, you can switch her money in your smartphone, and you can be completely cashless. For example, as for me, I've been completely cashless. This was a very curious situation when I came to China with my Visa card, with no cash at all. So this was very interesting because I've got used to that. Everything you can pay with your smartphone, and you can do everything with your smartphone.
It's a really inspiring story, or a really inspiring circumstance that the country has responded in the way that it has. But what I find particularly inspiring is you were on that journey before the things that we know about, and the benefits that you got by having your customers engaged, by having the ability to provide them with insights and education, and then giving them empowerment to know that a blackout's coming, charge your device, know that things are going to happen with your service resilience. You're talking about some really advanced ways of operating that I think we can learn from all around the world. And there are lots of experienced people in this room that have worked in lots of different countries. But I truly haven't seen such a great example of joined-up thinking, joined-up digitalization, joined-up government, joined-up regulation. Let me ask you a quick question about opening up new markets. When we spoke the other day, you talked about, Yasno is not just about Ukraine. It's about when the markets open up across Europe, you're going to be right there, and you're going to be right at the forefront of being competitive in those markets. Tell me a little bit about that future journey for you.
We are now at a regulated market for residential customers, but we understand that soon the market will be open, so we have to be ready to meet the customer demands, basically demand for digitalization and everything in one smartphone. So our strategy is to digitalize the rest of the services, to make all our customers go online, because this is like how society feels, Ukrainian society basically. At the meantime, digitalization and the thing that we started it before the war helped a lot us during the war, because when the chaos started, no one knows what to do, but the level of digitalization helped us to be aware of what is happening here. So that is why it was like a controlled situation for everyone, because the government not only does the apps for digital services, we also have apps for air raid sirens. We have a digital air defense system when every citizen can just take the app, and if you see something flying, you make a photo, and our military immediately receives this photo. So this is like make a digital air defense system first in the world, I guess. The same is about drones. Sorry, I'm constantly going to like situation in our country. As for Yasno, yes, we are going to digitalize all the services. We have very interesting, unique services for utilities in Ukraine and in Europe, as far as I see. We have a loyalty program. We encourage people to pay online. This was also the production of the war when people left the country. People didn't pay for electricity, but this is our crucial KPI to receive money on time. So loyalty program is one of the program. It is all about the partnerships, because we have more than 50 biggest brands in Ukraine as partners that give us like promo codes that you can buy for your bonuses that you received for online payment. So this works very great, and people like it because it's not usual for utility services. When the markets are open, I guess we are far behind the utility sector with our digitalization. I guess we will be something new for people. We hope that people will like it. So you don't have to interact or go to your energy provider. One of the things that we develop is the IoT services. So we're selling smart meters with GSM modules that are fully digital and fully automatic in their meter readings. So this basically, if you have this meter, your meter readings goes automatically to DSO. We have an auto payment in our system, so you don't have to deal with energy retailer at all. But still, we are going green. We are going to solar business. This is also the demand of our society right now. So we developing like add-on products besides electricity and gas that we have. This is like a solar business. I hope that I will have a time to and opportunity to develop a wind business, because alternative energy became crucial, as well as everything that we're talking about. All people are looking through green energy, through solar panels. They want to have electricity. They want to be independent. A lot of businesses are going and looking for energy efficiency. They taking all their consumption, analyze it, and want to reduce it, because this is not only about to make their bill less. This is also about the what you say about joining efforts, because everyone is conscious about the situation in energy systems. So we, energy operators, and we asking people not to switch on a very energy non-efficient presuming equipment that they have. So everyone is looking not only to reduce their cost or become energy efficient. And unfortunately, solar energy in Ukraine now is boosted not by the desire to be green, but actually to have an energy here. So we are developing, as Jasno, add-on products, a lot of products that will help us to live together with our customers, so to say. So we are not only providing electricity, we're also providing everything they need. And the most interesting part was when the energy destruction started, we were the first to teach people to save energy. This is our money. We understand that this is our money, but we are very conscious, a social responsibility to teach people how to save energy in order for all of us to go through the situation together.
Thank you so much. Kevin, I'm going to move to you now. Europe is a very complex market. E.ON is a huge organization. You've got a whole set of changes that have already happened in terms of regulated markets, opening up, unbundling, all those kind of things. I'd be really interested if you tell me a little bit, or you share a little bit about the E.ON organization and the changes you're going through. But you represent also a particular innovation area of E.ON, and I'm really keen that you get to talk about that, and also about some of the natural language stuff, which was a theme from yesterday. So over to you. We'll grab a little bit more time. I hope you don't mind, Sarah. We'll grab a little bit more time.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to SEW to inviting me here. It's a pleasure. Nice networking event with a lot of nice people here. Yeah, it fits that I'm speaking after Ukraine, because this European crisis with Russia is a big influence on the European energy market, and especially also in Germany. I don't know if you know the crazy things our government decided. So we go in parallel out of nuclear and coal. These were responsible for 80% of our energy production. So we will focus totally on renewable and into electrification, right? And I want to start with this story a little bit focused on Germany, because there are a lot of governmental rules where we go into the energy transition. And this is a deep, deep impact on our organization. I will give you some KPIs only on the grid side. We have to triple or double in some areas our substations to come really in the electrification area. This means for a business, place a transformer for 50 or 70 years, they are under massive changes, and we are not able to handle it, and there's digitalization coming without digitalization. We have 30 times more connection requests per year than 5 years before. PV, charging stations, heat pumps, and so on. You cannot believe it. And we have to handle it with the same stuff of people. So there's one solution I want to point out. So we are largest energy supplier in Europe and largest DSO also, active in 16 countries. And we try with our organization, founded 2 years ago, to focus on digital and AI solutions. And we try to build, partner, or invest in scale-ups which help us with our problems, and we are also able to help our customer problems. And my customers, mainly also here, utilities worldwide, and we are in similar situations. But the main challenge we have now, we have to digitalize our grids. So we bought a company from University of Aachen 6 years ago, around this. And they were one of the stars of this engineering university from an electrical point of view to build for all our countries a digital twin of the grid. And this is a big advantage now because we can do connection requests on our home pages in real time. And if you think how it was before, normally it was a large email or telephone process where some people wants to place 1 megawatt PV free field system to our grid. It was a 2-month process in a negotiation with our planning department. Now we do it in real time. And this company called Envelio started US business some weeks ago. We decided also to grow here, and we started with the first deals also in US. And if you think about also AI from the grid point of view, in the past, especially in Germany, we were really blind on the low voltage side. And now there's a governmental program that we have to digitalize also the low voltage side. This means that we will get from many feeders out of one substations extremely milliseconds data. So it's like not a data sea, it's a data ocean. Yeah, we are here also directly at the ocean. And a human is not able to handle it anymore. I'm selling this solution, also IoT hardware to retrofit all some transformer stations. And if I talk to the operators of the utilities, they tell me, okay, I have 3 people in the operation center, and now I get millions minutes of data, I'm not able to handle it. And therefore, and we are developing it now, AI is really a chance to learn more about the systems, and also necessary. It's really like this. And if we go on the customer side, it's also a practical example I want to share. We built up now in the last 6 months the largest AI customer service voice solution together with clients and also with our organization, where we give the customer the experience to talk to a digital agent like to a human. We are handling more than 20 million calls a year now over the system. And for example, we started with our retailer, E.ON Energie Deutschland, largest in Europe, with 8 million calls per year in the call center. And we full automated with a digital agent with an amazing experience, 2 million calls totally, with writing in the back ends, with sending out letters, totally digital. And it is not because it makes fun. Of course it makes fun because it's really amazing experience if you talk to a digital agent like a human. But we had these challenges in the call centers from a regulation point of view, many changes, new laws, raising calls, we're losing people because it's boring work to sit the whole day in front of metadata or payment changes and put it in SAP. So really big challenge. But now we solve these challenges and this problem, and it's growing a lot. I presented it on some stages in Germany, and my pipeline is full with hundreds of utilities. They want to also try to use this technology. And the advantage we give in a system like this, with now a customer base of 25 million calls, we train the AI intelligence. And this is a way we can offer then prepared use cases because they are really similar all over the world. And that's the reason we're growing with technology. And it's not AI in the future, it's really there. It will help us. And my prognosis is in the beginning of next year, we will start with the first cases. Latest end of next year, it's no cost center anymore, it will be a profit center because we will sell over the digital agent. For example, if we will get meter reading from an electrical meter over the digital agent and we write it in the back end, SAP, Salesforce, whatever, then we see that there's no gas contract in place. And the voice bot is able directly to offer the customer called about the meter reading, electricity, is able directly to offer a gas contract. So we will make sales out of it, and that's really amazing. Another example, we sent out 2 million new invoices with price racings, and we got 10% calls back in our call center, and we tried to put the bot in front of it, and we gave the bots the same FAQs as we gave the call center agents, and more than 30% of this call volume were fully digital, managed by the digital agent. And this is massive. It means in parallel, more than 200 people in this peak time in our call center. We saved money a lot, and we also asked the clients if they were feel good with this consultancy of the digital agent, and they agreed on it. So that was a situation we measured. And yeah, like we see in all those challenges we have all over the world, digitalization and AI is key. That's my point of view.
Thanks very much, Kevin. It's really inspiring to see an organization the size and scale of E.ON actually being so agile, being so innovative, really driving change and progress. So thanks very much. We're well out of time. I'll be in a lot of trouble, but thank you so much, all of you. It's been a very broad conversation, but I think we've got perspectives from a whole different set of directions and that, and I'm really grateful. So if everybody could just show their appreciation for this group, and we'll finish there.
Thank you.
How you doing? You're up next. Great job earlier. You're grabbing him.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, cool.
See.
Wow. That was an amazing panel, right? And just so inspiring, Olga's story and just getting here, just truly inspiring. We're on to our next session, and I would like to introduce my friend, Bala, to come on stage, and Bala will basically talk about the intelligent connected utility and as well as grid evolution as well. Bala, on to you, sir.
Thanks, Harish. Before I get started, I'd like to welcome two people on the panel. That is going to be a conversation for 15 minutes. So pleased to welcome Andy Karaboutis and Steve Warner, who will join me in a conversation on the topic that Harish just talked about. So, we've been hearing about a significant amount of growth in demand. We all saw that all through last day. I heard from Southern Company yesterday about the massive spike in demand through electrification. There's a new D that George introduced about democratization. So we've been hearing all of this. So we are hoping in this conversation to cover a little bit about what that means to the grid and what's the potential future of the grid. So I'll start with perhaps asking Andy and Steve to introduce. So Steve, why don't you probably just introduce yourself to the audience before? I think you will do tremendous justice to that.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Happy to be here. I spent a career in utilities in some of the kind of roles that many of you are in. I grew up kind of in the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company and ended up as the President and Chief Operating Officer of that company. Spent a total of 31 years in a lot of different roles. And I was recruited to lead National Grid New England and help that company through the sale of the Rhode Island business and establishing the leadership team for Massachusetts. Earlier this year, I started my own consulting thing, and now I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for a national engineering firm that does civil, environmental, mechanical, and electrical services to water, wastewater, utilities, roads and bridges, you name it, any kind of big infrastructure project in the U.S. But I also serve on boards for 3 private equity investments that have been made across the nuclear industry, a safety-related role, and an IT consulting role. So I have the background and understanding, but now the benefit of this board viewpoint on what's going on in the industry.
Super excited about that, Steve. And that's what I'm hoping to really draw from this kind of diverse experience that you both bring to the table. Andy.
Yeah, so I too, I'm pleased to be here. Thank you, Bella. I too had a very circuitous route to the utility industry. I started out in the auto industry in Detroit and worked 20 years at Ford and General Motors, both in the US and in Europe. And from there, I went to the tech industry and worked for Michael Dell as his Chief Information Officer in Austin, Texas. And then my road took me to biotech, where I worked for a biotechnology company up in Boston running digital and innovative solutions and that sort of thing, for where the product development lifecycle was 15 years long, and so a very different tack time to both automotive and tech. And then my route took me to National Grid, where I was a colleague of Steve's. And I questioned, why would I go to, a utility industry after working in all of these other industries? And the truth is because it was such an industry ripe for disruption and for change, and a very interesting commercial model where, obviously, as you all know, monopoly, sure thing. Our customers didn't have a whole lot of choice, et cetera. And so I was the Chief Information Digital Officer at National Grid. I also had a great opportunity, as title says, and I think both of ours are a little bit off, but I'm on 4 public company boards. So I sit on the board of Aon, which is a reinsurance professional services company. I sit on the board of Savills, which is a property management real estate company on the London Stock Exchange, Perigo, which is, I said, consumer healthcare, Autoliv, which is the #1 safety supplier in automotive, and I won't bore you with the rest, but pretty much.
Wonderful, Andy. We heard from Monica in the previous panel from APS. She was talking about, cross-industry experience, and I think both of you are perfect examples of what that could mean. So, tell us a little bit about what's happening in other industries is actually influencing utilities. I mean, I think that's a pretty exciting thing. I talked about it last time on the segment of 1, customer centricity and all that. But what have you seen across all these industries that are actually very relevant to what's happening in utilities?
So every industry that I've been in has been disrupted. And every industry that you've all seen has been disruptive. I'll give an example of one I haven't been in. When we used to watch television, it was whatever CBS, NBC, whatever in the US would put the content out for us. We had a choice of what was there, right? Until streaming video as a technology came along and some very creative entrepreneurs came along, and all of a sudden, curated content for our entertainment became what we chose it to be and how we chose it to be, disrupted. When I went to National Grid, people said to me, Andy, we own all of the hardware, it's all ours, the infrastructure is ours, who's gonna disrupt us, right? So I have 2 words for that, booking.com and hotels.com, because Marriott owns all of their infrastructure too, but they've been disrupted. So when I came into this industry, Bala, to your question, it was a recognition that we too will be disrupted, and we really need to take a look at how do we, as utility experts, sort of are at that point where we're driving that disruption versus waiting for the tech companies. We leverage the great tech, and I think it's great startups and companies like SEW and iGreentree, et cetera, that are at that great opportunity to work with utilities like ours to do that disruption. That was the big thing that I sort of brought in, was to look at other industries, stop saying, and by the way, all industries saying, we're different. It's, we own everything. We're a natural monopoly, at least here in the US, et cetera, because it's just not really the case. So it gave me a 360 perspective.
Yeah, please.
Can I build on that? So I don't want this to sound scary at all, but when you think about the biggest disruptions that we've experienced, they've been a company figuring out how to meet a customer's need, right? Not how to perfect the way it's being done today, right? But to totally reinvent how they can meet that need, whether it was Netflix disrupting Blockbuster, or whether it was the Uber disrupting taxis. So what do customers really need from their water company, from their energy company? They want their homes to be comfortable. They want their homes to have lighting. Do they care about pipes, wires, et cetera? I don't think so. So we should not be so comfortable. We should be more asking questions of the young startups of, if you weren't constrained by the history of this, what it took to build this complex machine that we operate, how would you meet these customers' needs? Because if we just keep spending to build our grid, we'll make it even easier for new entrants to come in and bypass us to solve customers' problems, right? Because we talked about all the money that's going to be spent in this industry. Customers have to pay that bill at the end of the day, right? And so I just think whenever out of necessity is they say it's the mother of invention, right? I say price drives the attention from the investment community, and that opportunity, when you see that level of spend, It's affecting the revenue and the cost side, both. And that's going to give other people energy to come into our space.
Absolutely. In fact, not to sound like a commercial, but as partners for SCW, we are pretty excited about that one slide I saw in the beginning yesterday, which talked about SCW being the the operating system at the end. I saw that terminology, and I think that's going to become more and more prevalent. So, Andy, looking at the grid, now, if I were responsible for the grid and the utility, it'd be pretty scary to see how do we keep this all stable and alive in a time when there's so much of change happening at the edge, right? So what can you share with us in terms of what your experience has been in terms of the focus that your grids need to have to keep all this stable while they are transforming?
Yeah. So first off, we talk about disruption. Let's not scare anyone and say, abandon everything that we've done. You keep a foot very strongly in the world of reliability, resilience, sustainability, and keeping the lights on, as Steve said, and keeping people warm. But we have to keep a foot toward, and this is what I saw, the disruption of what could happen, and more importantly, not from a fear perspective, but what should happen, right? So when Steve and I were at National Grid, we used to put together vignettes. Another way of saying, what are the problems? What's that future thing? We heard Deepak talk about, we heard our cricket master talk about, clear your mind and start thinking about the future, right? So what are the vignettes, or what are the problems that we'd like to solve? Well, yesterday, Bella said it very well. There's personas, and others have said it well up here. So there's people that want choice. There's people that want to know that their energy has come from wind or solar from a sustainability perspective or reliability. There's prosumers. I'm going to use my energy, and then I want to sell it back to the grid, and I want to make more than 7 cents a month on it, sort of thing. There is a realization that we can't keep up, and Steve has said it well, we can't keep up with the energy demands that are happening. So what are some of the problems or vignettes that we want to solve for in the future? And you keep one foot in that space, and you work with great innovative thinkers in the company and outside the company and outside of industry. We're a very humble industry, but we're a little bit incestuous because we think, we've got a lot of long-time people, et cetera, and many industries do. But we need to think about how do you bring in these ideas and how do you bring in the technology, the disruptive technology and the opportunities, everything from cloud to vertical AI to generative AI to streaming to all of these things, and start building for the future. And by the way, I'll add one more thing on it, and I know Steve feels very strongly about this. You better start developing your communication and your clarity of thought. It was also said yesterday, plan, because it's not enough to come up with it. Where you'll stumble and fall is if you can't clearly communicate it for your board. And I've sat on multiple board meetings where ideas have come in and it's been a lot of tech speak, or it hasn't been clearly thought through on what is the return for our customers, for our shareholders, and all our stakeholders. So as you're doing all of this in the new world, also looking at how do we communicate and how do we clearly articulate the strategy and what it means for all the constituents. Hugely important, including the regulators. I've heard several times in the last few days what the regulators asked us to do. And the regulators asked us to do. Microsoft is talking to our regulators. At some point, the regulators are listening just like we should be listening, and they're going to take guidance and possibly partnership from companies that will be asked to come in and help disrupt. And so let's be those people that actually know how to develop the vignettes, solve the problems, et cetera, and do a 360 on how we develop a strategy and to communicate with it and share with each other as well.
I completely agree with Andy's point, particularly on the make sure you have your messaging simplified and consistent, and because it's going to be effective. If you're going to have effective stakeholder engagement, you need to do that. Think about what's going on in the regulatory space. In many jurisdictions, there's more transparency in planning processes that then exposes what is the issue, what is the problem we're trying to solve. That invites other people to have an opinion about how that problem should be solved, right? We hear non-wires alternatives, storage, et cetera. There's not a right and a wrong here, and we have to be better listeners and understand we're all trying to bring forward solutions to solve these problems. We may think we have the better idea. The most intelligent ones of us will be asked the question, what if I'm wrong, right? And we will need to embrace some technology, some alternative ways of meeting those customer needs to be relevant to our customers in the future.
You know, it's an interesting perspective, the fact that both of you are on boards. You've been executives in utilities, you know, on boards of companies. I think you have a very different view of having sat on both sides of the table. That perspective is pretty valuable. You know, on the point about the utility, connected utility, you've always been speaking about when I've heard you at National Grid, Andy. Today, when we listen to all the speakers of yesterday and today, everybody talks about the need for data and visibility, right? You have today an increasing need for low voltage transparency, for example, where you now need not only to have visibility until your distribution, but even beyond unto the last mile. So the question that my point to you is, today when there's so much of talk about customer experience, now linking that back to DERMS and then DERMS to, you know, ADMS. So what have you seen with respect to having a enterprise that's completely connected?
Yeah, no, great question, Bala. Look, it goes back to, I'll weave a couple of things. Always have your overarching vision of what you're trying to do. At National Grid, what Steve and I really tried to drive was what we called the intelligent connected utility. That was the thesis statement. And it comprised things like self-healing, it comprised digital twins, VVPs, et cetera. But as we think about it, CX, customer experience, and by the way, this is out of the genesis of, you know, strong view for sustainability, strong view of decentralization. Our DERs are everywhere, from solar to wind to thermostats to storage, et cetera. And a strong need to be able, DERMS to manage all of that. And then you also have grid management, obviously, where you have to balance the supply demand. But when you set up an overarching, what is the vision of where we're going to? And we saw some great bespoke examples here today where, you know, we're contacting the customer and we're doing digital, you know, all of these bespoke things tie under one vision. Define that vision. For us, it was the intelligent connected utility and maniacal customer personas that wanted to see simple bills if they weren't digital. And unfortunately, my 84-year-old mother still wants to see a bill. I wish they were like what Olga described and, you know, everybody's on the digital, but we still have a persona that does that. But see simple bills, be able to get online and pay online, be able to see where my energy is coming from. So all of the energy management and that great customer experience, the communication, or lack of it for people that don't want to hear from their power company, right? And then how do we manage, is part of the intelligent connected utility, the whole DERMS space. You've got all these resources. You've got to do resource management for that clearly and expose it. Again, I'll go back to great SEW type platforms, et cetera. And then obviously we'll always monitor the grid management and make sure that the supply demand. But if you start with an overarching and you say, this is what we envision, this is why we envision it, and here's the important thing. This is how we're going to do it. It's very, very easy to get mired in digital products that are bespoke. I call them 1,000 daisies. And you need to do 1,000 daisies to get people into a digital mindset, but then it needs to come back together. And you know, we work very closely with BCG on Hack of Futures to see how does it come back together and tie back to that vision of, you know, the overarching intelligent connected utility. I used to have a phrase I used for my team, which is don't start in photosynthesis. Start with the forest, and then you can drive down to photosynthesis, but it all has to tie back up to that forest and what we're trying to do. And again, you know, for all constituents.
Awesome. Steve, any comments?
So, I mean, the only thing I would add to that is my challenge to each of you, or my advice to each of you would be, as you engage in planning inside your companies, to really ask the question, are we doing incremental thinking here, or are we actually doing future strategic plans? Force the conversation to be, what's the world going to be like in 10 years? What's the world going to be like in 15 years? And are we building the people, the processes, and the systems that will make us relevant at that point?
You know, great listening to the perspectives. Like I said, when I got into the industry first, there used to be this thing about customers engage with utilities only 7 minutes in a year, but I can clearly see that changing substantially as we go along. So thanks for your perspectives, and it is absolutely wonderful listening to the fact that you have a perspective of having been on boards and in the utilities. So thanks for those comments.
Thanks for having us.
Enjoyed the conversation. Thank you. Give them a hand, please.
Wow, that was interesting. That was really focusing on the future. And I think what we saw was the power of storytelling there as a powerful agent for change. And the idea of do we want to be disruptive or do we want to be the disruptor? And I sort of thought to myself, this feels a little bit like a Kodak moment for our sector, you know, and it's time to step up or step out of the way. And I love the phrase intelligent connected utility. I think we should think about that for this conference. Okay, we've got another panel coming up, moderated by my colleague Brad. Brad, would you like to come on up?
This is the turning point of our sustainability journey.
From accelerating electrification and disruption in supply and demand,
to leading clean energy initiatives,
promoting energy water conservation,
and advancing sustainable operations and beyond.
We are in the midst of a once-in-a-lifetime transformation across the energy and water industry.
Technology is the driving force steering the industry towards a resilient, sustainable future. With connected platforms, vertical-specific capabilities, a smarter field workforce, and enhanced digital customer experiences,
Technology is reshaping utilities and powering connected and seamless experiences.
Now is the time to embrace this change
and lead the charge in transforming this industry.
Harness the power of AI and drive the digital revolution.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there with us and the panels that you've participated in. It's been some great information being shared. My name is Brad Adamski. I'm with SEW. I'm the Chief Growth Officer. Have been with SEW for close to 10 years now, and it's just been such an amazing journey, and even seeing the evolution of the WE3 conferences and all the panelists, the growth in the event itself, and the learning that happens. It's been great to be part of that experience. And so I've got three great panelists with us today, and we're really, a lot of great information is going to be shared, but I think the stuff that really gets me excited is hearing what the utilities are doing and what companies like Nathan's are doing to really help understand the digital transformation journey and how that does apply to helping utilities achieve their sustainability targets and so forth. So I think we'll have a great discussion on the stage today. We'll keep it collaborative, and we'll hear from these three great panelists. So Nathan, why don't you start off, tell us a little bit about Smart Energy Consumer Collaborative and what your role is there and how you got started.
Thanks, Brad. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Nathan Shannon. I'm with the Smart Energy Consumer Collaborative. We are a nonprofit membership organization that's been around about 15 years, and our goal is to do research on customers to understand what they want from their energy utilities, what messaging works the best, how they want programs set up. So sort of what we've been talking about last couple of days. Our goal is to bring that consumer voice to light. And we do that through surveying about 15,000 US and Canadian customers each year and trying to understand where the nuances are and where the differences are between the different types of customers that are out there. As we heard in the last two sessions, there's a good bit of digitization going on, but we still have customers who fall into segments and personas who aren't as interested. So we also want to make sure those customers are being included, and we have the right tools to talk to those customers as well. So I'll share a little bit about our research later on in the session, have some visuals for that. But overall, yeah, our for Smart Energy Consumer Collaborative, the goal is to kind of bring that consumer voice to light.
That's awesome. Thank you, Nathan. All right, our next panelist, Oliver Daniels from SMUD. Oliver, tell us a little bit about SMUD, your journey, your clean energy vision, what you're doing for the 2030 zero carbon. You guys are really out there in front early on with that, and share us a little bit about SMUD and your role in that. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Oliver Daniels III. I'm the Director of AI Automation and Customer Self-Service Technology at SMUD. Well, these lights are really bright. Been working at SMUD for about 23 years now, so I've been in the utility industry for quite a while. SMUD is unique. And SMUD stands for those of you who don't know, Sacramento Municipal Utility District. We're a local utility up in Sacramento, California. And we're pretty unique because we're small enough to be nimble, but we're still quite a big utility and have a lot of influence across the country. And right now, as Brad mentioned, we are pursuing our clean energy, our 2030 vision, which is to have zero carbon emissions in our power supply by 2030. That was a really lofty goal, and actually, we started that in 2020, I believe. So everyone was thinking, man, we only got 10 years to do this, and how are we going to do it? SMUD has been like a pioneer in kind of energy generation. I don't know if a lot of you guys know, but in 1974. We had a nuclear power plant that went online. That was back when nuclear energy was supposed to be the future. Unfortunately, in 1989, with a lot of the nuclear debacles going on, we became the first nuclear power plant to shut down from a public vote. So that's pretty interesting. So from there, in that sustainability initiative, we started moving into things like wind, solar, and even hydro. So we have a hydro plant up in the Sierra Nevadas that generates a little bit over 600 megawatts of power. With so Rancho Seco was a nuclear power plant. We've now kind of turned that into a solar farm, and it's becoming one of the biggest solar farms in Sacramento, so we continue to expand on that. We also do a lot of wind, so that kind of brings us on up to, we've always been a leader in this area of sustainability and clean energy. And one of the things that's kind of, even for myself, I'm in IT, and wasn't really on that generation side, and was kind of wondering why would we want to put a goal out there like this. And some of the things you don't think about is just the air quality. So SMUD really is, we really care about the customers in our community. And a lot of the underserved communities where some of these power plants are at, there's cases of asthma and things like that coming from just things that are in the air, the pollution that's in the air. So clean energy is a really important thing for more than just for even our local communities, I should say. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about our digital journey and how we're doing other things to kind of support that, on the technology side, and looking forward to having more conversation.
Thank you, Oliver. I love hearing the history, just the nuclear first plant and so forth. And I'm going to date myself a little bit here, but in 6th grade, Miss Michaelis, who was my teacher, she was amazing. She was in her mid-70s at the time, and she took us, I grew up in Fresno, California, and she took us on field trips all the time, and they were always very educational. We visited all the missions up and down California, but one of the best field trips ever was she took us to Diablo Canyon when they were building that nuclear power plant, and you could take a bus. It was probably 2/3 of the way completed, and you could take a bus back, and this is on the coast by San Luis Obispo. And I just thought it was the coolest thing, seeing that being built and so forth. But we've come so far with nuclear, but it's interesting. It gets talked about more now in terms of coming back, so we'll see on all of that. All right, our next panelist, RJ Kumar, CEO of ESC Partners. RJ and I have been working together a long time. I'm very thankful to have him up here with the other panelists as well. RJ, tell us a little bit about yourself and ESC Partners and how you got that started. Be great to hear.
Thanks, Brad. Good morning, everybody. I think I'm going to introduce myself. RJ Kumar. I'm having 2 different roles as I talk to you today. I'm a utility customer. We talked a lot about partners. We talked a lot about software. We talked about AI. But I want to give a perspective of I'm a utility user today. And I'm also a consulting firm which implement digital transformation for utilities. So I want to give 2 perspectives as we go through this panel today. ESC Partners, we are a consulting firm. We do implementation services specifically focused on digital journeys all the way from back office to the front office for utilities. But we are also a utility. We own and operate utility services in 8 different states across the United States. Other than that, we also do implementation services across 17 countries today. So a little unique because a consulting firm, also a utility, which is a different perspective. Hence, I wanted to bring over the experience of being a consumer and voice my opinion as a consumer during this panel discussion. So thanks for having us.
Awesome. Thank you, RJ. All right, Peter Hanna, you made it.
I did. Sorry I'm late.
No worries. I didn't think you were going to be able to make it, but I'm so glad that you are here with us. And so Peter is the managing director at Deloitte. And so Peter, tell us a little bit about your role there and what you all are doing in the industry with utilities. I think it'd be great for everybody to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for having me today on the panel. I'm a managing director at Deloitte, and I focus a lot of my time in the utilities sector. Of course, many of us are here for that reason. But I work specifically in digital transformation, so I lead a lot of our digital transformation programs at utilities, really focused on driving customer experience programs and field experience programs and worker experience programs, solutions that target wildfire mitigation, storm response, self-service. It runs the gamut really in terms of all the different interactions that customers, employees, contractors, all the different kind of stakeholders that are involved. We create the solutions to try and optimize and create the best outcome for them.
Great, thank you, Peter. All right, we'll mix the order up a little bit here. Oliver, let's talk about SMUD's journey and your role in that journey, your team's role in terms of how you're really leveraging digital technologies, transformation. And this is not an AI panel, but I think with Oliver's role, being really in charge on the AI side for the IT department at SMUD, he has a very unique perspective and how that's playing into their journey to hit those targets.
Awesome. Yeah, as I said, I've been in the utility industry for quite a while, so I've had the kind of pleasure of kind of growing up with this renaissance in the utility industry, is what I call it. Back in the early 2000s, a lot of technology and things we're talking about right now weren't even, heard of. It was all about, reliability, keep the lights on, purely operational. And in the space that I was in at the time was when the web was kind of evolving in the utility industry in terms of self-service. A lot of utilities back then didn't even have a website. In fact, SMUD's first, brochureware website, our smud.org site, was running on a friend of mine, his desktop. We had a desktop server, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with GoDaddy back in the day, but we had a GoDaddy account, and we had a desktop server just serving up, smud.org. So going from there all the way till now, we're in an Azure kind of full cloud-native environment, serving that up. But a little bit about the journey. I was one of the original builders of SMUD's first customer self-service platform, which we are actually in the works of working with our partners here at SEW to take what I've built over the last 20 years. I don't build it anymore, but I have teams that have been building it and kind of taking that into a modern age on a platform using SEW's CX experience. And so SMUD, again, we've had this journey from going to where, there were, the call center was telling us, hey, we don't care what you do with that website, just make sure people are not calling. And a funny story is, a friend of mine, one of the other engineers at the time, we were trying to figure out what we were going to use as the customer's profile, their unique identifier. And I remember us asking, we were like, hey, I think we should use email address. That's always going to be unique, and we shouldn't use these user IDs because people can just put anything and forget them. And I just remember the call center managers were telling us, hey, just let the customers put in whatever they want. So we had to kind of build this elaborate system that it didn't matter if you put in email address or username or whatever. So the reason I tell that story is maybe 10, 15 years later, it comes back to bite us, because as you all know right now, data is king, and you always want to know your customer. And we really had no way of knowing who was who because you could have put in anything. So that's just a funny story on how we went from them telling us, don't touch the call center, we don't want customers saying anything about that website, to, hey, can you guys build all these features to help us out and deflect calls from the call center? So moving on, so that was kind of on the website. So kind of moving along a little bit into the smart meter era. So in 2012, SMUD was one of the first utilities in the nation to go with a AMI system. And that was kind of, I would say, well, let me back up a little bit. We were on the mainframe in 1998, I believe. We started making that transition to SAP, and I would say that was the foundation that kind of began our journey into the digital age, because the mainframe was hard to integrate to. You get onto something like SAP, that makes it really easy to integrate, and we put our first solution, our first customer self-service solution, I would say that was in somewhere around 2004, where we're actually getting billing and usage information out of SAP and just kind of statically showing it on the website for customers, because a lot of customers were calling into the call center and asking about their usage and their bill. So we said, hey, we'll just take that stuff out of SAP, put it up, and that was kind of the first big hit that we had, and the customer area started to see like, oh, there's value in this. So when the smart meters came along, we said, oh, we're gonna have access to more information. And this was in, like I said, in the 2012 timeframe. Well, it turns out the first kind of wave of smart meters, they were not really built for like a high degree of data consumption. They were really just meant for billing, and obviously we stopped the manual meter readers. So we press along, we continue to add features onto our self-service site, continue to add features, and that brings us, again, without going too long, brings us to where we're at now, where we're trying to see how can we leverage these customer self-service technologies, AI, automation, to improve customer experience while also improving efficiencies in the back office. One of the mandates we have for AI right now is that it's not, you hear a lot of buzzwords around AI, a lot of buzz on what it can do and what it can't do. I have a team right now that we're really trying to dig in to see what is going to be the value of these new AI technologies in utility space. We're not doing this for fun. We're doing this for, operational efficiencies. We have a strategic investment plan that's like 10 years out. We're trying to see how does this AI technology affect our strategic investment plan. So we're really looking for, again, smart ways to leverage this technology. So I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Oliver. That was great. And I think that's really, you're talking about the data and how powerful and important it is to have that data and to make decisions from that data. So Nathan has some data that he brought with us today, focused on the consumer and from the utilities perspective as well. So Nathan, you want to share some of that?
Yeah, if we could bring up those slides, please. Yeah, as I mentioned before, SCCC is a research organization, brings together lots of different types of folks, players in the energy industry as part of our membership. SEW has been one of our longtime members. And we, like I said, we do our surveying to understand consumers' needs and wants. And we did a recent study, I think they're bringing up the slides. It was basically all on renewables and clean energy goals, about engaging consumers in the clean energy transition. There we go. And this particular one was a survey of 2,000 Americans. We really wanted to know what they know about what they know about renewable energy, what their issues are around if they had concerns, awareness for the targets that have been set, and really what messaging works the best for them. So I have a couple different looks into a few of the questions that we asked. One of the first things, I'm sorry, let me go back one. There we go. One of the first things we wanted to know is just, do consumers actually care about these goals that have been put out there for renewable energy generation? And as many of the panelists have mentioned before, it's important to recognize there's all different types of customers. So all of our research has the consumers broken down into 5 different segments, and those are all based on their motivations and needs and wants around energy. But we won't really get into that today, but I have tons of details on that if anyone's interested. Mainly, I'm just going to kind of show what the general population has been saying, which is that left-hand gray column. So we asked them if they believed it was important that we receive renewable energy generation about 80% by 2030, and 74% ranked it as important, or very important, or somewhat important within those 2 groups. So there is a strong belief that we should be moving towards that, and it's good to see those numbers growing over the years. This is one of the benchmark questions we've been asking since 2010, so we've seen that number climb quite a bit over the last few years. We also wanted to talk to consumers about where they're getting information. We've been talking about a lot of different channels that customers receive information, where they're looking to. And I know there's quite a lot on this slide, but TV was still ranking the highest for where customers are actually receiving information, particularly about these renewable energy goals. This question in particular was going to ask about where they're receiving the information about those goals. But coming in pretty closely behind that was from their electricity provider. And I have a little call out there for on the West Coast, it was 41% are looking to their electricity provider for that information. And we see that in all of our research, even outside of the renewable clean energy side of things. Consumers still see their utility as a trusted resource, as a benefactor, someone that they can look to for information. They don't always say that that information is easy to find or easily understandable, but that is where they're going to look for the information. So there's a good opportunity for energy providers to have some streamlined ways for customers to get that information, make it as simple as possible and very easy to understand. And then just a last one, kind of four things that we just went over two of the questions in that survey. And if anyone's interested in the full report, I can provide that to them. It's a pretty in-depth report, but just wanted to leave you with four things to know. So overall, Americans do view renewable energy very favorably, and they want that in their energy mix. Like I said before, it's about 74% qualify that. And then when we did the message testing, we did some max diff analysis, and in that we saw that protecting the environment for future generations is the message that resonated the most when we're talking to them about a clean energy program or a renewable energy program. And then we also asked about willingness to pay, and we saw about half of Americans are open to paying more to have their electricity come from a renewable mix. And then lastly, the clean energy, renewable energy programs, they're not only helping with help utilities reach their goals, they're also helping improve customer satisfaction, customer impressions, and trust. We saw the consumers that really found importance in achieving those renewable energy goals had higher satisfaction if they had seen some messaging from the utility. So it kind of grows that trust, grows the satisfaction as we're communicating more about those goals to them.
Thank you, Nathan. That's amazing that it's television. In this day and age where they're getting most of the information from. I mean, I don't know about you all, but these days you turn the TV on, you watch it for a little while, and then you turn it off and you think, why did I even go there? Because they're always wanting to push, a message around something that's going to drive revenue to somebody. So anyways, I think we'll see that probably shift over time, and especially with, the prevalence of getting access to data now. If you really wanted to do the research, you can find it on the internet, and you can listen to podcasts, and you can really search it out and get some good stuff. But that's very great data. It's great to see your organization focusing on the consumer and understanding from them, what's important to them, because that's the key piece of this. All right, Peter, I'm going to shift over to you. And in your role at Deloitte and working with utilities, I'm sure you've seen digital transformation projects go well, and you've probably seen some not go so well. But let's focus on the positive. Just give us some examples or some best practices that you've seen implemented where it's really turned out well for the utility and for its customers, most importantly.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when we're thinking about programs to accelerate adoption of renewables, digital transformation obviously plays a role in that. And I look at digital transformation as there's big T digital, capital T digital transformation, and then there's lowercase t transformation. What I mean by that is overhauling major solution systems like bringing in DERMS and ADMS and so on to really be able to promote and create that infrastructure that will allow for more renewable energy on the grid. That's kind of that big transformation, and that little t transformation is kind of more targeted efforts on specific problem statements to solve, and then if done correctly, both can be effective. So it doesn't need to be a major investment, it can also be a very targeted investment. So the way I've seen it work very successfully is starting very in the beginning with a customer strategy. Nathan, you mentioned data and research. That's where I typically work with my utilities at that stage, and figuring out the voice of customer programs that they have. What are the customers saying? Doing that research, segmentation, personalization, right, to really focus on the right problem to solve. I'll give you an example. So in one of our interviews, looking at the needs for a large commercial customer, they shared that they needed certain data around the sustainable mix of their energy consumption for a board meeting. Really quickly, the account manager that was supporting that customer put together a chart that satisfies their data request needs, very low effort, but the CX experience just surpassed that customer's expectations. So it doesn't need to be, and I'll get to how do you enable more of that in terms of technology in a little bit later, but that's kind of the example of that hyper-focused on the right problem and solving the right problem. I think next comes, kind of once you've got that customer strategy and you figured out the pain points and the segments that you want to target and the solutions that might go there, still start with that problem space and start thinking about the service design. And when I say service design, I mean like thinking about the front office and the back office. How do you need to interact with your customers, and then how does your staff and your team need to be able to serve them? And that spans the needs of not just technology, but looking at what talent is needed, and I mentioned technology already, but even what processes need to change. And there's this concept of program stacking that I try and work with our utilities to do, and that is, how do you enable these different siloed programs like EV programs and renewable programs that maybe are targeted for residential customers? How do you enable them to be stacked together to provide the most value for the customer? So once you understand their needs, you want to remove that friction as much as possible to allow them to stack all of these programs. So for example, budget, you might have a customer on budget billing, but also who's interested in rooftop solar. Much of what I see right now is like a lot of the challenges in making that possible is billing systems are dictating what programs can be stacked on top of each other versus really starting with what does the customer need, and then changing the process and changing the technology to allow that stacking. So that's the concept of service design and stacking. And I think what comes next is implementation. And I'll save, maybe I'll share a few examples there in terms of successful implementation. So I mentioned the story of CNI. So how do you enable CNI customers in that one example of enabling them to better partner with their customers? This is when technology comes in, right? So the role of account managers is one area that we saw that is an area that needed to be transformed. So today it's very reactive, it's putting out fires, but how do you turn that to be more proactive in like the example that I mentioned in terms of providing that one customer with a chart for their board meeting. So that's where solutions like bringing AI and assistive tools to come in, can come in and make a difference. So things like allowing the account managers to curate information, retrieve information, instead of really relying on self-service for the customers. Like, you don't want to inundate them with 75 different programs. They're just going to walk away. But if the account manager's role, transforming the account manager to be much more proactive in the sense that, okay, so now you're using assistive tools to target specific programs that had success from other peers similar to that customer. That's the type of technology that really drives a difference and really enables transformation. So I have a couple of examples for small, medium business and residential as well, but I want to do a quick time check and just provide others an opportunity if we...
Yeah, why don't you take one of those, and then we'll have RJ bring us home. I have some good questions for him, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the one area that is ripe for, that has a lot of untapped value, I think, is small and medium businesses. So small and medium business segment, I think, is a very unique segment, a little bit underserved today, and particularly around sustainability programs. They're very, very focused on operating their business, and then the programs that are available are not often targeted. Very low effort thing that can be done is really repackaging a lot of the things that are available from a residential standpoint or from a small commercial standpoint and personalizing it for small, medium businesses. Taking learnings from parallel industries like Verizon. Verizon does this very well. So they've got the cable internet or Wi-Fi service for SMBs. But what they did is they repackaged a lot of their regular service and personalized it for SMBs. And what does that do? It drives adoption because it speaks to the customer. You're meeting them where they are. And again, it's leveraging the same technology infrastructure. Maybe 90% of it could be reused, but it's that personalization and that targeted nature that really drives adoption and accelerating adoption of sustainable programs.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thank you, Peter. Those great examples that you shared, appreciated. All right, RJ, I'm going to have you bring us home. We were talking out on the patio, so I'm going to pull a little audible here. And instead of you talking about implementations or things where you've seen utilities make the incorrect decisions or projects not go well, I think what would be great to hear about, because you have such a unique perspective internationally, you know, growing up in India, you were talking about load shedding and just across the world seeing other countries that really are in a different situation from a power resource standpoint and what they've had to do with technology to be able to get through those situations where there was no power. And comparing that to the United States, where we're a bit more spoiled and a bit more lazy. Actually, just your perspective on that, I think, would be a great way to summarize and wrap this up.
Sure. Thanks, Brent. I think I want to comment on it, Peter. Fantastic points. I think one thing which I loved about it is it doesn't matter what the size of the utility or the consumer is, the needs are still the same. Right? At the end of the day, there's a lot of mid-sized utilities we work with. We all talk about, well, we can't do that because we are a smaller utility. But the consumer remains the same. The needs remains exactly the same. I'll give you a good example of it, and I'll touch on this.
Sure.
Very recently, I had an opportunity to order DoorDash, just like everybody else. And I'm hungry, and I'm watching this app to see the driver picked up the food, and he was driving right to me, and he took a wrong turn. Now I'm thinking, okay, where is he going? And then next day, again, he took the right turn, and then he came right back. It was 5 minutes late. For no reason, I'm upset already. Right? Before even I walked up to the door to pick up the food, I'm already upset. And I started upset. Now the food doesn't taste good for me. Then the next thing I'm doing is I'm constantly thinking, why am I so upset about this? And it's 10:30 at night. And all I can think about is 5 years ago, I would phone call into a restaurant and order food, and I don't have a time commitment from them, but I'm still happy about the food because there was no expectations for it. Because there was no expectation, there's no preset, hey, here is the standard in which they should deliver the food to me. So because there was no expectations, everything was okay. But now with giving the powers to the hands of the consumer, you're setting some expectations. The moment you start setting expectations, now you're a happy customer, turns automatically into an unhappy customer like me, only because it was 5 minutes late. And I was able to see it because it was in my control to watch what that product company was trying to do with me. Right? I was able to watch them take a wrong turn and made me upset. So the more and more we go through digital transformation, repackaging, what commonly I've seen us utilities make the wrong turn is we think from our perspective of what do we want to put out there. We very often surpass that idea of let's think from a consumer perspective to see how much do I want to give it to them in one full meal instead of drip feeding them with slowly giving them the capability to have control over what I'm giving them. In that way, I consistently keep them happy, right? So but it was a great point. I thought I should appreciate that on that. But in terms of some of the things which I've seen in the international market, I think everybody wants to talk AI. I promised myself I wouldn't use the way AI as I was walking up the stage, but I think I used it. I personally think a lot of things which we are talking about in the United States market about AI has always been there in the rest of the world. I had a great opportunity to we are working with a large utility in the entire country of Philippines, about 1.7, 1.8 million customers, electric utility. They are going through a digital transformation. So we were so excited to tell them about, oh my God, as part of this transformation, now you're going to be able to interact with your customer with your AMI data, give them the ability to control the usage, turn on and control when they want to use more or less energy. The utility just looked at us and said, we used to do that 5 years ago. We started about 5 years ago. I'm like, how did you do that? Well, we use this machine learning kind of thing. I'm like, oh, okay. How do you do it? So they have actually had provided every consumer, it doesn't matter what their affordability was, they provided them with devices at their homes which allows them to get real-time data from these consumers. And they started aggregating all the data and saying, okay, RJ, here is your pattern. 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, you consistently is running your oven. Let me send you some information related to that to help you understand your consumption is higher at this time. If you continuously do that, because we are technology rich doesn't mean we have the energy resources to support you. So if you consistently use this data or consistently use the power at this time, what you're planning on doing is in the same substation, there is another consumer who will have to go through a terminology which is commonly used in Asian country called load shedding, meaning you turn off the power for 30 minutes for a consumer every day to save some energy so that the other person also can have energy, right? So I think it's interesting to see that countries have done it, but they've never thought about this idea that this is today called AI, right? So now you take that as United States, we don't have the issue with energy. Like we do, but we're not at the position where we need to do load shedding to have energy conservation done. But we have the data enough to empower our customers to do that, right? So there is, the Philippines is a good example, and another country is United States Arab, UAE. There is so much of digitalization which they have done towards the transformation that the consumer has a lot of powers to actually make their decision on what they want to do, what they don't want to do. Do I want to go on budget billing? What information today do we provide them to educate them to understand about budget billing? I hate the idea that go read about budget billing and payment plans and others on our website. Doesn't mean anything. Why am I doing budget billing? Why should I do that? So that education comes with data. That education comes with the quality of data which we are getting from the consumer and the way we give it back to them, if that makes sense.
May I add to that? I think a key component to that as well is moving away from educating the customer to really engaging. So it's once you provide these self-service tools, it'll only go so far, right? But it's that how do you use propensity models, data, other sources of information to figure out a more active campaign of, all right, I'm gonna you might see this with Amazon, for example. You go and shop for a product, but then you move away from it. But a day or two later, you'll get an email and a reminder, hey, are you still interested? That types of email campaigns, I think, is what is needed to really drive more adoption. So again, when we talk about transformation, it doesn't have to be big technologies, large investments. It's small little changes, like that nudges, that really make a difference. And again, like at the end of the day, the sustainability journey is really enabled through removing the friction from customers to be more sustainable.
100%. Great perspectives. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, RJ. Thank you, Peter. Really appreciate you taking the time to be on the panel. And let's give an applause for the panelists here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett.
Okay, it's lunchtime. We're going to start lunch now. I think the aim is to request you to sort of make your way back around about 1:20 with a view to starting the next sessions as close to 1:30 as possible. So please enjoy your lunch and we'll see you later.
calling, been stalling, been falling, we go again. Time is so precious, a blessing, don't mess it up all again. Money, it come and it go and it come and it go again. But loving is true, it don't go here to stay, it go again.
Bumping into trouble like a rubble's where I came. See the flame shine bright, they were puzzled how I'm saved. I could never serve the passion or the fight or the man or for sight how I am. Ain't nobody asking, I'll be basking in my liberty, cause slavery is real. Doesn't mean the shackles gotta be revealed. Fighting with my pen, that's the closest thing to steal. And it's what they wanna steal. There's value in the word, gotta figure out the real. I'm juggling and wrestling the thoughts in my mind. The influence was heavy, or the faults even mine. They were still persuading like I'm needing a dime. That my people ain't be dying over gold in the mines. It's funny, right? I'm still numb to the trauma. I couldn't tell if my joy was out of love or what would haunt me when I needed me a hug. That's the realest. Yeah, that's the closest thing to feeling. Yeah, it's the only thing revealing. I'm trying to get me closer to the Lord, cause maybe he can open up some doors while these words get to show you all my flaws. There's poetry in pain, blessing in the change, pictures I could paint. Yeah, there's poetry in pain, blessings in the chain, pictures I could paint. Yeah, there's poetry in pain, blessing in the chain, pictures I could paint. Yeah, there's poetry in pain, blessings in the chain, pictures I could paint.
No, I've been calling, been stalling, been falling, we go again. Time is so precious, a blessing, don't mess it up all again. Money, it come and it go and it come and it go again. Loving is true, it don't go here to stay, it go again. Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
Good. All right, everybody, welcome back. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch. I must say that beautiful venue, awesome spread of food. So this is it's been a great place to host an event. Hopefully you all are feeling the same. So we're coming into the end of the program here today. Coming back from lunch, we have a keynote from one of our partners, ESC partners, and Aaron Christie. So if you want to come on down, give a warm welcome to Aaron and Travis.
Welcome. Oh, no, not on.
All right, I'm on. No, it's just
There we go. Technical difficulties. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you're not too tired from lunch. But I'm Erin Christie. I'm president here at SEW, and I'm here with our partner, ESC Partners. And we've had a long partnership, almost 15 years. And we've worked here recently to do more new and innovative things across the market, and we'll talk about that today. But let's start with hearing a little bit about ESC and your journey there.
perfect. Thank you. So first, it's great to be here. It's good to see everybody. It's great to reconnect with folks I haven't seen in a couple of years. It's great to meet new folks. The golf outing was fantastic. I got to meet Tyler in person. We talk on the phone all the time. I'm excited for Tyler because I hear he gets to pass on his how-to golf book that he's received for past performances. And then Tyler said if I say his name, he gives me $20 each time. So Tyler, it's 100. Okay. No, the venue's been great. The golf outing was fantastic. RJ got up here just a few minutes ago, previous panel, gave a little bit of information about ESC. I'll kind of just elaborate on that for a few moments. ESC is really focused on cloud transformation. We look at this from a holistic model in driving outcome-based results around a move to cloud. We really have looked at the business, and it's been separated into 3 pillars. So RJ focused on aspects around what ESC has always been known for the past 15 years, which is the consulting, the implementation, and some of the operation aspects. There's another pillar there that focuses predominantly on the AMS side of the business. And the piece that he started to dive into in a little bit more detail that's really become a lot of fun and super interesting is ESC has actually started to operate utilities. So there's a third pillar of that aspect where we go in and we provide all the services and the business operations. And it really ties back to our partnership, Aaron. So when we eat our own dog food and we are delivering a solution together, right, we all have an invested interest in the outcome because we have to support the product as well. That's been a recent addition to the organization over the last 5 years. It's allowed us to continue to expand our partnership network and to drive additional digital efficiency and innovation here with partners like SEW.
Yeah, and do you want to talk
You did. I'll share with you.
Do you want to talk a little bit about your principles of partnership and how you see a partnership working successfully?
I've been lucky here in this partnership. So RJ and Deepak have had a very close relationship for the last 15 years. So my ability in getting to work with you, Aaron, really is just an extension of an honest, right, innovative, collaborative partnership that was already built. This is the easy and the fun part. I've had the opportunity to start to work with Aaron very closely over the last 6 months. As part of our initial discussions, when we talk about partnership just doesn't come easily, right? We talked about some foundations and how we were going to work together. They're principles that I've really built on for the last 15 or 20 years within the utility space. But it's very simple things like relationship over transactions every time. Right? We want to approach not only our partnership, but our customers and anybody that is going to do business with us together in a relationship-based format. Right? It's got to be a good fit across all organizations. In addition, right, let's always seek to understand first. Right? How are we going to solve a problem? Through a partnership, I want to make zero assumptions. Right? Every time we make assumptions, it gets more difficult. I think the one that is the biggest factor is there's no magic to making a partnership work. It takes effort, right? It is not uncommon for us to talk with Aaron 4 to 5 days a week. That's on existing opportunities, how we better support our customers, how do we drive different outcomes. And I think the last piece of that is probably the last principle would be the most interesting one, but it's shared celebration, right? How do we come together and we share those wins, not only together as partners, but with our customer?
And don't feel bad if you're another partner in the room. I talk to all of the partners 4 and 5 times a week, 4 and 5 times a day. I have plenty of time, so we're equal there. But there's definitely no magic in it. It just takes consistent hard work, and I think a lot of that is dependent on our clients too. You know, they have to be committed to the success of the project in order for that to work. And so let's talk about a shared success, and I think we want to speak about Burbank Water and Power and what we've done there here recently.
I think the only reason you talk to us 4 or 5 times a week is because we're needy. It's okay. RJ, not me. No, great success story. One of the items that we wanted to highlight when we were here this week is we just went live with Burbank Water and Power. They went through a journey to cloud. They have started with Oracle CCS. They're looking at deploying additional services. A large component of that is how do we capitalize on the investment to cloud to drive a better outcome to our customer. So we started a process with SEW, who is a current provider, but CCS does not integrate the same way that their legacy solution integrated to the portal, right, or for customer engagement. So it was an opportunity to leverage expertise from an ESC perspective, right? How are we going to drive the best outcome, the best data, the best results in the right way to SEW and provide the right experience for the customer. So that went live about 3 weeks ago, extremely smooth. I don't think you guys got any negative feedback in terms of the implementation of SEW, but it really just shows the power when you start to bring the core backend system together with the customer experience and what the outcome can be.
Yeah, and I think we often see the opposite of that, where there's lots of vision on the CX side and the customer side, and they have lots of things they want to accomplish, but maybe there's not the expertise or the time that's been spent to develop that. And that's really where we're focused in terms of taking this piece forward is continual use cases, being able, we have such a vast platform. You guys have heard about it, for the past couple of days. How do we enable that seamlessly with the core system and continue to capture every use case, whether it's, from CX to payments, whatever the piece is, removing any silos and having seamless journeys across that.
If I think about that a little bit more, Aaron, we see those pieces coming closer together, right? I will often reference customer engagement as a pie, and the pieces in that pie start to shift based on what a utility is looking for, right, or what a city is looking for. When we can tie the back end closely to the front end, right, and we can influence the information and how it comes across and how we leverage components like AI and how we get proactive versus reactive in terms of notification, you get a different outcome. If we ultimately continue to build the way that we're building today, right, there won't be a disconnect at all between what a customer represents as customer engagement and the investment that they made in the back end. It all becomes seamless, right? So very often, and I'm going to use payments as an example because a lot of my background is payments. In that pie, right, or the wheel of services, payments hasn't lost its importance, right? It's a huge factor to what a utility is needing and what they look for in terms of revenue generation. But the focus on payments has shifted towards almost payments has to fit within the overall customer experience and it's seamless to the customer. You don't want to redirect. You don't want an iframe. I don't want to know I'm interacting with another third party. If all those pieces tie together and the data is provided in real time, you get an end-to-end solution that works really well. But ultimately, I mean, that's the direction that we delivered for Burbank. It will continue to drive additional value, and that's a path we'll keep chasing.
And coming here to close, what do you want to say, and what's coming next? What do you see are the opportunities for the next few years for anybody who's looking at these same types of transformation?
For ESC, the cloud journey has been ultimately extremely positive for the customers that we've brought on board. If I look at Oracle CCS specifically, ESC has delivered about 65% of the cloud projects globally. As we continue to see this push to cloud, you're going to have an opportunity for different results. We're going to have the ability to deliver more efficiently with greater accuracy. All of that ties back to the innovation component that we're talking about here this week and the ability for us to ultimately deliver a better solution to the utility or the city as well as the customers. So ultimately, our partnership has been 15 years. Our engagement has gotten very, very tight over the last year. Really looking at doing more with SEW over the coming months.
Well, thank you, RJ. Oh, no, sorry, RJ. Travis and RJ. Yes, I get $100 now for saying his name when he's not here. But again, it takes a village to raise a kid, right? It takes an ecosystem of partners to be able to support our clients, and we're really grateful for partners like ESC and those who are here as well that we continue to work with and co-innovate with and support our clients with. So that's it.
Thank you, Aaron, and Travis. That was fantastic. It's really good to hear about the power of partnerships, but it's really special when it's a trusted relationship and you start to share success and you start to look out for each other, and see that in action is really good. And talking about leadership and shared success, it's a great pleasure to introduce or invite Alessandra to come up on the stage with your panel. What you're about to hear is another great example of partnership, shared success, and great leadership.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Please come in with the stage. Our great customers from Latin America. We are the Latin America team. So English is not our first language. We are going to try hard to speak English. Anything, please ask us. First of all, thank you so much to have you guys here. We have a great representation of Latin America, just for you to know. In Latin America, it starts here in North America with Mexico, coming down to Central America, and all the way down to South America. We are about 650 million people. Spanish is the most speaking language, but in Brazil, as me and Cassian here, we speak Portuguese. So, and English is not common. We learn at school, but just 5% of total people can speak English. And I'm here with these marvelous clients that they are going to share their experience in Latin America. So let me starting with CEMIG. Cassian, can you please describe us a little bit about CEMIG for the audience here understand what you do?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much, Alessandra, for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here and be part of these conferences. Thank you so much for that. Well, about CEMIG, CEMIG has the largest group of energy in Brazil. We have 5 main business, generation of energy, transmission, distribution, commercialization, and gas as well. In this case of the distribution, we are the largest one as well, with 19.5 million customers in over 800 cities across our state, Minas Gerais state. Minas Gerais state has a large area as well, an area similar to European countries like France and Spain. So it's so hard to distribute energy for all this country. And we have as well 33% of generated energy in our state, around 9 gigawatts of energy produced by solar plants. So it's very important for us, solutions that try to solve this problem. We have as well 500 substations across the country. And about our financial, we achieved the fleet ranking, a AAA in Brazil, fleet. And our annual revenue is about $5 billion, right? So we using this money to invest as well. In the last year, we invest almost $1 billion, for all systems are great. And about the sustainability, I think CEMIG is the only company across the Europe to maintain, to keep the Dow Jones Index since they become for 24 years in a row. So we have 100% clean energy using hydro, solar, and wind power plants. And our country has many opportunity to generate energy more, like we have a largest niobium reserve as well. So we try to maintain this pioneering in Brazil and pioneering in Latin America. So this is CEMIG. Thank you for this opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you, Cassian. And Katy, can you please describe us about Del Sur?
Yes. Well, good afternoon. It's really a pleasure for us being here in this conference, and thank you for the invitation to this panel. Well, Del Sur is a company located in El Salvador, just right in the middle of the continent. And we are dedicated to distribution and commercialization of energy. Since 2011, we are part of the business group EPM in Medellin, Colombia. And we are around 460 measurement points, or we name them customers. And also, we serve around 20% of all the market of El Salvador. In the central southern part of the country, some of our great customers are all the Sur City zone, the international airport, and also so many tourist points of all El Salvador.
Thank you, Katy. This is a really good experience because it's a company that's governmental owner and another company that's a private company. So we have all the flavors in Latin America. And I would like to ask you, Giovanni, please, if you can share with us about the AI digital impacts at Del Sur.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor for me. Well, motivated for the environment, the energy transition, and technological trends, and intelligence and artificial becomes an important enabler to improve our services and satisfy our customer with solutions such as predictive analysis, process simplification, or intelligent assets management.
Perfect, thank you so much. Cassian, we would like to hear about you. What about CEMIG? Is it different in Brazil?
It's kind of similar for the Del Sur. We're using AI for our strategy to revenue recovery, especially. The last year, we won our award, national award, about the best recovery in all companies in Brazil, Brazilian companies, who has 1% of the diabetes of default. So you're using this situation to identify and classify customers to act, because in Brazil we have many situations that have fraud in our clients. So this tool is pretty important for us to plan and predict consumption as well. So this tool is pretty important for us. A challenge is using our data metering to big data to identify the situation and respond as fast as possible. It's a big challenge for us. We're using AI as well to be the negotiation with the clients automatically with chatbot and IVR situations in our app as well. And in the last year, we recovered almost $100 million using this only AI, only negotiation by AI and or chatbot or in our IVR situation as well. So, and we're using our generative AI as well to anticipating the needs of our customers. We are anticipating the needs when they call us, or they call for us to identify and classify these needs and try to set the grid or start a new order of service to keep the system like this. So the possibilities are very bigger for us. So we try to use it in every single process in the company.
Perfect, thank you. And Kathy, can you please describe about the impact of customer experience with AI?
Well, we think AI is a powerful tool to improve customer experience, because we can customize their needs and make predictions to give them what they need at the time when they need it. Also, we can automate process because right now we have more of the process manually. So we have high expectations implementing Smart CX to improve the customer experience. Also, with the information we have in all our database, they can make with AI, our gestors can manage all the needs of our customers right with what they need. So we think the impact with these systems and these solutions can help us to improve the customer experience.
Very well, thank you. And Giovanni, can you please tell us about AI challenges with you at Del Sur?
Well, mainly we have two challenges. First is cultural challenge. We must educate our customer to the use these technology tools. And second is a paradigm challenge. In our company, with our people, we must break to the paradigm that artificial intelligence is not a competition, but is a friend to facilitate our activities.
Very well. Yeah, that's what's going on. Sometimes the employees saying, it's a competition, I'm going to lose my job, right?
Yes. Yes.
So thank you very much. And just to close in here, I'd like to ask Cassian to finalize, to say to the audience here, what about the key success factors for a project like this in Brazil and in utilities in general, please?
Okay. We think that customers to be in center of this decision. So nowadays we don't have only customers, we have prosumers, right? So we try to convert to become these customers and decision making the part of solution. So the situation is we need more and more integration because our systems are so different. We have a system for metering, one system for operating, one system for billing relationships. So this kind of different solution, different protocols, different data can need to be integrated every time. And we have a situation that we use in the database, the big data as well, the security of this data. And we need as well world-class professionals to do this, world-class professionals to maintain and keep our operation and developing other new situations, and especially world-class suppliers to be part of a solution and try to educate and empowerment our clients for this new reality, right? So we think we all of us can improve this, our market, can improve together the market, and can do this together. So I think the key factors is more about will be cooperative situation and integrative situation. We can be transform our sector. So it's the situation, I think.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, the three of you, for coming here. It's such a long way from Latin America, and share a little bit about your experience with the audience here. We have also the team here sitting, Carolina, is the president of Del Sur, João Emerson from CEMIG, and we have also Christian somewhere from EPM, and our fantastic team from Latin America. We are so happy to have this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I get really excited about the regions like Latin America. I come from Europe. We've got a region in EMEA, Europe, Middle East, Africa, very similar to Latin America. They're really exciting growth regions and innovation regions to work together. So that was really great. Thank you. The next presentation is, we're going to show a video in just a moment, but the next panel is really about the connected field force. This is really close to my heart for lots of reasons, but yesterday we saw quite a lot about Grid 360. We obviously talked a little bit about Customer 360 as well yesterday. The missing component in that was the Employee 360, and we heard quite a lot yesterday about the importance of looking after your employees and your staff. And being from the UK, I'm a fan of Richard Branson, and he has a saying that if you look after your employees, they will look after your customers, and I truly believe that. The other reason that I'm really excited about this is you've heard a lot about the connected utility or the hyper-connected utility, and when you break that down, you realize that that's made up of connected assets, connected customers, and connected workforce. And if you get those three things right, then you have a great foundation. The final thing I'll say, and this is something else that we've kind of used occasionally to introduce the Smart WX platform, is we hear all about the Uber experience. We all talk about it, probably overuse it a little bit. But actually, if you break it down, you say, well, what is that? What does that mean? And we know it because we have an Uber app. We're the customer. We have an Uber app in our hand as the customer. And that works two reasons. One is the driver has the corresponding app. So the engineer or the field service person, the driver, has an app as well. And when those two things work in concert, you get the magic. But they're underpinned by intelligent analytics, data, and all the other things that we know that make it work. So I really like the Smart WX platform of SEW, and it's a fantastic growth area for all of us to fill in that final sort of element of the hyper-connected utility. So I think in a moment, Tony is going to come up with your panel members and talk about this, and I think we're about to show a video. So thanks very much.
Field service teams are the unseen heartbeat of the energy and utility industry, keeping the power on, the water flowing, and our cities thriving. But the challenges are mounting. From aging infrastructure to unpredictable environments, field service operations face pressures like never before. Enter AI platforms. It's revolutionizing field service operations by connecting everything, from the grid to the field. Empower your workforce to foresee challenges, respond swiftly, and work intelligently. No more silos, no more legacy systems. Imagine predicting the issue before it arises, taking preventive measures, and equipping field workers with the right knowledge, right in their hands. When your field service is empowered, the entire utility system thrives.
So who's ready to talk Smart WX? Come on now, give me some excitement. Give me some excitement, you guys. How are we doing? I know it's after lunch. I know we're in the home stretch, but how are we doing? All right. Well, we're going to have some fun right now, all right, because we're going to talk about field service work, operations, and how the utilities are really on the cusp of transformation when it comes to their field service and operations. And we've got a remarkable panel of folks here who are going to give you some insights as to how we are going to play a role serving to help the utility industry transform its field operations. And just as importantly, how the utility is going to connect its workforce journeys, its customer journeys, its assets, its processes and procedures, and how all those things come together to make the utility a very efficient entity, okay? So I'm excited to talk about this work. I'm excited to talk about the technologies that's out there that's gonna lead this effort, and this panel here is gonna enlighten you on exactly how that can be done, okay? So my panel here really needs no introduction, but I am going to ask each one of them to simply remind you of who they are and what they do. So we'll start with Jordan.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jordan Baculpo. I work for PG&E. I'm a program manager. One of the programs I manage is SEW and the Smart WX program implemented for our field workforce.
Manish.
Manish Anand, PwC. I lead the power and utilities practice within PwC, and my specific focus for the last 6 years has been collaborating with SEW, understanding the platform, implementing the platform within different utilities, and how utilities can take advantage of end-to-end life cycle.
Awesome.
James Douglas, EVP Customer Experience at Electra.
Awesome. All right, you guys, we're going to jump right into it, okay? And the focus, as it has already been throughout our conference, is we're going to focus on AI and machine learning and how those leading-edge technologies can be used to transform the utilities, okay? So from your perspective, and I want to kind of put this out there, and I'd like to hear each one of you share your thoughts. How do you think AI and machine learning when it comes to field operations, when it comes to the customer journeys, the workforce journeys, how do you think AI and machine learning can help to revolutionize the utility industry over the course of the next several years? And we'll start with you, Manish. We'll start in the middle and kind of work our way around.
Sure. I think AI and ML would be the linchpin for the utility digital transformation going forward. I think there's a lot of good things happening within the industry, but I still believe we are still operating in a more siloed world. Customer doesn't talk to ops, ops doesn't talk to customer, and there is a lot of dependencies across, right? So I believe AI and ML, as we look at utility is not sitting as siloed assets. They are all interconnected. Everything, all the assets, the IoT devices. So how do we take advantage of these interconnected devices to gain better insights, insights which can help us do some preventive maintenance work, manage equipment better, and in turn, provide better service to our customers. I think that's where the advantage is in terms of extracting value out of AI/ML.
Awesome, awesome. Jordan, same question to you, and specifically maybe in terms of how your company, PG&E, and you think about what it's trying to accomplish. How might you see AI and machine learning really helping to take PG&E into the next level of its evolution?
Yeah, I think PG&E, and I'm sure other utilities share this as well, we're good at knowing what needs to be done. We're good at being reactive, but we don't always do things the most efficient way. You know, we'll have a work order or a customer question, and we spend so much time researching the data and trying to figure out how to get to the answer the question the customer needs, or how to get the lights back on, where to get that document and this piece of equipment. And where we really see AI and machine learning helping us is to make those smart suggestions, to collect all that data that we have and say, hey, you're going on this job, did you know that, you know, and this is where partners like SCW really help us to mine that data and make smart suggestions. There was a job here that was completed X amount of days ago, and this is what happened. These are the documents related, these are the procedures and standards that are related to that piece of equipment. Oh, by the way, did you know that, you know, this piece of equipment was mentioned on some gas work order because, you know, we still operate gas and electric work orders separately. So all of those opportunities to really get to the bottom of the data and then put that information in our field workforce's hands so they can make the intelligent decisions that they need to make. I mean, that's really where we can optimize our operational efficiencies for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really appreciate that part of your response, in that data needs to become information. And I've often talked about how utilities have no shortage of data. Utilities don't always have a lot of information. They don't have the ability to turn that data into information, and AI can serve to perform that function for them.
Yeah, we also need to be sure that that it's the right data for the right use case, for the right problem we're trying to solve. There's no limit of data. There's no limit of, in an effort to solve a problem we think our field workforce is having, we may be overloading them with things they don't need. So the only way to figure that out is to be really engaged with them and find out where are their pain points, what can we do to improve their day-to-day work, and then build it with them instead of for them, and tell them what they need to be doing right.
Absolutely, absolutely. And lastly, James, same question to you, and maybe if you can help us think about this from maybe a slightly different angle, the customer angle, and how that factors in and really is benefited from AI being connected with the workforce journey. So if you can speak to that just a bit.
Sure. So there's a talk on two use cases. So Brian talked about one in our presentation yesterday that we're piloting right now with AI to look at images to help with the assessments, right? To look at all the information, have AI identify if there is a fault out there in the field with equipment, and then get it queued up to be worked on based upon the priority of it. The other side of it is we see that we have to be better and faster at these service upgrades. So how can we use AI to help automate, what's the distance to the transformer? How can we start getting these quotes and proposals in place so that we can speed up the process? Because right now it's it's not the most expedient exercise.
It is not the most expedient exercise, and therefore it presents the opportunity for the utility to bring in those technologies to help improve that. And so that said, let's think about the future. Let's think about how do we move the utility ahead, and specifically in terms of connecting the workforce journey and the customer journey, and how the assets and the procedures and the workflows all come together to serve as a merging point for the customer and the workforce. You know, one of the things that I used to always say, and for those of you that don't know me, I spent 27 years in the electric utility business, and one of the things I used to always say to my field teams was that the work that you do in the field is directly, and maybe in some cases indirectly, supporting a customer. But everything that we do, whether it's preventive maintenance, whether it's emergency restoration, it's all to serve the customer. So in my mind, those journeys naturally merge and connect. But the utilities, perhaps there's some gaps there. So what do you think are those gaps that prevents the utilities from really understanding and drawing those connections? And to the extent there are gaps, how can AI and machine learning help to bridge those gaps? So let me start with you, James.
Sure. So let's use the example of we are trying to access those behind-the-meter assets that the customer is putting in place. And you know, we have not been the best at how we communicate to our customers with a service call. So you know, we're the utility, safety is our #1 priority, but our messaging to our staff is that the safety of our customers is also just as important. So you know, the trusted economy of our people coming to their house to perform work, install equipment, they need the visibility of who those people are. They need to understand when they're en route so we can have high efficiency of our staff, you know, being available to actually do the call, do the work. And then using AI to analyze those new assets going in to see if there's, you know, pre-fault notification of those assets so that we can cue this right that's optimal for us instead of being reactive to it. So if AI can be an ally to us to provide the most, you know, seamless journey for our customers on reliability of those new devices going in, it will allow that stickiness and higher CSAT scores with the customer.
Excellent, excellent. Manish?
I think fundamentally, traditional utility, I think they're not able to extract the value today is because we don't have these interconnected systems, right? They are very siloed, as I said. You have connected platform now from SEW. That's a starting point, right? When the transactions are flowing from a customer to related to your asset, going into the field, it needs to go through one platform because that's where the data reside. AI, ML is nothing without the data. Mm-hmm. You can run reports of siloed systems, but then there is a manual effort to reconcile. It takes the work. And I think by implementing something like connected platform, you can actually take this data-rich platform and now apply the algorithms, the models, so that you can automate to what James was describing. I think that's the key. Data sharing, right? Your customers are connected to the field. We don't realize it, but they are. Mm-hmm. And I don't think today, traditionally, when a field tech goes into the field to solve the problem, he has the right level of information or data, right? He would go there and he would do the inspection, and maybe he doesn't have the right part, or he was not given the right level of information, he would come back. So that creates not only the problem on the utility side, but also on the customer satisfaction side. So I think creating that foundation is the key. Having the data in a single platform and then applying the models to do what we need to do to improve the experience, gain those efficiencies, and have your customer and field workers do things in a more optimum way. Yeah. I think that's, in my viewpoint, is something we are now moving towards, and I think utilities are beginning to realize that, but we still have a long way to go there.
Yeah, we do have a long way to go there, and that's really the future direction for the utility. Efficiency is kind of what I hear underlying what you're saying, and how do we...
decision making, right? Decision making comes along with that, right? How do I actually not react to things, but I want to predict things? Instead of my customer calling me and telling me I have a problem, how can I actually look at the data, look at the customer usage, look at what their pattern has been, and proactively go there to address some of those things, right? That's where you gain, at the end of the day, AI and ML would drive that customer satisfaction to the next level.
That's right. And ultimately, the data, the technology that creates the data, gives decision makers, such as James and others, the opportunity to make better choices about how to run their business. Better choices turns into better outcomes for its customers as well, for its workforce. And so there's a great deal of benefit there. And I think something else that you said that I think was really poignant is, it's about the safety too of the workers. Having information, having data, historical data, data that they can access in real time helps workers perform more safely. And for the utility, there's no higher priority than to make sure that the folks who are getting the work done have the opportunity to do so safely and efficiently, all of it in support of the customer. So I think that's a really poignant point to point out there. Jordan, your thoughts about this subject?
Yeah, I like what you said, Tony, about helping the field workforce to realize they're part of that customer journey as well, because honestly, there is no field journey, customer journey, back office journey. We're all on the same journey with the same goal. We're trying to keep the lights on. We're trying to provide safe, reliable, affordable, clean energy. And what are the roadblocks that prevent our field workforce from believing that? They don't feel empowered. Like to Manisha's point, they don't have the information about what's going on with the customer. But to the customer, the person that drives the blue truck is the same person they just called on the phone. Why doesn't the person that's driving around know about this rate increase? Why doesn't the guy I called know about the work that's going on my street? And that's not a unified voice. That's not a company that is sharing the data that they need to share. And we work in silos. We have so many different systems. We don't share information. So when we have these connected platforms, now you're empowering your workforce to speak on behalf of areas of the customer journey that didn't even know existed.
Yeah, that's very important. Again, it's about making sure that they have available information. Those of you, I work with Deepak, and a lot of you work with Deepak. One of the things he preaches is always make sure you have the best available data before you get ready to go perform a transaction. And that's what we want for our field crews. We want our field crews, our customer service representatives, we want them to have all of the best information so that way they can perform the transaction that they're responsible for in the most effective way possible. So all great thoughts here about how that can happen. Just my final question for you all in the few minutes that we've got left here is, as we've talked about AI and machine learning, we've talked about the connected platform and the connected experience, and I think we all here in this room support that and buy into that. But I also imagine that there's some skepticism out there about AI and machine learning and the extent to which it's an appropriate tool to be used. And I imagine that there's folks in the utility who we may want to leverage AI and ML who may say, I'm not quite sure, or is this the right thing to do? So what do you think are the things that we need to do with and for utilities to help drum up the excitement, to help people understand that this is a tool that's going to help transform the utilities and help us get to the next step? What would you say to your workforce if you had the podium and you wanted to compel people to get behind these concepts? And we'll start with you, Jordan, and then we'll go to Manish and then James.
Yeah, I was thinking about this on the way over here. At this conference, in many years, I've heard this phrase. It's like, we need to meet the customers where they're at, And it's like, okay, where are they at? I caught the flight over here from Oakland direct, and we hugged the shoreline, and I got to see the sunrise. It's like a 6:30 flight. I got to see the sunrise over the ocean, and it was beautiful, but I could only see a white line that connected the sand and the ocean. I couldn't see there were any waves because it was too far away. Then I got here and I looked out those doors here and I could see the waves and I could tell that they were crashing, and that's what was causing the white. But then at 4:50, I went to see the sunset on PCH, and now I can hear it, and now I can feel it, and I can smell it. And that's where we need to go. You want to get your field workforce excited about AI and what changes, because they're resistant to change. Yeah. You know, they don't want to stir up any problems. They're doing their job. They don't want to hear it. You can't fix problems from an airplane or a hotel across the street. At minimum, you need to be on the beach. And if you want to engage them and empower them and educate them, you need to get in the water, and you need to get uncomfortable, and you need to be able to tell them, hey, I've stood where you stand. I know your problems. Trust me, this is going to fix it because I understand how to guide you through this. That's the only way.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, give it up for that one, my friend. Yeah.
That's a difficult one. That's a difficult one.
So you weren't on a plane, you were on a cruise, and you saw. So
yes,
let's hear that story.
No. I think there is a lot of, as you said, skepticism and apprehension around how AI ML can be leveraged within the industry, right? And a lot to do with it. It's still new, even though it has been there before. From an automation perspective, you have come with a new buzzword. But I think with that, there's still some work needs to be done in the space, from addressing the benefits, the ROI, the security aspect of it. All those things are still work in progress, right? So I believe we're making good progress around it. But to me, I think the adoption has to come from the fact that people are still concerned about leveraging AI and ML. I think the benefits are there, but they think it's going to come and replace them. I think that's first and foremost, right? It creates that fear. So somehow we just need to figure out a way to help those employees, field, customers, CSRs, everybody understand this is not to replace, this is to supplement you, to make your job easier, to help your customers serve better. I think that's where a lot of those things need to happen. So where we start is, let's do some POCs around it. Show them the ROIs, how it can help, whether it's on the equipment failure side, whether it's in terms of predicting some of the things for an outage, how can we balance the demand and the load to the grid. There's a lot of things we can do, but I think we need to start a little bit small to gain that confidence, because at the end of the day, those are the folks who are going to use it, and who's going to, once they embrace it, I think we're going to start seeing the benefits. So that's where we start.
Awesome, awesome. And then lastly, James, if you can address that question, and maybe even think about it not just from the utility standpoint, but customers, because a lot of the AI that's going to transform the industry is going to be customer facing as well. So, you know, what might be any gaps that might prevent our customers from really wanting to get on and follow the utilities lead in this case?
The biggest thing, customer-wise, or with the operations guys that we deal with. And by the way, I love how you say there's silos between operations and customer, and then you separate the two of us. It's trust in the data, right? So I think that's the biggest thing we see. We've done initiatives in the past where, you know, there's been usage compares that have gone to customer, the shaming about how you compare to other customers, and then, or the early stages of disag where it says these devices are on, the customer doesn't even have them. So then the trust is lost, right? And in the control room, when we're trying to do stuff with, you know, bringing new technology to them, and the trust isn't there, they're not going to use it, right? The information or the tools. So I think that is the, you know, the data has to be right. You have to harden it so that the use cases you're confident in, launch them. You don't have to be perfect on everything, right? But the ones that you have the high confidence in and you can showcase the trust in it, get them out the door, and that's the most important thing, because if you lose the trust of the customer, then these investments, they're not going to be using the tool set you're trying to put in front of them in the first place.
That's right, that's right. So all very good answers. I think we're out of time now, but I heard a couple of themes here, and one is that if we're going the utility industry leverage AI and machine learning to the best of its abilities, it starts with data. The data has to be available, the data has to be clean, and the algorithms that are going to be used to support that data can therefore do what's expected. So I'm hearing that. I'm hearing a theme around we have to empower and educate those that are involved directly, whether it's users of the AI and machine learning, whether it's those that are going to be providing the data into those types of things. It's about education and empowering folks. And then beyond that, as James just really pointed out, there's a trust factor that has to be established here. And so I think all of these things represents the future work for the utilities and for all of us in this room that are experts and are working to that end. And so it sounds like there's a challenge that's set before us to go out and do this work. But I'm excited that you all have had the opportunity to hear from these experts on this subject. So our time's up, so everyone give these panelists a round of applause.
I really enjoyed that. So great to hear from those leaders. It made me think, actually, my time in a utility, the field service or the field workforce, often we see the best of them when they're dealing with a crisis. Their absolute magic comes out, but it's not the most efficient way of working, of course, but you really see the spirit of the workforce when they're dealing with a crisis and they're helping customers directly. I think the theme that we saw there too was, what do we need to do to get the right person to the right place at the right time with the right equipment, the right skills, the right certification, underpinned by the right information and insights. And that's really what the platform is all about. We also heard about the connected idea, and the Smart WX has been grown as a horizontal extension to CX, which is quite different to some of the other platforms around scheduling and workforce management, where they're sitting in a silo. And I think James mentioned about, a lot of utilities are trying to fix the silo between the customer side of the equation and the operations side, and that's a common problem wherever you look. The last thing I wrote down here is quite often customers are most accurate telemetry. They tell us about a problem before the utility might know about it, and one of the objectives of this is how do we get ahead of an incident? And I think what we heard is some of the thoughts and ideas about how we get ahead of an incident and move to that predictive model. So enough about that. We've got a really interesting panel coming up. I'm going to invite Frank to come up and introduce the panel, and we can get on with it. Thanks very much.
Hello. Hey, everyone. So number one, I'm Frank Carnevale. I'm president of BHC Canada, a sub of BHC Global, which won an award last night. Yes, thank you. We're going to have a lot of fun today, so I'm going to invite them up, and actually they're going to do a great introduction of themselves. Usni, Dan, please come up. We had another person who's going to join us, so it's the three of us. I think we're going to make this fun, and people who do know me over there know that I can be quite provocative. I'm going to try that again today, and we'll have a bit of fun on this. So let me just start with what it is we're supposed to be talking about. We'll see if we end up there. So really, and it's interesting hearing the last part of that panel. I think it maybe would have been interesting if we went prior to that. I think there was a lot of micro on the use of data. I think we're going to try to pull it up a bit. So we're talking about smart cities and AI, advancing sustainability with technology innovations. And specifically, the panel's supposed to be talking about, this session will explore how AI and technology are driving the development of smart cities, advancing sustainability, and improving urban living. Discover how innovations in data, automation, and intelligent infrastructure are transforming cities to be more energy efficient, environmentally friendly, and resilient. Now that's really broad, and so we're going to get some interesting examples of that. And maybe let's start with, actually, Dan, if you want to start with, introduce yourself.
Dan Weiss from Springfield, Missouri, municipal utility. We provide electric, gas, water, fiber, transit, pretty much. We even bill sewer on behalf of the actual city. But my role there is the manager of IT applications, responsible for 100 plus different corporate applications, everything from CIS to OMS to GIS, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm very interested in the role AI and good data is going to play in moving our organization forward.
And your customer count?
Customer count, we have 110,000 accounts serving roughly 250,000 in the metro area.
Great.
Hi, everybody. I'm Usni Semsadini. I'm the president and CEO of London Hydro. Unfortunately, it's not London, England, London, Ontario. Not as sexy as the other one, but that's okay. We have 167,000 customers that we serve in the City of London. We do electricity billing, of course, distribution, and we also do the water billing for the City of London as well. Maybe I'll just mention too, I have had sort of a fun history. London's new for me. I've been there for about 3 months. This is my second time around in the City of London, but have done some work for other municipalities and that were really focused on the smart city. And it's been really interesting to see that evolution sort of over the last 5, 7, 9 years and seeing how that's been changing. So really excited to talk about that today and looking forward to your questions, Frank.
Great. So what I thought we'd do is, if we do have a bit of time, is I'll have them describe the types of projects they're currently embarking on or have embarked on. And as you're describing that, we're going to start layering in more topics around maybe governance and some data along the way. And I think we'll make it a pretty interesting conversation. So actually, Usni, if you want to start with, maybe walk us through whether it's smart city, AI, what's the sophistication level of London, where are you at, what projects? Maybe walk us through that a bit.
Sure, yeah. So, the thing that I really enjoyed about the conference over the last couple of days is hearing where people have been on their journey. The one thing that I think we all came here this week thinking about was AI. How does it apply to our business? Are we laggards? Are we sort of pushing the envelope? And the one thing I was sort of happy to hear was everybody seemed like they had just started in about the last year. When I heard sort of all the companies that are really pushing the boundaries, they said we've sort of been in this for the last year. And I would say for us, we're very early in the journey. I would say we're in the educational piece of the journey. I think that we are doing many of the things that other utilities and companies are doing to try to understand AI. Some of that is happening through small pilots. And I think we're also looking at the policies that we use to make sure AI doesn't get out of control before we figure out what it really does. So, having people understand that you don't upload all of your private data to the web somewhere so you can do AI queries, understanding that people have to go through some checks and balances before using these AI systems. So really setting up those policies and the initial training for people to understand what AI is and how we use it. And then sort of getting to your question there, Frank, then we're running certain pilots. And I think there's a couple of pilots both that London Hydro is running and the City of London is running, which I think are fairly interesting in how we think about things. Some are internal to our company. So for example, we had students come in and actually help us create AI interfaces for our customer service staff where they didn't have to have specific information, but they could just type a phrase and basically it was almost like a search bot. So a customer calls and has a question about TOU rates. You just simply type in the prompt of TOU rates and all those rates come right to the customer service representative instead of them having to look at things. Or when does the high rate start? Here's the time that it starts. When do rates change? So they had these prompts that were really helping our CSRs being able to interact with customers, and that's an example of something small we were doing internally. We also have external companies, of course, that are giving us AI functionality. So we have just moved to, I'm sure much of you maybe use Diligent for your board packages. We've just sort of gone to their AI version, which helps us summarize, board packages. It helps us write minutes. There's a whole bunch of things that these types of companies are helping us with on the AI side that are actually third-party companies. So those are a couple of small projects that we're embarking on internally. The City of London is also doing some interesting projects. They've assigned basically co-pilot to a number of their senior and executive team within the city. using Copilot to help them sort of do their jobs better and get an understanding of the power of Copilot and how they could maybe put it out throughout the entire organization. Maybe I'll just stop there. There's some other cool projects that I think we'll be talking about when we talk about smart cities and how they've moved.
And maybe just to add, and I'm asking this because I know Electra is a good example, other utilities not struggled, but have reached a point where they're obviously using SEW, and they're at a point where AI is already happening, right? And so they're now having to put the genie back in the bottle a bit, go back to their shareholders, their board, have conversations and sort of get a new level of what they're willing to accept in the use of the AI. And I'm wondering from a governance perspective, and I know your council, I know them well, this would be something I'm sure they'd be interested in. So what have you found or seen in the appetite to even want to discuss what's acceptable and not from a use of AI?
So the nice thing, I guess, from the Ontario market is municipalities are going to have to fall under what's going to be called Bill 194, has them really focused on AI governance. And so I find when I looked at the work that our shareholder was doing on the AI front, they were actually fairly, I would say, more advanced even than we were as a utility. So that's a good place to be, something that we can actually use them to sort of leverage in what they're doing to figure out what we're doing as well. But then also having them being both educated and not scared of the AI future that's coming, and having legislation that they need to have their own frameworks and governance models to make sure that they're dealing with privacy issues. That the other thing that we hear about a lot is equity, right? So how is this data being used? Are people being treated fairly? Is there a bias built into the algorithms in the system? So these are all the things that they're thinking about and being forced really through legislation to ensure that they've got some solutions to.
That's great. So Dan, maybe to layer into that, as you talk about, I know maybe you're at earlier stages, right, of Smart City and where you're at. Maybe the one piece to add in that I think people would love to know is, what's the main driver? When you think about why the utility's doing them, what were the main drivers in their head? Is it affordability? Is it what is it that's driving it? Certainly that you can convey to the public, as you explained.
Well, the main driver for us at this point is twofold: operational efficiency and customer value. And AI will play a huge role in both of that. Much like Uzni and his organization, we're in that early prep stage, right? We've established the policy, right? Don't upload all of our sensitive corporate data into ChatGPT, please. But also internally, we've started in IT. It just occurred to me, I'm sitting between two Canadian CEOs. I don't stand a chance up here. But, from the IT perspective, we're trying to stay at least a half a step ahead of the business, right? So we're coalescing around Copilot, both everything from our own internal software development assist to trying to determine how we can leverage those models and where do we put them in the utility. So a quick and easy one for us as part of this early prep work that we're trying to do is we're kind of piecing out the tools to folks just to pilot it and see what we can get. And our electric planning department, I think, has come up with a really good deal of basically uploading all of the regulatory documentation that they have to manage to from our RTO as a great source of what can we do, what can't we do. And that's just a really quick and easy, tangible model to put together for us in the scheme of things. But the larger lift, and again, I'll speak to it from the IT side of drivers and that efficiency, it's data. And you've all heard it 1,000 times this week, how important the data is. So what are we doing actively? We are cleaning the data we have. We're modernizing our systems. We just went live with a whole new supply chain system, which we hope will provide a greater fidelity to that data. And then at the same time, trying to identify what are all those potential use cases going forward. So from the customer side, though, I'll wrap it up, Frank, with that, with one of the most fundamental things we've done, I think, and this is a shameless plug, is we are currently upgrading to version 11 on the SEW CX platform. That becomes foundational, so we can start layering in the smart chatbot, hopefully fork that over to an AI experience as well, while keeping it within the same whole ecosystem. So those are...
No, that's great. So you mentioned data.
Mm-hmm.
Really good strategic. We've been talking about this, and I think one perspective, they're both of similar size utilities, And they're not the smaller utilities, obviously, which I think struggle a lot more with this. And the bigger utilities obviously have a better handle. But as we were talking about this for the last few weeks leading up to this, we were thinking about the kind of sophistication from a data optimization, even never mind how clean the data is, but do you even know where the data is, how you can access it, how you, never mind monetize it, how you optimize it to achieve everything you want to achieve from it. And just to add to this, and I'll ask you a question, I did go on LinkedIn and ask people, hey, how mature do you think your local utility is from a data optimization, just using the data that is available to you, whether you know where it is or not. And it was intriguing to me because the majority were it's immature. And I think a lot of utilities would probably argue they're not at a very mature level yet from even understanding what to do with that data. I think, and I will shut up soon, this is the provocative part. I know there's other people selling systems to utilities, municipalities, and a lot of times it's, you won't get that sophistication until you buy AMI 2.0, let's say. But they've never even appreciated the value they have at their fingertips in AMI 1.0. And so it sort of begs the question, if we keep buying more systems and doing more things without bringing that sophistication, that maturity up with them at the same time, how successful can they really be? So that's as provocative as I was going to be today. Maybe from a data perspective and your maturity as an organization, how do you guys look at that? Where are you from that perspective?
First, Frank, you should have probably told people that this was at least rated R with all that provocative that you had on that question.
I'll get worse.
I think I'm blushing.
So, as I like to say sometimes, I think we're a tale of two cities. I think utilities historically have been very focused on what I call the engine of our businesses, which is capital installation. So if you look at our planning process, there's a lot of data that we have access to. There's a lot of data we use to understand how our municipalities are building out, where we need to build new stations, new lines, where we're going to be connecting new customers, how fast that growth is coming. I think utilities historically have done a really good job at that. I think the challenge is, over the last 20, 30, 40 years, that growth rate for most of us hasn't been too accelerated. We've been able to keep up. We've been able to spend the capital that we need. We've had the ability to do what we needed to do. I think now as we come into this new age, in Ontario they're talking about, the doubling of capacity needs by 2050. So if we actually had to double our capacity, double the amount of generation, as utilities, we don't have the funds to be able to do that work. So we need to be smarter about where we invest. And I think that's the key turn that's happening today in terms of the data that we use and understanding where the best dollars are actually spent, understanding the outcomes that they produce for us as an organization. The other thing utilities haven't done historically well is when we start doing something, we keep doing it. You talk in your budget cycle and you say, well, what are we doing next year? It's like, well, we did whatever we did this year and let's add 3% for this, 5% for that. And we just keep adding programs. We never take programs away. And I think it's forcing us as utilities and monopolies to start thinking about ourselves as actual for-profit companies that have not an unlimited amount of money to spend and how we do that. So, I think in answering your question, there is data that we've had for years that we haven't had to use, which is, I think, data we're going to have to access. So I think our maturity is going to be an exponential increase in terms of how we're using this data and how we're making the decisions to spend the funds that we do have.
No, that's great, and that's similar. The conversations we've been having, maybe to add to your answer, would also be, where is that responsibility, right? Is it the business side? I'm a big fan of, you need to know what it is you don't know, right? You need to have a general sense of how big is this problem, how do we get to it, even if you don't know how to do it. And I think that I can tell in my interactions with utilities, is it the IT responsibility to bring that sophistication on how to use that data? Is it the business side? And how are you guys dealing with that, if you want to start
Sure.
first?
There's a little bit of the build it and hope they come, right? We established a whole business intelligence unit. Data analytics and BI was all the buzz phrases years ago, right?
So how many analysts, we talked about this, how many analysts do you guys have, business analysts? Anyone looking at data today in your organizations? Maybe add that into this.
That's a loaded question. I have business intelligence analysts ready to wield tools and provide insight. But the culture of the utility is still 10 years behind. To give you some context here, we have 1,000 employees, and our turnover rate is anywhere from 2 to 4%. So the average tenure is 10 to 15 years, and people get set in their ways, right? And so you say, what intelligence you'd like to know about your organization or your business unit, and without fail, the first thing they ask for is another tabular report. Show me how many payments we took today, and what was the total taken, does it reconcile with the bank? Okay, that wasn't the question. In establishing a whole data engineering group, establishing a business intelligence group, and partnering with some vendors to help us kind of show the light in terms of what's possible. And I'm going to go back to the title of the session here of Advancing Sustainability. With AI, really we've had the opportunity to advance sustainability with the existing data we've had, with the intelligence tools that are out there, and a simple Power BI report can provide you some insight to maintain that sustainability. So where does AI play into all of this? Well, I think it's the next level up, right? It can ask the questions for you, perhaps, that you're not even asking. If you get your data staged right, you identify those use cases, perhaps even at a higher or macro level, and let the machinery do its thing. But it comes down to who's going to do it, to your question, Frank, right? We can build it, but they have to come, but you have to train them. And I've heard that several times throughout the sessions this week about the necessity to educate. Not just your customers, but your employees. And I think this is a good example where that lack of education leaves you behind in getting the return on those investments that you're speaking to.
Do you want to add it, like, how about from an analysis perspective in your business? How would you say you rank and rate yourself?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So this is probably one of those rooms for improvement. I think we drop sort of specialists in each vertical to help those teams figure out, analyze the work that they're doing, and we've got a number of people that exist in engineering operations, may exist in IT, may exist in different functions within the organization, running different analytics for our folks. But I think, like Dan said, that part of not even knowing what questions to ask or having the time and people having that imagination to even think about what's possible, and then ask those questions to be able to get that data. I think that's the part we're completely missing, and I think we need to start showing people what's happening. And the thing that I'm excited for, there was I guess it was a session was done on AI from my university that I went to, and they had their lead AI guy talking about where AI was taking us as people. And what I thought was really interesting, everyone sort of heard the story of how AI was used to beat Go champions, right? And how it won 5 out of 6 games or all this. What I thought was really neat in the story that he was telling about it was the thing that people didn't really expect AI to do, and what it actually helped more, I think, change more of what was happening in Go. They had all games sort of identified and graded for a 10 or 15 year period before we went with AI into Go. And let's say the steady state was a score of, 10, I'm just making up a number. This is where, the average score was, and people who were fantastic were 15s in that. So that was steady state. For 10 or 15 years, like, it just sat flat. After they used AI in Go and the champions started training with AI, the average level of play increased. So all of a sudden, AI was training humans on how to be better at what they were doing. And I think this is sort of the area that we're getting into. As we get more comfortable with it and using AI, AI can start challenging our folks and helping them understand what questions even to ask to make the process better. So I think it's going to be an interesting journey, and I think it's something that doesn't happen day one. But I think as we move through our use of AI and the folks using it, they will get better at asking those questions and using the data.
So that is a great segue, because one of the ideas Usni had last week was we stuck in all of our information into Chat GPT-4 and said, hey, what question would you ask us? So it's a good segue. So the question was, I did play with it, I have to admit, was what advice would you give to other municipalities, utilities, embarking on their journey towards sustainability, smart city development, but particularly in leveraging data and AI? So if you have to end this, what one advice you can give them to sort of look out for?
I'm not sure I even understood the question.
Yeah, well, damn ChatGPT 4. I mean, what's a piece of advice on people looking at smart cities AI? We've talked about data as an issue, analysis, people don't know what they don't know. Is there one particular advice you want everyone to leave here with who are embarking on the same thing you guys are embarking on?
You know, I went to ChatGPT to answer the ChatGPT question. And it really came down to, I said, what is the definition of smart cities? Started with that. And ChatGPT came back and said, it's a city that leverages data to improve the life of its residents, excuse me. Well, that's the whole point of the utility, is it not? So if we're there to improve the life of our citizenry, and AI is going to be a tool to help us do that, then we need to do the blocking and the tackling and the data and asking those questions and challenging ourselves and thinking of those use cases about where we can apply this trade, if you will. And so, which was basically the question we were asking of ChatGPT. And if you put in there, how do I use AI to make my utility better, it's going to bring back the top 10 things you may want to do, from automated leak detection to understanding perhaps the most cost-effective maintenance plan you have for all of your electric assets. It will give you the bulleted list where you can focus your efforts internally. So if you take anything away, maybe it's that understanding the entire and remembering that the point of this is to improve the life of your customers. And the tools are there to help you do that. And if you're not sure what path to follow, use the tools that are there.
From my standpoint, I think the piece of advice I would give is don't be scared to be different. Municipalities, utilities, we're all similar, but we're all very different. We all have our own issues that we're dealing with. They're very pertinent things to our communities that may be different than some of the other areas. So in the City of London, for example, homelessness has become a major issue, like it has in many big cities across the country. And one of the areas that the City of London used immediately for their sort of AI was trying to get a predictive model of how many more people would be homeless every month or every 2 months based on changing economic conditions, based on how many people they're seeing sort of maybe going through drug rehabilitation centers, all these sorts, using all the data that they could to try to estimate how big this problem would get and how fast it would go. So there are many things that we use AI for. I think a lot of the things, as Dan mentioned, we think about is efficiency. You know, how do we do more with less? And that's an important element of what it is that we're doing. But how do we tackle the issues that are very important to those in our community? And I think each community has things that are a little bit different. So, you know, really having a focus on your community and figuring out how you're going to make it special for you is something that we can't be scared of. And you can't just use business cases that others are using and trying to use it in your company. You have to look at what's important to you.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting, that little story you gave earlier about this study in sort of sports and athletes. I think that's maybe the one advice I want to give to everyone is if athletes at their best, you know, conditioning and best state, it's the only time when then AI can step in to make them that much better, then I would argue if as a utility you're not at your best state in how you use data, then how can it make you better in the use of it in the first place? Yeah. So I think people might think, we don't have to be so great, AI can get us there. I don't think it can. So I think that that's a provocative part. So I think you have to be the best at the use of data for it to actually give you what you want. Gentlemen, thank you very much for doing this. And look at that, we used up our time, awesome. I'm sure everyone's happy. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Well, that was a great panel. About 8 years ago, City of Columbus received a grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation as part of a Smart City Challenge. Yes, Columbus, Ohio. And what was really cool about that experience, having lived in Columbus for most of my life and would consider my hometown, was the collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. And we had a big utility based in Columbus, an AEP, very progressive government that was looking to better the lives of the citizens in the community. And I share that story with you all to say that I remember being a part of it and sitting there in the room with the advisory board that I was on at the time. And one of the biggest challenges that we ran into was just how much data a city has to manage. And when we think about what AI would have been able to do back then when they were trying to bring everything together in what they called the smart city operating system, I mean, it would have been probably revolutionary. So it's really cool to hear from real world experiences from Dan and the others that lead these utilities on how we're going to be able to use the technology and the data that we have at our disposal to really make lives better within our communities. So thank you. That was, again, a fantastic presentation. I was really glad to hear all of those perspectives. This next panel is another one that I'm really looking forward to. Erin Christie is going to lead. I've had the opportunity to work with Erin for about a year now. I can say she's a fantastic leader and somebody that I really admire for the ability that she has in leading by example. And so this next panel on diverse voices and leadership lessons for evolving the energy landscape, I think is going to be a great one. So Erin, come on up.
See if we can get the microphones right this time. Yeah. Well, nice to be back. I have some lovely ladies here. We're going to chat with you about diversity. So let me go through, and I'm going to start at the end. So we have Nicole Denton, who is the Senior Manager of Customer Modernization and Digital Self-Service at SRP. Nicole leads the Digital Self-Service work stream as part of SRP's Customer Modernization Program. In this role, she will oversee the implementation of SEW, set to launch in October 2026. With 6 years of experience in the utility sector, Nicole previously led the team that manages SRP's public-facing websites, email, and direct mail. Nicole brings 16 years of experience in digital user experience and communications. Then we have Linda Mattis, who's an executive consultant and was formerly the Vice President of Customer Operations at Alliant Energy. Linda has over 30 years of experience leading transformative initiatives across generation, transmission, and renewable energy. Throughout her career, Linda has championed innovative solutions and cross-functional collaboration, empowering teams to navigate the evolving energy landscape effectively. Ooh, losing cards. And then we have Vanessa Edmonds here beside me. As founder and executive director of Utility 2030 Collaborative, she empowers energy and water leaders to meet critical modernization goals through transformational leadership and diversity of thought. Vanessa has served as a utility advisor to utilities such as PG&E, SDG&E, SMUD, Georgia Power, Liberty Utilities, and BGE. So I wanted to start there and make sure we knew who we were talking to and that we had some background on their leadership roles and how diversity may be there. So we're going to start with, down here with Nicole. How has focusing on diversity influenced your approach to customer engagement and understanding varied customer needs?
So I think when we think about diverse customer needs, we need to focus on, this is going to sound really simple, that our customers are diverse. We hear a lot of blanket statements like, customers don't want to call anymore, or direct mail is dead, and the reality is that there are a lot of customers who still do want to call. And so we want to be there for them when they do, and we want to be able to meet them on the channels that they are and that they want to be on, and the communicate with them in the way that they want to be communicated to, with the things they care about. And the way that we do that is through some pretty intense voice of the customer research. So we have a really amazing strategic research and insights team at SRP that is talking to customers on a daily basis through surveys, focus groups, user experience studies, a number of ways that we're just asking customers what it is they care about. We have a really robust customer segmentation. We are working on trying to get more to that one-to-one segmentation of one that we heard about earlier. But it does really start at just understanding that there are a variety of different customer needs, and we need to be there to meet them kind of where they are and talk to them in the way that they want to be talked to. I think the other thing that's been really important to us is just having a real focus on customer centricity. I just saw a stat, I think a week ago, that 16% of employees in the business at SRP started in our contact center. And so they bring all of that customer knowledge and all of that engagement throughout the organization, where it is that they land. For the rest of us that didn't have that opportunity, we still get to shadow the call center. We even had our friends from SEW recently shadow our call center because it's really important to us that they understand that our customers are diverse and that they have different needs from us, and that we know who we're creating these platforms for.
You have anything to add there, Linda?
Well, I would just add, we heard earlier someone talked about how diversity is more than gender and skin color. It's really about diversity of thought. If you have a wide range service territory, you have clients from 18 to 98 years old, and people want different things. So there is no one size fits all. And when you're building a project, you need to make sure your customers and that diversity is represented on your team. So when you think about it, and I shared with somebody that we used a system that was pretty cumbersome before we went with the SEWCX system. And my husband owns his own IT company, and I asked him and a friend, and the friend is very technology limited, to sign up for paperless billing. My husband, who's like, my God, it took me 14 minutes. This should be a 30-second activity. And alerts, forget it, they're not even in the same place. The friend could never get it done. So when you think about who you're designing for, you have a broad array of people. And it's easy a lot of times for utility people to design at the high end. And really what you need to do, I'm a simpleton. And I like to do it because I want everyone to have access. And if you start at that lower level and allow your customers to build in what they want, but still accessible to those at the lowest end of knowledge base, it really is a system that is for everyone. And I think that's so important as you design.
So building off of that, so the diversity is important in terms of the teams that you're going to create. So talk to me about how you encourage that and then how you manage that cross-collaboration and diverse teams.
Okay, so before I answer that question, I would like to thank everyone who's here because it is the end of a very great conference. Nice job to Deepak and his team. I think people here should be getting awards. There were a lot of awards given out last night. I think everyone should get an award. I only have one because I was told I could take 2 C's candies today at the breakfast. So if you are here, but you don't have to be, so you're not an SCW employee, could you raise your hand? Okay. Thomas Lord, you are the winner of the C's Candy. Okay, can you ask me that question again? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. We're really grateful.
Well, we're talking about the diversity in teams, and so the cross-collaboration. So we know we have a diverse customer base. We need diversity in our teams that are building these projects. And how do we manage that as the project is going forward?
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful question. And I think something that's really interesting is when we think about diversity of thought on teams, we sometimes think the people that are diverse need to lead that diversity of thought. And we've got people here of all backgrounds and colors and genders, and really encouraging what we try to do at Utility 2030 is it's everybody's job. So an example is, again, I'd like to go back to the women's breakfast this morning. There were some men in the room. I would like to challenge all of you men next year to ask for permission to attend, because how else are you going to better hear what the issues that women have and the concerns and the things that are going to motivate them unless you come to a women's breakfast, or maybe you go to a conference where it's people that are generally of color and really sit alongside of them. How can you truly deliver solutions if you don't understand and empathize with people? So the men that were in the room this morning, are you here? Can you raise your hand? I think you should get a prize too. There's going to be so many prizes at the end. Yes, you were there.
It doesn't count if it was your team, Deepak. You don't get to raise your hand. But carrying that a little bit further, so there's plenty of leaders here that are on the verge of a large-scale transformation. And when we're thinking about that, and you have a diverse team, so we've talked about working through that, but what other advice can you give? So you've got a big project, you've got a diverse team, diverse challenges you're meeting.
Well, first of all, again, I'm a simpleton. If I put you on a team, it's because I trust your judgment. And I don't need to be involved in everything. Now, I'm there to help escalate, to help leverage vendors, whatever we need to do, But I trust my team to make decisions. And I once had somebody say, well, what if I'm wrong? Well, then you'll make another one. And, you know, I have a phrase I use all the time, the world won't stop rotating. And most of the decisions, you're better off making a bad decision than no decision, because at least now you know one thing not to do. But we in the utility industry can sometimes get mired down in trying to come up with the perfect solution instead of just moving forward. Keep moving. And that's what I encourage my team to do is, you're responsible for the decisions. I had one decision in this project, and that was change orders. We had 3 in our whole project, I think, because I just refused. I'm like, how can we be that much different than these 1,000 other utilities using this? And the answer is we're not. We like to think we are, but we're not. So how do we simplify this all down? You guys run with it. If you have to change something, come back to me. Otherwise, keep moving. Just keep moving. And I think sometimes we stop, we think, and sometimes inclusivity can be a detriment, because have we talked to everybody? Well, for God's sakes, no, and you don't need to. Are the right people around the table to make the decision? Have we thought about the customer? Keep moving forward. That's my one piece of advice, is when we stop and debate, where it can take days, weeks, and months sometimes to make a decision.
Yeah, we're really early in our transformation, the very beginning of our project, but one theme that's kind of been consistently reiterated from our leadership is, you're going to make wrong decisions, and that's okay. And so we keep instilling that in our teams, is like, you don't know what you don't know, you're going to make the best decision you can at the time. If we get something wrong, we'll fix it. But we're also empowering our program team to make 75% of the program decisions. We'll see what gets escalated up, but we're really going to try to empower our team members to make those decisions within the program team themselves.
And I think there's such a temptation as leaders to think, oh, we could just tweak it a little and it'd be better. It doesn't matter. Resist that urge, because it slows your team down, and your team will tell you that's really micromanagement. You think you're adding value, they think they're being micromanaged. So consequently, they start asking you about every decision, and it's just a domino effect. And the project just comes to a screech and starts moving at a snail's pace. So resist trying to incrementally improve things.
Have any of you in the room ever heard of the Enterprise Operating System, EOS? Anyone? So EOS is this really great framework for your team. So you talk about keep moving, but when you have a lot of diverse perspectives, that can mean this. And if you want to rise in an upward direction, this enterprise operating system, it gets your team aligned towards what is our North Star, what is our goal, and then when you get a little sidetracked, this happens to me, by the way. My team tells me I'm a little ADD, if it's not clear. And they say, that might be a great idea tomorrow, next year, maybe never. Does that align with our North Star? And if it doesn't, let's table it. Let's put it in the thing of Vanessa Crazy Ideas. We'll put it in the little recipe box, and then we keep moving. So I love this keep moving, but it's sometimes you have to challenge them and say, what is it that we decided on, and does that align? And most of the time, they'll come to the answer themselves and say, okay, it doesn't. I'll take a back seat.
Well, let's move forward. So we've talked about those pieces and some examples of things that you were suggested to do or not do. If you had to have a lesson that you would say to somebody else leading a large-scale transformation, what's some advice you would give?
And I know this is not technical advice, but my advice is stay positive. I think sometimes in these big projects, we start talking about the things that aren't working versus the things that are working. And somebody said earlier, lessons learned, that we often do that at the end and throw them away and start all over and do the same thing every time, starting with those lessons learned and getting them out of the way, and making sure that you're kind of the cheerleader for your team. I told somebody, I've never had a project go over on time or budget. It just seems foreign to me that it's like, oh yeah, we were over by 6 months. I'm like, God, how is that tolerated? And it just seems like the norm. But I think staying positive, making sure people know the possibilities, and having faith and trust in your team, I think from a leadership perspective are just really important.
Well, and Thomas Lord, I'm calling on you again because you got the C's candy. So if you were in his session, I loved how he said, I don't talk about lessons learned, I talk about lessons applied. So if you weren't in that session, and if you have any recordings of this, it's brilliant. Like, who cares if you learned a lesson if you're not going to do anything with it? It's like going and talking to your psychologist about the same problem week after week, and then they say, like, when are you going to do something about it? So Thomas is an expert on lessons applied if anybody wants to dig deeper into that.
I think for us too, it's not just been about diverse voices within our own team, but also with our partners, many of which are in this room. And, you know, saying that we are all one team, leave your badge at the door, everyone's opinion is valid here, and we're all together on this project. We need to accomplish all of this together. We're not going to point fingers because something's gone off the rails or a wrong decision has been made. We're gonna look at it and say, okay, we messed up, let's move forward. How do we move forward together? And so it's been really important. I don't have a ton of lessons learned because we barely just started, but just from talking to other utility partners and different people in this industry and saying that this is all one big team that has to accomplish this goal together.
Can I also add just the importance of change management and change leadership? Like, so always under budgeted, underestimated, and we heard from Jody this week. Jody Allison at Liberty Utilities, Customer First was the mammoth of a project, right? But it's considered successful. And one of the things that she reiterated throughout was change management and change leadership. At Liberty, they adhere to, it's John Cotter and his 8 steps of change management, and it's a really easy read. I suggest picking it up. Really good tool, and she kept going back to that. And so it was just really making sure through a large-scale transformation that you have. And people talk about change management, they forget about the change leadership. If your leaders aren't going to buy in, it's not going to happen. So that would be something I took from Jody that I thought was a really good lesson learned. Lesson applied.
That's a great point. And expanding a little bit on what Nicole said, I think you brought in a good piece, is there's so many partners and other different groups that you're trying to organize. Talk about experience with projects where you've had to do that and carry through your principles, your application of those, and your thoughts on diversity in your team. How has that been something that you've managed or been able to apply lessons to?
Yeah, so I think when it comes to all of these different partners that we're working with, we pretty much start every meeting with some kind of core program values, some behaviors that we all intend to model together, being collaborative, empowering the team, being transparent with each other, being open-minded. We know that when we get into this program, we're not going to rebuild these systems that we have. We need to all be open-minded to work together to deliver the new solution in a way that works. We've picked some amazing vendors for this project and partners for this project, and so we just want to make sure that we are living those behaviors in every single workshop, every single meeting. And so pretty much every meeting we have, we start by reiterating our key values and our behaviors.
One other thing that I think I'd add, it's so important to build relationships, not only internally, but externally with your vendors. I always told Deepak, it's so important to me that SEW is successful, because there's nothing worse than having a vendor who isn't there at the end. I want my vendors to be successful. I want my team to be successful. And part of my job is making that happen through relationship management. So I think that's another thing from a leadership perspective that's really important.
I would also like to add just shared sense of purpose, getting everyone in the room. Like, you've got these people from all over. Everybody's there for a different reason, right? Your vendors maybe want to make money, and someone else might want to, I don't know, spend some time in Huntington Beach because it's lovely. And we're at a time in our country right now where people are really divided. We had a really tough election last week, right? But there are things that we can agree on despite our differences. So I think getting everybody in the room and getting them aligned towards a shared sense of purpose, whatever that is, and getting past all of that other junk is really, really important to keeping the team together.
And so we'll wrap it up with one last question for each of you. So when you think about the mindset, and you mentioned this when you're saying stay positive, but the mindset or the qualities needed for leadership and strategic transformation and the diversity piece that comes, what advice would you give that leadership and future leaders need in that?
And I know this is cliche, but failure is not an option. And I never ever think that it is, but making sure your team feels that same sense of accountability for bringing the project home. And whether that's in collaboration with your vendors or SI, internally, externally, it's people have to have that vision of where you're going and kind of the chutzpah to get there. And it takes people who are decisive and keep moving.
I think something I'd add too is I always appreciate the leaders that listen more than they speak. I know we've all been in meetings where, you know, there's a senior leader and they're taking up all the air in the room and everyone just kind of shuts down. There might be a really great idea, but they never share it because they just don't feel psychologically safe or like it's their place to do so. And so I think that that's, you know, something that I think is really important. We've hired amazing people to deliver this program. We need to let them have a voice. We need to listen. Occasionally we need to share our thoughts, but we also really need to give them the space to answer the questions and make the decisions.
Yeah, and the one I would add really relates to that, and it's humility. We always say it, but like really being humble. And I don't know if you've ever tried on reverse mentoring, but just go to someone who has got less experience and is quite younger than yourself and ask what they think of things, and it will open your eyes. I've told several of you, I'm sorry. We're paying for 3 kids in college this semester. We have a senior, a sophomore, and a freshman, and so going to people who are younger and have perspectives that we don't have, it can be quite humbling.
Absolutely. I think humility is a huge quality that for a successful leader. So, well, thank you, ladies. I've appreciated this and appreciate the panel. Linda and I are gonna stay and
awesome. Thank you.
You guys get Linda and I for a few more minutes, so bear with us. We're going to transition to talk about our segment on integrated CX and payments powered by AI. And so we just wrapped up talking about diversity, and clearly, as you talked about diverse customers, what does that mean in terms of what payments are needed and what you had to think about in terms of a payment structure, what you were setting up?
Well, and I think this is true for many of us. Our regulators never allowed socialization of credit card cost. We were allowed to use credit cards, but every customer had to pay a fee. And several years ago, we went to regulators and said, it doesn't make sense anymore. This is kind of the 2000s now, and everybody pays with a credit card. We developed a lot of data around credit card use, but the majority of our customers did want to use credit cards. We have some who want to use Venmo. We have a very aged population who really love checks. I wish I could change them, but that's not what they want. So we have to offer a variety of things. But when I took over the team, we had so many different ways to pay, and everything was in a different system. And in the middle of doing our CX project, our CIO left the company, and I was asked to be interim CIO too. And that's when I learned how many software packages we have. And it was we've got to get to more singular packages that we don't customize. I think we had 570 some, and you're paying maintenance fees, and you had to have specialized people on all of them. Some of them we were homegrown, which we stopped doing. And I just think it's really important to be integrated. And when I look at the cost of things, I look at life cycle cost of everything. So when you're buying separate software packages, it just didn't make sense to me, because every time I went to do an integration, I had 67 software packages I had to integrate with. And that is exponentially hard on the time side and on the cost side. So when we installed this, and it was an option to do payments within the CX system, I jumped on it, because that was one, well, actually we had 2 packages we were doing it in, and a third party who did it. So it was really important for me to get it all in one package. And we were lucky enough to go live March 5th of 2020, 15 days before everybody started living out of their homes. And some people were like, oh, that must have been awful. I'm like, oh, it was great, because customers really wanted self-serve. We went from having, on our old system, 8% of our customers self-serving, and when I left, we were at 56%. And that truly translated into about 50% less calls we were taking. But what really, having one package really helped. I called Deepak and said, Deepak, I need an automated payment plan so customers can make their own payment arrangements online. And I need it in 30 days. And he, honestly, I don't think you even argued. You just said, okay. We put a team together and we did it. But we also looked at, for the first time in many people's lives, they were not able to pay their bills. And it was really a very undignified process to have to call into a call center rep and tell somebody for the first time in my life, I can't pay my bill. So I wanted them to have the opportunity to not have to talk to anybody. And I think in the first 60 days, we had 30,000 payment arrangements made online. Now, to some disagreement with my team, who said the regulators say we can only have a 12-month payment arrangement. I'm like, yeah, show me that statute. I've never read that anywhere. Nobody could tell me. And I said, we're going to do 30 to 60 months. Give customers as many options as we can. And I thought my team was going to stroke out on me. And they're like, oh, everybody's going to choose 60 months, and they're never going to pay. I'm like, they were never going to pay anyway if they choose 60 months. We had 5 of that 30,000 choose the 60 months. 5. 30% chose 6 months or less. So we had cash coming in the door quicker than we would have otherwise. And I don't know about you guys, but from a financial perspective, we were forecasting huge write-offs because we knew a lot of people were going to be out of work. Our arrears went down during COVID because customers felt so comfortable doing it themselves. And it really did it was a dignified process for them. They weren't groveling to some call center rep on how am I going to do this. And I think we gave them 2 or 3 before they had to call in. So if you missed one, go back in and do it again. We couldn't shut anybody off anyway. So again, customers felt like they had more options. And regardless of where you are on the spectrum, I think a lot of times that's what customers want is just a couple of choices versus being dictated to. And I think COVID really opened our eyes on the payment side on what can we do for customers. Almost all of our payments, we went to almost 70%, I think, credit card processing. We originally weren't going to offer American Express. We had some difficulties with it. People started using it, and it went through. Oh, well. Things just worked out on that side. And I know I had lots of people calling, like, how are your arrears going down? Honestly, I think we just made it dignified for those people who, for the first time in their lives, couldn't pay. And I think a lot of us sitting on the phones and working didn't understand what was happening to a lot of our neighbors. And for the first time, it didn't really matter where you lived. You had people in your neighborhood who were struggling. You could live in that $10 million home, or you could live in that $100,000 home. You had neighbors who were struggling. So everybody really, for a lot of us, it was the first time we knew people who we always thought of as them. And now they were part of us. We had employees whose spouses weren't working, who were struggling. So I think it opened our eyes to the array of what people need, not just in systems, but when you think about dignity for your customers, having everything integrated allowed us to move so fast. And I can't even think if we wouldn't have had something like that in a system that customers could self-serve, our arrears probably would have went through the roof, which I think a lot of people's did. But I think it was really being open to how customers want to be served. And the easiest way on the back end to do it was with an integrated system. And we've been extremely happy. I don't think we've had any issues where before, even with our third party, we sometimes had blips. And you guys do a lot of analytics on that every day, checking to make sure things are processed. So it's really been good.
Thanks, and that's, you just looped right into the next thing I was going to ask, but you talk about the cost and the complexity and the decision to choose a platform. You could do this end to end, and you wouldn't have been able to serve those customers if you couldn't roll out these use cases. And I would suspect that's the benefit of continuing with this, is that whatever Bitcoin or whatever use case comes next, the ability to deploy this simply without another siloed system.
Well, that's one thing I've always appreciated about SEW is I can call them up. We're the first ones to do the landlord portal. And we brought in landlords and sat down and said, what do you want? We had the university, we had low income, we had just a spectrum of landlords. And SEW came in and listened to the landlords, designed something. We brought a whole new set of landlords in and said, what do you think of this? They told us what didn't work. And when we went live with that, we had no issues. I mean, that was probably the most easy thing we've ever implemented, I think. But it really was the voice of the customer constantly on that one. And for those of you who have university towns, you know August and May, we are just getting bazillions of calls. Since we've installed the CX system, we started out, when I came in, we had 375 call center reps. When I retired, we had 135. Our call volume had gone down that much, and COVID was a plus, quite frankly, because it pushed a lot of people to technology who may not have been comfortable with it before, and they learned how to use it, and they got more comfortable with it. We've used our marketing group to try and get more people engaged in self-service, because our cost is primarily driven by labor. So if you don't need as many people taking calls. But I'll just share a story because I used to sit down with the call center reps, and I happened to be in this little town in Centerville, Iowa, which is way south in the middle of nowhere. And it was probably 11 o'clock at night, and I hear one of the call center reps talking to, I'll just call her Mrs. Johnson. And after she hung up, I'm like, what was that? And she's like, oh, her husband died last year and she doesn't have anybody to talk to. So every night she calls in. And everybody knew her. And I said, well, what do you do if there's an outage? Oh, we tell her there's an outage and we can't talk to her tonight. And I'm like, can you imagine the impact we have on that woman and what she tells her friends about us and her neighbors and her children? But I just thought, how much patience does that take when I think about diversity? We don't have any open offices, and I used to joke that we had two people who went into our open offices, those who couldn't pay and the elderly who were looking for companionship. And when we closed it down, many of our elderly people start calling in. And I just thought, oh, that's kind of cute, but it kind of skews our numbers. Again, it's about accepting every customer kind of where they are and what they want, but also knowing the limitations of what you can do there. And I just think, I use my mom a lot. She's 90 years old. I'll ask her, hey, did you sign up for to have it auto pay or something? And she's like, no, I'm using my credit card. And I'm like, I don't know about you guys, but my mom's not very technology driven. But she's learning. But it's a good thing to reach out to neighbors and people to just understand where they are and what they need. And I think with payments, it's really helped us understand that customer, and being integrated into one system has just saved us a boatload of time and money.
And I love that you were the brainchild of landlord. And I think that's so important for us as a company, is to co-innovate with our clients and continue to hear the use cases, build those, and having the platform to be able to do that and do it so simply to pull it through. I want to talk about your zero plan before we run out of time here, and how that was, how you put that forward and what that meant for your CX strategy and payments.
It really drove the whole thing. And our zero plan was, and I'm sure many of you have gone through this, we were going to do a new corporate strategy, and there was a 12-month plan for it, and I'm like, I don't have 12 months in the spirit of keep moving. I pulled all my supervisors from the call centers and collections and billing together and said, our customers want an Amazon experience. What does that mean to us? What would we have to do? And I kind of knew where I wanted them to go, but they did it on their own, and we ended up with what we called the zero plan. 0 paper bills, 0 paper payments, 0 calls, 0 complaints, and 0 arrears. Everything we did, you had to come with yours, how you're meeting one of those zeros, how you're driving that. Now, of course, people in the utility industry, my engineering friends, well, that's not possible. I know it's not possible. It's directional. But everything we did, and if we spent a dime, it had to drive a 0. That was the whole premise, and I think I met Deepak at Customer Service Week in Phoenix, Arizona. And I was looking for something that would start to drive that 0 calls, because that was just driving my costs. We had 4 call centers, we had 370 call reps, 1 outsourced call center, and it's like, this is driving all my costs. I've got to get this down. And when I talked to Deepak, it just sounded so logical. Customers need to learn to self-serve. And I remember when I went to the board, I asked them how many of them had talked to the call center at Amazon. Well, of course, 0. Finding the call center at Amazon's a chore. But nobody calls the Amazon call center, for God's sakes. Why is that? Because you can do everything online, and it's simple and logical. I wanted the least complicated system, because if I've learned one thing about all of our customers, they want it to be easy. The minute it gets complicated, you start losing people. That's why we had 8% self-serve before. You had the patience of Job to even do anything in it. I couldn't. And just making sure that you were reaching out and doing that, but really driving those zeros. And it was probably the simplest thing. And I will tell you, I talked about it all the time. Imagine that. But every executive at Alliant knew the 0 plan. And if they wanted us to do something on the customer side, well, is that driving one of my zeros? And finally, I had energy delivery before, so I had the gas and electric operations before I was in this. They came to me and said, you know, we're doing all this hand billing in the field. Could you incorporate that into your system? And I said, how does that drive 0? Well, I think when I look at it, they had found all these bills that had never been billed, number 1, that were sitting in arrears, although the customer had never gotten the bill. We had tons of checks that were never processed. So if we could get customers to pay with credit cards, that would start to reduce our arrears and bring in more money. So they would come to me, my peers, and just say, hey, I think this will help with that 0 thing. They didn't even know the zeros, but they knew that it was a plan and what we were driving. And really, it was known virtually corporate-wide because it was so simple, the 5 zeros. And even if you didn't know all 5 of them, you could guess them. It was just a very simplistic way, and everything we did was about getting to 0, driving towards those zeros. And our cost on the customer side went down about 67%. So you all know what you're spending on, how many millions you're spending on that. It was a big reduction in cost. And the thing I really did like about the CX system, it was simplistic, and it was easy for us to adapt to that to drive the 0 plan.
And like Vanessa was saying in the last panel, that was your North Star. That was what you pointed back to every time and kept everybody grounded. Well, we'll wrap up here. One last question, but for others in the audience who may be looking or embarking on modernization in their digital payments, what advice would you give, or where to start, or where not to start?
Well, and thank God I was so naive. When I signed up, I didn't even realize how many problems some people encounter. And at one point in time, we were going to go out and do an RFP on payments. And we had gotten a new CIO, and he goes, well, I'm going to tell you, here are 2 systems. I will leave the company if you choose these 2, because I need a backup payment plan, a system for both of them. They go down too much. And he'd come from the retail industry, not from our industry. So he had a lot more experience in that area. I'm like, really? These systems go down like for a week at a time and you can't process payments? Yes. And I'm like, and our finance team was like, we need to go out for RFP. And I'm like, why would we do that? Thanks to Deepak, I got cheaper rates than they could get. But it just didn't make sense to put another system in place try and integrate, because every time I go to upgrade now, I've got to do more integration with our CC&B system, with the SEWCX system. This integration is a killer for me. So from an IT perspective, keeping it simple was really important. But I would just challenge everybody, do a lot of investigation, because when we went out and started looking at some of the alternatives, I would say we didn't expect to get the same quality of service. I think at one time we had like a few payments that weren't processed, and you guys called us and said, hey, listen, we have like 7 payments that didn't go through last night. And we dug into it and it got fixed. But it's really important to understand what you're getting into, how you're going to integrate, and lots of good salespeople out there. Really do some reference checks on these systems inside and outside of our industry is my recommendation.
So keep it simple and shoot for 0.
Yeah.
There we go.
That was my plan.
Well, thank you, Linda. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Another great panel, fireside chat, I guess, if you will. A couple of takeaways I got from that. I thought the last part was interesting about, a lot of really good salespeople out there. I always joke, it's like you never want to be their best sale, right? So some lessons in that. And I think as we kind of bring up one of the last sessions of the day, we're going to have Deepak, Brian Bentz, and Harish join us. And I think the last thing that I'll just say here is that we've had an action-packed couple of days. There's been a lot of learnings, but I think that last presentation really reinforced the power of vertical integration. And when we think about the potential that we have as partners here, customers, our partner ecosystem, SEW, and really providing an end-to-end solution for our customers, it's really exciting because integrations are tough, and when you're working with a bunch of disparate systems, it really does create a lot of challenges. So I think we're building something special here, and it wouldn't be possible with everybody in this room. And so with that, I'd like to have Deepak and Harish and Brian join us for Monkey Bot.
All right. Well, really, thank you all for making it till the end here. But I actually was looking forward to this session, and it's kind of interesting, right? So I don't know where Paridhi is, but we were just brainstorming. Right, we were just brainstorming a few months ago, right, in terms of the agenda, and I just in passing said, hey, wouldn't it be great if we could, right, just get some insights into basically all the thought leadership and vision. Paridhi was kind enough, and she basically was able to put this session in here. So for folks who don't know Hindi, Man Ki Baat, essentially, it's like, think about it as a heartfelt talk, no filter, straight from the heart, and basically, the intent and goal being that it's very pure, very precious, and very sincere. So I'm hoping that Brian and Deepak will indulge me with some of those questions, and hopefully you can have a good discussion. All right, so I actually polled a few people, right? Hey, listen, I have this session, what would be good topics to discuss? I think by far the number one question was, where does both of your energy and passion come from, right? I mean, because I don't know what the secret is, because you're on 48/7, Deepak, as you mentioned, 100% of the time. So again, and Brian likewise, right? Where does this energy and passion come from? I'd love for both of you to talk to that.
I want to hear from Brian first. Well, I mean, I'll go back, was it five years ago? We were at an event in it was in Sacramento, in the California Mobility Center. and we're having a dinner of a whole bunch of people, and it was really good. Arlen Orchard was there. He's the predecessor to Paul Lau at SMUD, and we're really enthused about e-mobility. And there was this gentleman beside me that there was an instant connection. And I felt a lot of enthusiasm. I didn't know what he did, but I felt a lot of enthusiasm. I felt a lot of passion, and I get enthused by that. And it was Deepak. It was the first time I met Deepak, and like I said, I didn't know what he did, but he talked so passionately about energy and water, and it's taken for granted, and it's the lifeblood of civilization, and you know, it's an honor and a privilege to actually do this and be part of this industry. And that's, you know, I mean, we talk a lot about serving and being served. Ultimately, we are servants as leaders. And to the extent that we can help people serve other people, that to me that makes a difference. That's impact. So if you're doing that, you're making not only your employees' lives better, because they feel good about themselves, they feel rewarded. You're doing that as a team. You create a team that has energy, that is all rowing in the same direction. It's a great feeling. And you're doing that, you're greening the economy, and you look back on your career and you say, job well done. To be able to do that, I think, is very gratifying, very satisfying, and yes, that makes me get up in the morning and say, let's go, let's make a difference today.
Thank you, Brian. I will say that my energy comes from the people like Brian and all the industry leaders. Seeing them, they work so hard day and night to ensure that we all have the most important commodity. This is what we all talk about it. Our partners and our great team. You know, I think the whole SCW team, anytime I talk to our partners, our clients, our team, I just get energized. You know, it's like because the commitment we give to the industry, the pretty much the hard work we have to do to ensure the industry can depend upon us, and the focus we required, because this is not an optional, and we have no chance of doing wrong, and that keep driving me. And I say one more person is God. I think whatever people believe is, I think God, I'm just a medium, all of us are the medium. I think he always keep charging me wirelessly for good reason, and all of us, and I have a lot of belief in God, and I think that's make me keep running.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The fantastic answers. The other thought that comes to mind as participants of this great summit, and also students of the industry, is your time, both of your times, is so precious. You could be at 10 other places, right? What would be some of those North Star ideas and thoughts that excites you to actually be here, spend the time with this broad audience over the last couple of days? And what are some of those learnings or observations, if you will, over the past 2 days?
Well, when you're with like-minded people who are sharing similar experiences, going through the same challenges we're all going through as an industry, and we come here with open minds, and I mean, we're in the same industry, but this industry is in many ways unique. I don't know if it's because we have monopoly franchises. I think it's the legacy culture of the energy sector, where we all help each other through. We all learn together. We all, the last day and a half is all about sharing in terms of what I've learned, what you've learned. And, we talked about humility, and you have to have a humble mind to say, hey, I don't know it all. Other people have gone through this, and maybe they learned something and applied something that I need to learn from. And being open-minded about that, and being, willing to learn, you got to be better every day than you were yesterday. And to come in and have people sharing that, I think it's a fantastic experience. So that's why I'm here. The other reason is the foundation of a great partnership is you're grounded in your values at the bottom of the house, and you're headed for the same vision, the same North Star in terms of your strategy. So your foundation is strong and your vision is strong. And with the people here and under Deepak's leadership, I feel we're very aligned in terms of, in the belief, the values of service, faith, all of those things, but also building a better tomorrow and that legacy again. So, coming here and doing that, I find very gratifying, very fulfilling, and I'll be back next year.
Thank you, Brian. Again, I just love, I was just listening, I forgot actually, even though we stopped. No, but one thing is I think a lot of people who knows me is, my mom is my first teacher. She taught me one thing is, you should be keep listening people, you should be keep reading at that time, because, and knowledge is everything. You should be open to learn from everybody. And I feel this is really, I doesn't matter the W3, but any conference I go to learn and learn from everybody, and we learn a lot from industry. But W3 Foundation is all about learning from our customer, learning from our industry leader, because I think our honest movement of starting the W3 was, when we go to any other conference, maybe people have different agenda. Our agenda was nothing other than being honest about this industry. This industry need to really solve very, very complex and simple problem. We don't want to have pretty much no time available to listen the very honest feedbacks, the ideas. And I think this W3 become a movement now, and who makes this W3 today most successful is when we have these 2 days of learning from each other, sharing all our successes and our challenges. And our leaders like Brian and a lot of other leaders who maybe right now sitting in the audience and listening us over the online, keep giving us the inputs, keep sharing the ideas, keep sharing and going and solving this complex problem we all in front of us. And I know we talked about it. Brian talked in his presentation about how much we are going to be looking in the future. Just that future is 6 months, 12 months. The energy demand is not going down, it's going to go up. The people dependency on energy is not going to go down, it's going to go up. We don't have trillions of dollars to spend to increase the capacity of transmission and distribution. We don't even have a time, and I think all of people know that for good reasons. The power or the water is all nexus connected. If the power price go up, the water price goes up. This is the most important commodity for the human life. We have to think about affordability. And how we do that if we bring the efficiency. And how we bring the efficiency, and that's why we put this core agenda of this conference is people and AI. We are impacting 8 billion people's life. And we want to make sure we as industry leaders, we are the industry contributors, we do everything to save every dollars being spent, which is not going to bring the value. And we want to save for our industry, and that's our commitment as STW. This is our commitment from our partner ecosystem. We'll do everything to bring the efficiency. We will do everything to leverage, not just to sake of saying AI. We're going to build every use case. We're going to bring every use case in complex or simple to bring that AI in operations of business or customer so they can save the money. So that's our continuous passion. We're going to keep running that, and we want to keep opening ourselves every time. Doesn't matter the W3 or any other venue we will get customer feedbacks in the meetings, or if we are going to change, we're going to keep learning, and we're not going to stop innovating, and we will keep innovating.
Thank you. So and again, I'm speaking from my perspective, but I'm sure others have the same thoughts, right? Especially over the past 2 days. There's been amazing content, amazing panels, What would be your advice, if you will, as some of the key trends, key takeaways, right? Because we can get overwhelmed at times. Oh my God, there's so much change. Let's do nothing, right? Versus as utility industry professionals and leaders, when we look at the 5-year outlook and hey, these are the priorities that will get us to the next milestone, what would be some of your advice to the leaders and professionals here?
I mean, we've heard a lot over the last couple of days. I think there's been some very insightful conversations, but we're at the early stages of this. We're just kind of scratching the surface of it. I don't think we realize that, maybe we do, but when we unleash the power of AI, it is completely transformative. But we have to do that in a responsible way. So, I mean, we've heard about data integrity, we've heard about governance models, just how we develop the use cases, et cetera, and governance around that. But ultimately, I think I heard this is a people transformation, and it's a cultural transformation. And there's, in the utility industry, people are very dedicated for what they do. I know this, that whether it's CSR or someone out on the lines, they really care about what they do. They care about the quality of the work. They care about the safety of the work, the reliability and the accuracy. And they've built systems over 100 years to support reliability, accuracy, and safety. And it's hard to change those systems because, that's foundational to what you do. So now you're coming in and say, turn all that on its head. They're like, whoa, I'm not sure I want to do that. Yeah, but you should, because you've got this engine, you've got this powerful engine that can actually do 100 times more safely, more accurate, more reliable. You have to embrace it. You have to understand it. Yes, you work through the processes, but really, as leaders, our responsibility is to let them see that power, take away the fear, and actually reward them for their idea. I don't know, whether it's a payment process or a moving order or, a service upgrade. I don't do that every day. But if I gave someone who does that every day an AI tool, they might say, wait a second, I think this could be easier. We should encourage that. And if you can get that engine going, you got this flywheel effect, you're gonna take off like a rocket ship. So that's what we need to do. You gotta plant the seeds and encourage the people who actually do the work to embrace this technology so that we can let AI go crazy.
See, I'm getting advantage because Brian covering everything, for me. No, I think just to extend, my takeaway just in 2 sentences, as a tech company, whatever we are going to be doing, we're going to be doing honestly, compared to this industry, people-centric AI, and the advancement to ensure that AI, which is our vertical AI, bring the value to our industry, make sure it's able to solve a lot of complex and simple problems so that our utilities can save the money not to experiment that. We will be taking ownership of that because we do that every day, and I know that a lot of time I did talk, open forums, all the closed forums is, we are the neurosurgeons and the cardiologists for this industry because we control heart and mind through our platform, both CX and WX. And we want to make sure we do everything which will bring proactively those use cases which is important for industry, which impact every human on this earth, proactively build that and give that as a productized offering so that a lot of utilities across the globe, not only the 500 utilities we have today, and we maybe have 5,000 in the next 2 to 5 years. I'm putting those numbers, I'm sorry, I know team is going to be putting me on the spot, but we want to help everybody, and that will be our honest, people-centric AI and technology transformation. That's what it is.
All right. I'm sure Sarah is staring at me, so I would like to close with this one last question. if you had to give advice to your 21-year-old self, right, what advice would that be? Because the reason, let me tell you why I asked it. I'm a little selfish with this, right? Because there are a lot of young leaders here, myself as well, we are aspiring, trying to get better, continuous improvement, etc. But I think, Valerie talked about that reverse mentoring as well, but even finding a mentor is so difficult. If there's one piece of advice, if you could kindly share to young aspiring leaders, please, would love to hear that.
I mean, I think people who are leaders in industries like ours are very driven. They're very sort of go, 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 go. And, if I told my 21-year-old self, it's like, take it a little bit easier. It'll be all right. Things will, be driven, be focused, but, take time to enjoy life, smell the roses, just, be with people, have balanced life, really live your values every day, and be hopeful. Be hopeful about a brighter future, and you'll do well. Stay focused, work hard, and believe in yourself, and believe in your values, and it'll be all right. So take it easy.
I will just extend it a little bit, on what Brian says. I think because I maybe look like a similar answer. For me, is whatever advice I think I'm not capable to give advice, but I'm just, because you asked me the question, I'll say that for all the good reason, whatever you do, I'll tell the people the same ways. You need to love what you do. Don't feel the pressure. When the day you love, it's no more work. Because a lot of time people ask me, Deepak, you're working. I'm just putting that. A lot of time people ask me, you're working hard. I say, I don't think so. I'm working actually, because for me it is really my passion. It is my love. And I have to keep doing it. Second thing, whatever you do, be honest about it. And it's because a lot of time we all try to fake, for whatever it is. And third thing is very important, is be an active listener and lifetime student. Don't block yourself, you know everything. Because we have this challenge, because it doesn't matter you're 21-year-old or 81-year-old. I think the day we think we know everything, we no need to learn from anybody, that's the downfall. So I will say, because today the learning has become very limited for good reasons, because of internet give every information, but there's no channelized. And fourth very important thing is have a faith in God, because I believe in God a lot. Have a faith in the God and your parents and the team. Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you all for your time. And again, thank you to everyone back there for working tirelessly over the past 2 days and making this a great event. A big hand of respect.
All right, we're just going to close it out. I just want to thank everybody for their attention, for their energy, for their passion. That was an amazing session. Really hit the heart strong. So thank you so much for that. I don't know, Deepak and Michael, whether you want to come up and just close out in a moment, but we just, Ryan and I just want to say thank you for your timeliness, for your attention and the support you've given us. And Mike and the team over there, as Harish said, been amazing for us. So.
Yeah, I'll just add, this wouldn't be possible without all of you. I think I mentioned that in my last session there, and I want to give a special shout out to the AV team, Sarah, for helping organize the event, Pariti. Let's give them a warm welcome. So I think Brian let the cat out of the bag yesterday We're excited about what's happening next year in Las Vegas. So we hope all of you will join us again for another great 2 days in Las Vegas, and more information to come on that here soon.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll give just a really brief thought on kind of Brian and Deepak were answering some of the questions. I just started to think about this event and kind of the experience that I had this week. And one thing's very clear to me, that I made a really, really great decision coming over to work at SEW and work with this guy and the entire team. I couldn't be more excited. And I think this is a great way to come into the company and just feel the amazing energy of this entire ecosystem, all the customers and the partners and everybody who's involved. I do want to thank Pat and Sarah, wherever you are. And I know there's so many other people that I don't know everybody's name yet, but these events take so much work, and it's a Herculean effort. And it's just amazing to me to think how this event, I've had the good fortune to come to a number of them, how this event has evolved and what it's become and where it's going to go next with Vegas. I couldn't be more excited, but thank you to the three of you and everybody else that's been involved in really making this thing such a huge success. So thank you for that.
So guys, I really want to thank you, all our clients, our customers who are partners, and our real partners, who help us to get our product delivered and built and support, and the full SCW team who works so hard day and night. I don't want to put the words because it's not easy to put this. Actually, the hard work is actually 363 days. I know everybody's seen in the last 3 days what we did, but I think it was like already when we finished last year, the same time we pretty much start working towards it. So a lot of hard work. And I really want to thank the whole marketing team, Mashal, Paridi, everybody putting a lot of hard work. Sarah, right there, I know that it's not easy. Ryan and George, I know that it was a very last moment make you guys, the MC, you did guys great job, no if and but, and really I want to thank Harman and his team, they do a very, very hard work, Brad and team for all the hard work they put to bring all our customer, Raj for all our product delivery, Manoj, and his product engineering team for all the hard work, Pat for your people engagement team, our digital payment team coming over, our Alessandro and the team coming from LATAM and bringing everybody with a full excitement, and our global team from India, like full excitement, they're going crazy, Good guys, it was a great one. Yeah, I cannot, and I want to really quickly, if Amitabh, you can say, Amitabh he's recently joined us as a part of our president of Asia. And I don't want to put words because it's really hard for us to leave from here because we're going to go right back to the office and start working. I'm just kidding, guys. No, and just so that you know this, why we choose, anybody have a guess why we selected for next year, the Vegas? Anybody? Any idea?
You like gambling?
Huh? See, because when you are in Vegas, whatever happened in Vegas, stay in Vegas. Okay? We're going to be different, but we're going to bring that through the cloud for all the intelligence, okay? Don't worry. No, but guys, thank you again. Thank you, everybody, for all your blessings, all your inputs, all your knowledge sharing, all your time. I don't want to put, again, actually, I forgot. Aaron, thank you for all the hard work, I know you did a pretty hard work. Sheila, thank you for that. Peter, thank you for all the Canada team. Sorry, guys, if I forgot, there was no other intention other than, I'm forgetting right now, guys. I generally don't forget, but I'm forgetting right now. Thank you.
You know a lot of names, though. It's impressive. I only knew 3,
and thank you for Mike to be the part of the team. There's nothing, I don't want to put the word. He's going to be a great, addition to all our growth, because this is what we committed. In the next 5 years, we're going to have minimum 4 billion people, and we'll be all going to be all going crazy, guys. Be ready for that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Safe travels, everyone. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you next year.